Command Center access granted. Welcome to the Command Center, Captain. Engaging forward control panel.
All right, welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us here as we are aboard our Game Jelly vessel, getting ready to dive into our project. And you might be going, what's up? I only see Vale. What's up with that? Well, I got to actually formally introduce our new Game Jelly station aboard the control panel or control room here, it's very cool. So here, if I spin around to the back of the room here, boom, we've got our brand new Game Jelly station. And waiting here is Sir Ludum and Travis. Thank you guys for joining me. How's everybody doing?
Hello.
Pretty good.
How's it going?
Hi, everybody.
Good.
And
was that a full 180 spin? That was like...
It was not quite, because the 180,
no? Okay.
That's the entryway. We're next to the entryway. We can't be blocking
That's like
the entry.
90 degrees.
It's more like a 135.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thought I would ask. I saw that was like way, but you're right. A 180 would just lead us back out. So. Yeah.
Yes. Since we came straight in, but anyway, good to have you guys here with us, and we are missing Tack the Dawn tonight, but hopefully she will be able to rejoin us here in upcoming weeks as things get maybe a little bit less hectic, hopefully. So, all right.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
Yep. All right. Nice.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue. Center.
All right. We got folks here. For anybody else who might be here with us, thank you for joining us. Feel free to say hello, check in. Glad to have you. We're live on Twitch right now, also on YouTube. So for anybody who's watching on YouTube, thank you for tuning in there as well. And we are working on a game called Royal RumBALL, which is a cross between a marble race, a pinball game, some Mario Kart, and it's all thrown and set inside of an RPG environment. So we're trying to create something pretty unique that is going to be able to run right here on Twitch so that you guys watching can play the game while hanging out in the community. So, yeah, cool. All right. I honestly don't remember where I left off, so should I give this a test run and see what the heck it's doing, so I can know what to work on?
Yeah, probably. It'd be a good place to start.
All right, he's already trying to join the game. I haven't even... Nice.
Oh, just a second.
All right, I'm gonna hit.
All right, I had to get in here and be like, what was I doing last?
Right.
Yeah.
All right, let me switch it over to the full screen. We have full screen. This is the game currently as it stands. Should be able to join now. All right, let's see. There we go. We got Travis in there. We got Golden Character. We got Luke Mallet. All right, so cool.
It's a lot different from before.
Yeah, I think Ludum's working on the terrain. I know he pulled some of that grass out, and
I mean, looks really good.
Yeah, good.
Very nice.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I didn't have any grass over there. Shoot.
Yeah, we got no
With our
grass or
see-through
anything.
marbles. I'm just kidding.
They're not see-through. It's actually the reflection,
They're just
and
super reflective.
it looks see-through, doesn't it? Because it's like
It
super
does.
reflective. Yeah. But okay. Anyway, it is getting there. It's starting to come together a little bit. Travis, you want to do the honors and give us an RR
Sure.
start, and
Our start.
we'll see what
Dun, dun,
happens.
dun, 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 dun.
Do-do-do-do. All right, here we go.
Whee!
It goes through this
Dang.
so fast.
We're working on that.
Who's? Oh, Ludum, that's yours. Dang, the camera.
The
Angle looks
camera's
pretty
doing
Look at
some
that
weird
zoom in.
things. Yeah,
pretty
I don't know
good,
Look
what's
at
right?
up
that
with
zoom
that
in. Yeah.
zoom in. Is that something
Ooh.
you put on there?
The zoom.
Yeah.
Oh,
I feel like this camera
we
is
lost
doing some things that
momentum.
I did not tell it to do.
That it
So,
probably was something I was playing around with. Yeah.
okay.
But it could where I
It's
got rid of all of that. I mean, there's the spline thing that doesn't have a camera involved. Oh, you know what? I think, yeah, I did throw in a camera thing for me to work with just
okay.
so I can kind of see what the environment's like when they're rolling.
Yeah, sure.
Um, which that camera you could probably just get rid of.
Okay. So, I don't know. We stopped here just so you're aware. If you can see, Ludum, we're kind of sitting here in this area, and I'm not sure if that
our
is
stop.
our stop.
Stop the camera view.
All right. But yeah, all right. So we got to work at getting. We can start adding some cameras into the scene, and then maybe I can create a combined trigger and camera option to have you throw in. That or I'll need to be able to work on the scene for a little bit where we don't cross over each other. So maybe sometime when you're working on at a blender or something, just let me know and I will jump in and add some cameras. We'll push and make sure we don't get any conflicts. Otherwise,
Do you have a camera in the hierarchy on your end? Because in my grassy
on
plain, I do not have a camera.
let's
Is
see. In the grassy plain, I updated whatever you had pushed last. Let's see.
Because
I can find out.
when I
Let me
play, there's no camera. So I'm wondering, what camera are you experiencing?
Let's see.
If I remember correctly, last time I threw in my own camera because I do have a follow cam script that I put on that camera just again so I can kind of watch the marbles go through the level.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have a camera in my hierarchy, so I'm wondering what camera are like. I'm kind of lost as to.
Okay.
If you didn't apply that follow cam script to what you had,
I
what's
mean,
going
I
on?
didn't think so. I do have a chase camera set up. Let me see if that's what we were looking at here. Chase camera is set to the tracking target, which is the target group, which is all of the players. Where is our, let me check the broadcast. Let's see, here we go. Broadcast camera. We are looking at the chase camera, indeed. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm using the chase camera. I don't see anything attached to it. I see your follow cam script, but I don't. Let me double click on it and see. I don't know that it's. Oh, that's opening. I'm trying to see if it's attached to anything. I mean, it might have just been my follow cam. I just was a little surprised by that zoom. That seemed like really odd behavior for the follow cam setup I have. But
Okay.
who knows? Who knows?
You can blame me either way. It's cool.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just I'm not
I'm just
blaming
saying.
you.
I'm not
I'm
saying.
just
No,
I'm just
I'm not saying
curious.
you're blaming. I'm just saying. If there's anyone to blame, you can go ahead and blame me. It's cool.
All right, fine. It's your fault.
No, I'm not. All right. Sorry about that.
See, this is what we need attack for. She'd be clipping this stuff. Okay.
I mean, I guess we can clip it.
Yeah, I just really don't know how. That's too many things for me to try to. I've got so many things I'm trying to balance with managing the stream that adding clips to it would be like a little overwhelming to me at this stage.
We do have a lot.
All right.
Oh, a veil.
Yes.
Sorry. Where are you? Am I? It looks like I'm creating all this wonderful 3D modeling stuff.
Oh, your guys' monitors are switched. Gotcha. Thank you for calling that out. I can fix that. I can fix that. One moment.
I mean, like, you're making some really good environment. Travis, like, wow.
Yeah, thank you.
That's very impressive.
I did that all last night.
Well done.
There you go.
Thank you.
All fixed up. Boom. All right. Cool. What do you guys think of this new Game Jelly station here on our bridge? Do you like this setup?
I do.
Yeah, it's nice.
I do. It's like a nice balanced real estate on the screen for everybody.
Yeah, that's the real intent behind it. And of course there's obviously you can kind of fill in the blank on if we had attack here, we wouldn't be running these announcements in this other corner.
Mm-hmm.
But even with the announcements, it's still not that bad.
Yeah, I made it so that I can see. I can even be fancy here. Watch, since we don't have somebody in that corner, we can change it. We can run the golden character logo there.
Very cool.
We can do the animated logo. We can do the announcements, or we can even put up the room chat in there.
Oh,
so,
nice.
yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
I was wondering if Val, is it possible to have the camera or the portrait like maybe less opaque?
I can, but it covers up more of the screen. I was trying to make it so people could kind of still get an idea of what we're working on, so we're not blocking too much of the screen. But yeah,
My face is
yours,
yellow.
yeah, you get that little nice yellow bar on your face a little bit there. Yeah, I'll fix it up for you.
Yeah, if it's not too much trouble.
No problem. It's way too much trouble, but I'm gonna do it anyway, just for you.
Then never mind.
That's love.
All right.
But no worries, no worries. No,
I got you. Let
like
me
this and
find
then
it
the
and figure it
yellow
out here.
bars right here.
Let's see. So we want. I'm gonna get this eventually. Guest cam. No. What do I want?
Thank you.
It's gonna be screen. It's gonna be the there should be new ones. I remember. Discord. Here we go. Guest 3 transparent. Found it. Guest 3. Guest 3 transparent. So no, in order to fix this, I need to go to the Game Jelly. Let's see. This is the Game Jelly control. Control this one, and then we go to this one, and then we go to filter, and then we go here. Okay. All right. I changed it a little bit. Do you want it more, or does this look better to you?
Oh, looks
Put your
good. I think that's
Put your yellow bar back up and see how it looks.
okay. Yellow bar.
Like, oh, somewhat, you gotta have your face over it, because that was what was bugging you before. I could tell.
Here, if this is.
Okay, you want it a little more opaque. Let's go a little more. Let's go up to. Let me go to 90.
Yellow looks good on you, Travis.
There.
Thank you.
How's that? Or or should I just go? Should I just go fully opaque and not try to see through it at all?
That's okay. I think what you have is pretty good.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I want you to feel confident, my man.
Yeah, you didn't sound very confident in that.
Okay.
At all,
Can you
Travis.
try it without any transparency?
Yes.
An
There you
anomaly
go.
has been
That's
detected
without
within
any
range of our
transparency.
scanners.
Oh,
Oh,
Collecting
gotta
data
wait.
now to determine potential threats.
let's go.
doing some scans, checking outside for threats.
Assessment of
Okay,
potential
I think
threat
I like
complete.
the zero
Danger is
transparency.
minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Thank you.
All right, you got it.
Now, if you could just turn my transparency like all the way down.
You want to be fully transparent so we can't see you? Is that what you're getting at?
You'd be like a
Yeah.
ghost.
I
Uh-huh.
didn't say that, but you know.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You'd be a ghost.
Do you want me
I'm just
to
kidding.
fix it so that
That
it's
was
fully
part of the team.
opaque like Travis's?
No,
Or
that's
do you-
fine.
Okay.
It doesn't bother me. Like I'm not really like looking at our our screen. I have the chat like popped out, so it's like I don't really look at us that much.
Yeah. I mean,
No offense. You're all handsome and beautiful in your own ways. But
all right. I think
Oh,
you
man.
could have left.
Thank you. Thank you.
But
um,
thanks
yeah.
anyhow.
I guess that backfired a bit, huh?
All right.
Not at all. Not at all.
All right. I think I want to fix that so that at least they match. So let me see if I can fix that. Purple, the issue there. And maybe I just need to bring down the reflections a tad on the surface of those balls. Like you said, they almost look transparent because they're so reflective.
Right? It's crazy that the reflective is like it lines up perfectly with the environment.
Right. Right.
That's crazy that it's like that. It's neat.
Yeah.
Pretty
I
cool,
mean,
though.
in a way, it's kind of cool, but yeah, it does give you the wrong mental image. So tweak it just a touch.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. So I'm gonna go to camera. This is. UI. Layout. Individual screen 1. Raw image. There we go. PI. No, it's going to be the camera. Player 1. Why would the player 1 camera be different if I'm... Can't be the camera. It's got to be the display. Broadcast overlay. Nope. Okay. That's that. Bum, bum, bum.
Makes me feel like I just like leveled up hearing that. Like, no. I was like, oh, nice.
Nice. Raw
I
image.
think I want this.
So yeah, it's P1. Okay, let me check the Cinemachine Brain Player 1. There we go. That's it. Found it. Okay. So we have environment sky. Let's change player 1 to sky.
What is going on?
Default. Okay, that should at least make them consistent. And then for the other issue, what did I do with my notes? I was just writing notes. What the heck? Did I imagine writing notes and not actually write them? Wow, I'm really losing my mind. Oh my gosh.
I mean, you never
An
know
anomaly
these
has been
days,
detected
'cause
within range of our scanners.
the note writing
Collecting data now to
as a game
determine potential
developer
threats.
is extensive. You know, there's so much, and you're just
Assessment
like,
of potential threat complete.
You know,
Danger
like
is
you ever
minimal.
find it where it's like
Returning
sometimes
to
you
condition
write
status
duplicate
blue.
notes, and you're like, I already wrote that like a week ago.
I mean,
You know.
I have no idea. I can't believe how many times I've gone to start working on a project for the evening, and I open it up and I'm like, okay, I'm going to work on this part. I've got this plan. I've had it in my mind. I'm going to build out this function that's going to do this. It's going to be so good.
An officer has arrived in command center.
Hey, welcome, Kimmy Kish. And
Hey, how's it
I'll
going?
pop open the code and I'll
Welcome
find my
in.
place and I'll be like, okay, where's the place to put this function? It's going to be right here where there's already that function. I already made it. I already wrote this. Dang it.
That sucks. Oh, that's terrible. That hurts inside a little bit. Like, oh,
I have done that like multiple times. It's like I'm losing my mind. Good, Kimmy. How are you doing?
Kimmy, missed you. How are you? Have you been?
Yeah, how's it going? What's cooking? Figuratively and literally. Yeah, Friday.
Friday, woo woo.
Good. I'm happy it's Friday.
We need like a little nice Royal RumBALL semi-transparent background to go behind that chat, so it's not quite so in your face, kind of, you know.
What if you did like the
An anomaly
camera
has
with
been
like
detected
the,
within
you know,
range
like
of our
the character-
scanners.
I don't
Collecting
call it
data
character
now to
select screen,
determine
but,
potential threats.
you know, with the Canon and whatnot,
That's right.
Make it
3-day weekend.
very transparent.
Assessment
yep.
of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to
Wait,
condition
Kimmy,
status
you
blue.
are a teacher? didn't know
Yeah, kindergarten students, right?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Kindergarten
That's right.
teacher. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for what you do.
Yeah, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
It
Right?
was
You know,
difficult.
that's
I was
awesome.
a substitute for like a minute.
You too, Travis. You know, thank you
8
for
hours.
all you do as a substitute
Defense.
teacher.
It sounds rough. Yeah. Yeah. I was a substitute for like a minute, and it was like traumatizing.
Really
Because
traumatizing.
it's like, you know, when you ever, like when you're in school, you remember like, oh, the teacher's gone, we got a sub, and then you can just do whatever you want. So, yeah, I think I was subbing for kindergarten. This teacher, also kindergarten, and it
Okay.
was 3 days straight of me subbing, and then yeah, dang, they're all under 7 months.
That had been
Wow.
interesting subbing for kindergarten. You know, it's almost, and I don't want to sound
Under seven
rude with
months.
this comment, but it's almost like it's like a substitute babysitter.
In 7 years. Also, all under 7 years. Yeah, it was like all the kids were just experiencing all sorts of emotions. Like one
What
kid was
ages?
crying.
What ages do you teach with piano, Travis? Like
Oh, for
what
piano,
ages are your students?
it's a wide range of ages. Most of my students are like in elementary. A
Oh,
couple
okay.
students that are 6 years old, seven
Wow.
years
Hmm.
old. A couple high school students. Yeah, wide range. Some adults in the past. So
Right on.
anyone that's willing to learn.
Well, hey, thank you guys for what you do.
Thank you. Thanks.
Teachers, I feel these days don't get enough credit for how crappy kids can be.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the class sizes are way too big. Should be like 20 students max per class.
I will be right back.
Okay.
So just taking away a little bit of the smoothness from all of these ball objects in order to bring that reflection down just a tad.
What is this thing? Ooh. Oh, I should do that. Oh.
Gold.
I lost my spot. Ooh, here we are.
Okay.
That's
That one seems really different. The horns sound so cool in there.
Hmm?
I said the horns sound so cool in there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it should be a better sample than what I had last time. Yeah, the sample library that I had was is it was outdated quite a bit. Didn't realize how outdated it was compared to what's out there now. Um, so, but this is kind of the sample pack. Later, I'll have to like purchase the whole thing because the entire thing is like, oops, what happened? the entire thing is like 700 euros or something, and that's just from like one sample library, from one company. And there's this other thing that costs like $700, and this other thing, yeah. It's just like, oh my gosh, everything's gonna add up and be like,
yeah, I get it.
I don't know, $5,000 just to
For
have like
sure.
a decent studio that has like the bare minimum samples.
Let's see. Do we want to put, as soon as we can run another test run once Ludum gets back, when, trying to think, when we do like the score, do we want to, trying to think the best way to make it look, like if we need another little plate or if we can just put it over the screen. Might be tough because of the changing background, like it's constantly gonna be changing. Or we could make the name smaller and try to fit the name and the score on the same plate at the bottom. I think that's the way I did it the last go around. I don't know. We have to pay attention to that and see.
Thing's weird. Like this little pattern, this clip here, it's in 6/8. Then down here,
That does not
grid's
seem
a little
to be
different.
working at all. We got issues.
What is wrong?
Big surprise. Standard layout.
Oh, okay. My gosh. Okay, I was too zoomed in. I was like confused what was happening. I'm like, what's going on? Man, this like, I have this like auto snap somewhere. Snapping to the grid. Turn off.
Uh-oh.
Enemy bot on attack approach.
We got Cylons in here.
Got a bot? Oh, no.
Yep. I got him.
Enemy bot has been eliminated.
All right.
Those bots.
Yeah. Gotta get those Cylons out. They're not welcome.
So what are you up to, Kimmy? What are you working on? You're just relaxing, hanging out?
Let's see. I think I want to create maybe the score here and then the two abilities there. So we could do
Zoom. Plus cursor. Three, 4, 5, 6. Split. Oh, that's weird.
We have not put any fonts into this game yet.
Yep. This split did not split. Split. Why can't I go over here? Oh, what? Oh my gosh, I just figured out something. So for those that are watching this and are fairly new to watching this, I've been using FL Studios, and today I'm using Cubase, a different DAW, digital audio workstation, and I'm discovering, trying to get familiar with the key commands, and I discovered a key command, and it's pretty exciting. So I click and I drag. Oh no, I don't know where it is anymore. Never mind. I think I clicked up here and then I dragged up and down, and that makes it so I could zoom in and zoom out. I'm like, what's click and drag? Yeah, wow. Okay. That's cool. Anyway. Yeah. So what are you up to, Val? What are you working on?
I am just adding some more elements to our individual player UI setup so that we have a place to drop in our abilities as we earn them, so that they kind of show up on over each person's UI. Let's see.
Nice.
Let's
Sounds
try
complicated.
20. Nah.
Good.
20. Alt. Move there. Go 100. Minus 100. Go like that. And then we'll duplicate this.
Range.
Like that. I think maybe we'll put a, let's put a place
Save your work.
as
Is it
well.
too early for that?
Saving. Ability score. Let's duplicate this one and create a placing, I don't know, ranking. Might be.
Save. Okay, I'm gonna go to oh, actually, I'm gonna go to
Something like that.
same thing here.
a player overlay script. So that's where we want to add.
I don't think harp's actually, oops, not here. Deletes. Harp's over here.
Okay, cool. Right display. There's that. And then let's add in our two references to our two images. These are going to be images. So we need using Unity engine.ui. And we'll add a serialized field, private image, ability 1. Same thing, ability 2. Done. All right, let's save that and pop back over into Unity and map these. Okay. Ability 1. Let's rename this. Ability 2. And we have the score and the rank. Okay. Cool. Saving changes. I think I'm going to make a, let's see. We definitely don't need any of that ahead of time. I'm going to create an empty game object in here that's going to be in-game features. And we're going to drop all of these in there so that we only have to turn off the one object. Like that. Okay. So let's grab a reference to that as well. Game object. This. Copy. Paste. And we'll call this in-game displays.
Where'd it go? Where's my...
Go ahead and map that before I forget.
Where's my MIDI data? Where'd my MIDI data go? Oh, here.
Done. Okay. Saving again. This thing should probably player signed. I think we're fine there. I'm going to take notes this next time. I want to go in and add some cameras, but I think Ludum's working in there, and I don't want to cause a conflict by us working on the same scene. So I'll hold off on that part. We do have this whole like loading everything into the cannons and firing the cannons. I'm just not sure if I want to tackle that tonight. It's going to be cool. But let's see, since I have this feeling, I don't know about Ludum. I know you've got to keep things on schedule tonight. I don't know if he's planning on that as well, or if he's planning on going late. It might dictate what I decide to put my focus on, but
if you guys are still, I might be able to join a little bit later.
Oh, we'll see.
If you guys are still on.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the plan is. For some reason, I just had it in my mind that we'd probably be wrapping up in good time tonight. But I have no idea what's on his brain, if he's planning on for a full night or a short night or what.
Where's Ludum?
Right.
Ludum. Where'd you go?
Let's do that. That one animation stopping at the right point also is not quite working. Hey, he's back.
I'm back.
Hello, back.
Missed you.
How are you?
I missed you guys too. Bit of a quick dinner / art moment.
Nice. Gosh, you got in a whole dinner during that? Wow.
I eat very fast when I need to.
All right, let's do another. Can we do it? Let's do another test run, shall we?
Let's
I need to
go.
check a couple of things. No, don't start yet, boy.
Oh.
I should wait and not even ask until, right? Hold on. All right, Travis, go ahead. Now you can.
That's good.
What did you eat?
Smash burger.
Ooh, that sounds so good.
I tried their barbecue brisket, double
Ooh,
barbecue
nice.
brisket burger with their hot fries. Solid menu. They're a solid menu, solid meal.
Gotcha.
Sounds delicious.
Would highly recommend. It is pricey, worth it.
Gotcha.
An officer has arrived in command center.
Welcome in, Maz. Welcome. RR join. We'll put you in, Maz. Double R join.
How's it
It
going?
stands for Royal RumBALL. If you want to try that. Welcome in, by the way. Hope you're well. Oh, it has to be all lowercase. Sorry.
What then?
I know. I mean, I could create a condition to check for different capitalizations or something, I guess, but spell checker kept changing it. Oh, that's funny. I should have known. I should have known, right? Because I can't imagine he would have typed capital O and capital R. I'll give you a moment, though. Try again if you want. Gotcha. Unfortunately, it's going to be finicky.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
Hey, there we go. How come it didn't join, though? You got it typed in right.
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
What's going
Why
on?
didn't we get... That's weird. I don't know why it didn't... why it's not showing him in here in the fourth slot. That's... Do we have a bug? The text looks good. Unity registered the text. I can see it. It's... Well, that's weird.
Are you limited to 3 players?
No. Not at
Oh
all.
no, I got an error for my program.
Uh-oh.
Everything's falling apart. Save your work.
Everything... Everything's crashing on us. No.
Yeah, I just got an error.
Dang. I wonder why it didn't... join.
Please.
Dang, it's still not working. That sucks. That is weird. I'm guessing there's nobody else around to test to make sure. I don't know what would be causing that, though.
Try to save your project under a new name.
Because we can't join more than once. So, okay. Well, I'm so sorry about that, Mass. I will look. I'm gonna write that down. That's the first thing we got to figure out. Fourth player couldn't join. I don't know. Okay. Ludum, you want to give it a start? And we'll see how this moves.
Here we go.
Here we go. Yeah, okay.
Whoa.
I'm way out there ahead. See, now why does it do that zoom? I don't like that,
Is that zoom for
I don't know why
the
it's
marble
doing
at
that.
the head?
That
It seems
zoom.
like it does it right at that spot too.
Yeah, it's the same spot.
Or is it
Zoom
kind of
on
like a
cam.
threshold? Like if a marble hits that spot, it zooms in.
It's... I don't have anything set up there for that, so I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know what would be causing that zoom effect.
Oh, did you guys see that shadow?
Our balls are rolling in the wrong direction, Sir Ludum.
Is that the art?
Well, there aren't any triggers, and it's flat
Why is it
land.
going the other way?
Oh,
Like
okay.
it's,
Did you
it's
pull
kind
the...
of flat. So,
Gotcha. Did you pull the spline out, or is it still in there?
well, the spline is in my project, but it's not in yours.
Oh,
for some reason.
I thought it
I don't
was.
see it.
I can see it when I go into scene mode. I can see it.
Oh, actually, with that said, it might be because the marbles you are using do not have the marble on
Ah,
spline script. Yeah, there's
there
a
we go.
script that you put
Okay.
on each marble, and it detects the spline, and then you adjust the the script to where it adjusts like how hard you want them to follow the spline, move along it, that kind of thing. So that's probably why.
Gotcha. That would make sense. Okay.
Yes.
So is it just a material that we need to add to the player ball prefab? Or what is it that
It's
has
a
to be done?
script.
Oh, it's a script. Okay.
So yeah, so it's a script. So I guess if you have one marble or player prefab that's what duplicated or replicated
Yes. Yes.
per player, so then you should
Yep.
probably only need to put it on the one prefab.
Yep. Okay.
Oh.
All right. I gotta figure out why the fourth player couldn't join. That's weird. I don't understand that.
Would you like me to throw that script on the prefab?
Sure. Let me take a quick look though at where. Whoops. We want to put that. It should go on the. If you go under prefabs player, there's one that says ball. It should
Ball?
be attached to. Yeah, it should be attached to that prefab.
Okie dokie, pokey.
Thanks.
We'll give that a shot.
Should I push first just to be sure? I mean, I don't think we're gonna run into any problems, but
Do you have it checked out at all? Like, have you adjusted it or anything?
I've adjusted things, but I haven't checked out anything.
Okay, but you haven't like touched the ball at all.
I don't think so. I messed with the materials though.
Okay, so maybe
I'm
we
just-
should both push just to be safe.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and push, and I'm gonna play our little clip.
Ooh, baby, 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 baby. Push it. Push it real good.
Always good. Always good. Okay. Man, that bugs me that the fourth player wasn't able to join. That's weird. We should have, if Maz is still around when we do the next test, we should have him jump in first, like one of the first players, to make sure it's an issue with that fourth spot versus, like, something else.
Yeah. Could it be because he's on mobile? Could that
I
be
mean,
an issue?
I that's what I was thinking, but I can't figure out why that would matter. It shouldn't matter
Right?
at all.
Oh.
Because
Diddly
everything's run in Unity, so there's no no recourse to different devices or access to Twitch. As long as you're in the Twitch chat, and it recognized it. I could see the chat in Unity, so I don't know.
Hey Maz, are you still there? By chance?
Yep, one of us guys can get on Twitch app too right now on your.
Oh, I guess we could try our own phones to see if that affects it at all.
Yeah, it shouldn't, but that's a good point. Let's see. 2, 3.
Hey Matt, since you're there, I have a question for you. You're a veteran video game player of many genres. Have you played Expedition 33, the Claire Obscure? I believe you are a fellow lover of RPGs. Travis, have you played it at all?
Sorry, which one? We were talking about
Claire Obscure, Expedition
Claire
33.
Obscure? I don't think I have.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
You're going to? Okay.
RPG, I was playing WoW.
Assessment of
That's
potential threat complete. Danger is minimal.
RPG.
Returning
far
to
from-
condition status blue.
That's far from Expedition 33, but WoW was fun.
Yeah. Expedition 33. Ooh, that looks
Expect
so
a lot of
cool.
typos with thumb typing. No problem.
Did it just come out?
It's been out for a little bit, but it's ex-Ubisoft devs got together,
Nice.
made a game. Took them like 7 years to make.
Dang, looks really nice.
You know, I just thought of a possible thing that could have happened with mobile texting with
Oh, it came
why it
out-
might not have let him in.
In April.
I have a theory.
And what's that?
Well, a lot of times on phones, do you use the Maz when you type on your phone? Do you use the like autocomplete? Because like if you hit autocomplete on the word join, it'll probably add a space at the end of it, so it'll say it might have come in as RR space join space instead of RR space join, and that maybe didn't recognize it. That's what I'm wondering, because I know sometimes with the phone text, it'll add that extra space in. I guess PC sometimes does that anytime you use that, but that's something we can check. I could also build into like a library some acceptable alternatives, like with caps or with, I don't know, with an extra space or things like that if we want to. Try to avoid some of those issues. Okay, the zoom. Why are we getting that weird zoom on the camera? Player. I need to take a look at that. I picked up what you pushed, by the way. I don't know if you got mine.
I did, yeah.
Okay. So did you already add that prefab, or are you working on that?
Oh, not yet. I kind of got distracted talking about Expedition 33. I'll do that right now.
Looks really cool, yeah.
That game's got me in a tizzy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it's rare for a game to really get me in, especially like a story-based game these days. But that game just is, in my opinion, a chef's kiss to the industry and just what RPGs should be these days. You know, I come from a background of playing, you know, old school RPGs, even through up to, well, from, you know, Super Nintendo up to now. You know, like, they've always been one of my favorite genres. But lately, I feel like the RPG genre has kind of dwindled a bit. Don't get me wrong, there's some good ones out there. But, like, even in my opinion, the Final Fantasy genre or series has kind of dwindled a bit on, like, the, I don't want to say this, not the epicness, but just, like, the overall, like, I don't know, fun slash what RPGs kind of used to bring to players. You know, I don't want to call them lackluster or bland, but there's something missing, in my opinion. Where Expedition 33, I think it brings it back to life. It was amazing, or it is amazing. Like, I'm loving every moment of it. You know, I've shed tears. I've laughed. I've had jaw-dropping moments. I've had frustration in combat. The combat's engaging. The music, the soundtrack is just phenomenal. It's an emotional, fun game roller coaster of everything that an RPG should have. And I didn't expect it at all. So every time I'm like talking to people who play games, I'm like, "Did you play this yet? Have you played this? Did you play this yet?" You know, I want opinions. You know, like, again, as I said it before, there's a reason why people have said that this is the game of the decade, and I whole, wholeheartedly agree with that statement. I feel like it's a game that our industry needed, at least in the RPG genre. We needed it bad. um, I mean, Persona. Don't get me wrong, Persona is good. That's a different vibe. But this was just a. It's a. As I called it the other night, like, you have art pieces in history that go down, like the Mona Lisa or the Statue of David, or, you know, like, just art pieces that just exist through time. I feel for our industry, this would be one of those art pieces. That's a bold statement, you know, comparing it to those art pieces, but I feel like this should be one of those. I hope it is. That's how good I find it.
Nice. That's awesome.
End of rant.
Yeah, I'm excited to play it.
Highly suggest it. Especially the music. Especially the music, as a musician such as yourself. I think you will really appreciate it.
Nice. Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
Highly suggest. Highly suggest it. Maz, when you get to it, you need to let me know what you think. Because, you know, I like hearing your analyzation on games and stuff.
Analyzation. Oh, yeah. I think that's got to be one of my favorite non-words that I've heard
right?
in recent times.
Analyzation.
I like that. Like that sounds like it should be a word.
Right? It absolutely should be. It absolutely should be. Player ball. That's what I was looking for. You used to like turn-based. Hope you still do. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Turn-based doesn't feel like what it used to be. I don't know if it's just, you know, 30 plus years of just playing turn-based, and you're just like, all right, or there's something missing.
I like the relaxation. Like, adds an extra layer of like, oh my god, you know, craziness.
Yeah. Like, look, the cool thing about Expedition 33, and I'm not gonna try to spoil anything when it comes to gameplay or anything, but like, the combat has kept me on my toes, right? Like, not only does their character design just pop and it's very unique, like their enemy design is just like, whoa, like, what drugs are you guys on? It's very well designed and unique, but the way the combat flows and the pacing and the way each character has their own element of how to utilize them and strategy meets timing based. Like, I don't know about you guys, but growing up, whenever like I would play an RPG, like whenever you'd see your character walk up and attack something, you'd hit like a button, you know, hoping that you'd do extra damage, right? Similar to how Super Mario RPG did it, where it's like, okay, you press the button at a certain time and you can do another attack and another attack, another. Like, that was a fun gameplay mechanic in that sense. This brings that to a new age in its own form, and it's very refreshing, and it keeps well, at least it has kept me engaged in that almost tedious, boring turn-based combat style, I think the part of it that keeps me more engaged is that it's almost necessary. Almost, not saying it is necessary, but it's basically necessary for survival in that game. And I'm really bad at timed stuff. I'm really bad at it. Like I can't beat Sekiro. It's the only game that's ever that I've lost against. I'll probably die not finishing that game just because of time-based attacks and parries. Where this is kind of along that edge where it's nowhere near as difficult, but it keeps the player engaged, and I love that. I absolutely love it, and it's rewarding. Like every time you do it, it's just like yes, 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 you know. And that's for parries, for dodges, for jumps and stuff during combat, you know. And monsters, they have their own forms of doing that stuff, and they have specific UI to help the player and guide them to know if you need to jump, you know, dodge or parry. You know, there's those elements, and they do a really good at balancing it. But it keeps you on your toes. You have to pay attention to the combat. You literally can't go into a battle and just spam attack. You just can't. You know, that's that kind of it's not that kind of RPG. Which brings out, in my opinion, it helps bring out more of that cinematic element behind what the game is. You know, it's like, oh well, you're playing a movie, or you're playing, you know, it's not really you're playing a movie, but it still feels like a game. But having to pay attention in order to survive, kind of still carries that cinematic element through gameplay. It's a really good blend. I love it. I love it so much.
Nice. Very cool. I want to play.
I hope I'm explaining it in a way that honors it, because it deserves the most honorable description possible.
Nice.
Let's see. Final Fantasy VII Remaster added action into turns. Final Fantasy VII Remaster, like, it is turn-based, but it's like almost kind of like a Devil May Cry hack and slash turn-based, right? Where I don't want to call it button mashing. There is an element of strategy with how you're attacking and the way that you go across combat, which I loved. I actually really enjoyed the remake, the remaster. But this, like, Expedition 33 kind of plays more into traditional turn-based, where it's your character's turn, nothing will happen until you choose what you want to do. You know, so it's not like an active time battle situation or anything of that sort. It is traditional turn-based. Wait, does this remake do that too? No, I don't think so. Uh-oh. What? What was I doing? Oh, yeah.
My camera.
I still have yet to throw that script on the ball.
Oh, okay.
Telling you, Expedition 33, it's got me in a tizzy. Like, I can't stop thinking about it.
I don't know. I've always preferred turn-based games because I'm a very methodical, strategic, tactical thinker, and I like to weigh options and take my time on choices. And when you're playing the real-time strategy stuff, it's cool, but it's, for me, it's stressful. It's not like fun, sure, because I get stressed over, like, you know, not being able to keep up and, you know, trying to figure out controls. Sure. And while I'm trying to figure out a control, you know, or, you know, what menu to go to or what button to hit or whatever, then things are happening. I'm getting shot at or whatever the case might be. I'm losing time to my opponent, you know, all that kind of stuff. So I like the fact that with a turn-based game, you know, whether I know what I'm doing in 2 seconds or 2 minutes, it's the exact same result, you know.
For sure. Yeah, that pressure can really change like just how you play a game, how stressful
Yeah.
it is, how fun it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's a big part of that turn-based element. It's nice to be able to sit there and be like, what am I gonna do next for the next 5 turns? They might move here, like, okay, they are known to do this, they're known to do this. These are the possibilities. What are my possibilities? Like that's fun. Like being able to do that kind of thing with turn-based. Like, yeah. It's stressful in its own way, but it's nowhere near as like a I have to respond now stressful kind of
I mean,
response.
it's just a different mindset, different play style. And
Yeah.
some people love that, you know, fast paced action, keep things moving. And some people like the, you know, think through
Hmm.
your options, strategic planning, you know. It's, that's why my arena battle game that I've designed crosses the bridge between the two. That's going to be epic.
Boom.
Boom.
Me halfway.
Yep. Can't wait to do that one. That's going to be fun. When I get to it.
Fun.
I don't know when I'm going to get to it, but it'll be fun when I get there.
That's right. I can't wait to give it a shot. It'll be interesting.
Yeah. I need to at least get a prototype, you know, just to mess around with the mechanics. But you know me. There's a
Gotta
lot
add
of
a little
things.
bit of that polish. Right?
Right. I mean, when I was trying to make a prototype of it, I was messing around with working on a prototype of it like several months back. I went and grabbed like the new Unity 6. When they released 6.0, they released like that scene, I forget, time traveler or something like that with the, I don't know if you've seen it. Where they were kind of
Traveler.
showcasing all the different effects that the new 6.0 has with like their hair effects and so forth. So they have like this super high res 3D animated model and
Is that the Time
stuff.
Ghost?
Time Ghost, yeah, that sounds right. And you know, actually, because they gave that free.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
Okay. All right. No, I haven't seen that. That's beautiful though.
Yeah. It's a pretty cool little trailer that they made with it to kind of show off.
Assessment of potential threat
showcase some of
complete. Danger is minimal. Returning
some
to
of the
condition
stuff.
status blue.
But yeah, it's sort of like, you know, when I was trying to make my prototype, instead of just sticking cylinders and stuff in there, I'm trying to use Time Ghost, you know, because they gave it away as a free asset. And I'm like, yeah, that'll look cool in there. And, you know, of course, I'm bogging everything down, trying to run it with, you know, the that player and all this other stuff. It was just not, you know, come on, man, what are you doing?
Well, when you're excited to prototype, you know, it's like just
Well,
it's one thing to prototype. You also want it to be visually appealing too.
Well, and that's the thing too with my arena battle game. Honestly, a big part of it is going to be the visuals and the cinematography. Like that's a big part of, you know, how the game is going to really make it work to cross between turn-based and real-time. Without those visuals and the cinematography, that bridge won't be appreciated or acknowledged. Like it'll feel weird. And so
Right. Yeah.
you kind of need that for what I have in mind. It's a critical element. So
It's understandable.
because basically you have to take a player's turn and stretch it into 20 seconds, you know? And so, you know, a player's action, that when they take an action, you've got to stretch it over 20 seconds while people are making their next action and so forth. And so without that, those cool visuals and effects going on and camera changes and cinematography, all that stuff happening, it's all lost, and it just feels like you're waiting.
Well, I mean, like, look at Civ, for example. Like, that's not a very visually appealing game while you're sitting and waiting for stuff. But I guess that's still a different kind of game, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's purely turn-based. The idea with my arena game is that it's meant to really genuinely cross that bridge between real time and turn based and make both groups of players happy in the environment, which I think is a challenge because, you know, they are two different style players. But
it's quite the feat that you're trying to obtain with that.
Yeah, but I think it would work. I think it will be cool.
You
Just
got
to
this,
get,
man. You got this.
Just got to get it prototyped. One of these days, I got to get some crap done. I did devote a ton of time today on my business plan stuff. So
Nice. That's awesome.
yeah, trying to get that done. I'm getting close to being done with that project.
Nice.
Which then
that's an important project.
Yeah, I mean, that'll free up a little bit more time for development. Plus, I'll then have an actual document to present investors so that I can, you know, seek some funding, get some people,
For show.
make some games.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right.
That's right. So here's what's weird. I cannot find any reference to your follow cam script in the scene. However, I am 90% positive it's running.
But it's not on anything, right?
Not that I can tell, but I'm looking over the script, and it just feels like it's what's going on. And I can see that what it's doing at the start is it's actually finding itself a target group, which are the marbles, which is something I've already created for the main camera. But so I'm wondering if it's just sort of initiating itself on the main camera. Trying to find that again so I can look at this.
But can it do that if it's not attached to anything?
It can, depending on the code. Like if it's searching for the camera and then basically, you know, attaching the camera.
An anomaly
or
has been
attaching
detected
itself
within
to the
range of our
camera.
scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats.
Okay. Again, ChatGPT wrote it, not me, so I don't know exactly how it works.
Gotcha. I'm looking at it.
Assessment
I
of
wish
potential
I could
threat
say I wrote
complete.
it, 'cause then
Danger
it
is
would
minimal.
probably be a
Returning to
little
condition
better.
status blue.
Not that, you know, but at least if I knew what I was doing, then it'd probably be better. Not to toot my own horn, but, you know.
Yeah.
It'd be a little more catered to something we need. But ChatGPT wrote it. So it's possible. You could try deleting the script and see if you have the same issue, right?
I mean, I
or
could.
just comment out that part.
Yeah. There's a couple ways I could go there. Current target. Once.
Travis,
Hello.
how has your uh search for like music work been?
Oh, it's good. Just kind of researching the latest sample libraries out there. Some of them I recognized, but I just didn't explore fully in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of just did a deep dive looking into each one, and some of them are really pricey. So
Oh, really?
hopefully, when they go on sale, you know, I'll purchase the sample library from Spit Audio. I think that's one other a really good one. And there's also orchestral tools, and there's I think the Vienna Orchestra something. um, yeah, and then there's like East West. Seems okay. Um, they have a lot of other libraries too, other sample libraries. Um, so yeah, lots of really good stuff. Some of them are really pricey. I still have to like save up for it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
hopefully, I can get it soon. So that way,
So
I'm
with the job, like the work that you're looking for, like do they specify as to like there's a specific software they prefer you to use, or is it just like just show us your reel, you know, and you just create the audio?
I don't think there's like you don't need a specific software. Like they won't say, oh, you can only use Cubase or you can only use FL
Right.
Studios. I switched
It's
to
just
Cubase
providing them
because
with audio, right?
hmm?
It's just basically providing the music and the sounds and stuff, right?
Right.
Doesn't matter how
So
you get it.
right. So I'll have to export as a WAV file. Um, making sure it's good quality, exporting stems, um, and then potentially importing it into Pro Tools, and then from that, if you need to do like additional mixing and mastering, you could do that in Pro Tools, or I guess they would have the personnel to do that.
Mm.
um, so yeah, I just kind of did some researching on different sample libraries and trying to get the latest stuff. So if I happen to get a gig sometime soon, I'll be ready for it. Um, so
Right
yeah.
on. Ugh, Pro Tools. I was never a fan of Pro Tools.
Yeah, I didn't really like. Yeah, Pro Tools. I tried a little bit of that. It just seemed kind of clunky.
Yeah, clunky's a good term for it.
It was awesome when I used it, but then again, that would have been, gosh, 26 years ago. So I'm sure that things have changed since then. Back 26 years ago when I was learning it, it was pretty cutting edge.
Mm-hmm.
26 years ago, it's like 2000? 1999?
1999.
Whew. I imagine it being pretty cutting edge back then. I mean, like, I don't even know what other, like, softwares were available
That's what I meant to say.
at that
It
time.
was definitely the staple. It was the main go-to back then.
Mm-hmm.
What other applications were around at that time for music, if you recall?
I don't know because I wasn't really into music stuff. I was learning I was learning audio though as part of my video production degree.
Mm-hmm.
So I did one class that we dealt with Pro Tools.
Okay. Stupid question, but did they have something similar to like the dongle situation that Pro Tools has? Like, was there some kind of like proprietary element that like this was 1999, so was USB a heavily noted thing back then?
I don't think so. I don't think we had
Yeah.
USB back then.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But like, cause like, well, I don't know about now, but when I worked
Maybe
with
like
Pro Tools, you had to
CDs.
have the little dongle thing that you have to have in order to use it, which is so stupid.
Oh,
But
like the
understandable.
licensing.
Yeah, it's like a license,
Yeah.
but you have to have it like plugged into your computer. It's like the little dongle
Oh, like
thing.
yeah, I think they did have something like that before, but like now it's just like you have to log into their like password manager, not password manager, but their licensing, third party licensing something. You have to like log into that, and then that verifies that you purchased the program.
Okay, so it's like
So
standard software stuff where you have to log in into whatever it is, but it's
yeah,
not like having a proprietary piece of hardware that you have to plug in your computer in order to access the application.
right. I think Pro Tools was like just really annoying with that. Like I had to
They
log
were,
into
yes.
like one thing, and then I had to log into something else, and then since it was like a separate application on the desktop, I had to like I'm like, I don't know what password I use because I used some auto generated password in Google. So then I had to go to Google and figure out what password, and then it was really annoying. So I'm like, Pro Tools, yeah, it was just really frustrating. So I'm like, and it just looks outdated and blah. The user interface, the UI, I'm just like, anyway.
Anyway, yeah.
Anyway, what was I doing? I was trying to transport everything into my Cubase here.
Yeah, Matt says he had to deal with dongles with software. What other softwares did you deal with that had dongles to it? Like, Pro Tools is the only one that I've ever had to work with when it came to a dongle.
I don't
Luckily, the
remember.
college supplied those, so it's like I didn't have to pay for it all myself. The school did. Do 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 do. Oh, AutoCAD, really?
I remember
Oh yeah,
AutoCAD.
that makes sense with AutoCAD.
AutoCAD is still super popular today, but boy, I remember using it. Gosh, I remember using AutoCAD back in, it would have been like
I used a little bit of AutoCAD.
late 80s, yeah. Like
Wow.
probably around
What? The 80s?
80,
Oh my
87, 88, 89. I used AutoCAD. It was hilarious because AutoCAD was like this, you know, fancy drafting software that you could go in and create blueprints and so forth. And I used it. I would stay after school to use it to make SSD sheets for Starfleet battles, which
You're such a nerd.
Nice.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Yes. That is great. That
yeah.
is something you would totally say. I love that. That's awesome.
I totally did it. I would stick around after school every day to work on designing my own custom SSD sheets which are, you know, for anybody who doesn't know, are like diagrams of ships and the layout for allocating damage and stuff to your systems in a ridiculously overly complicated but wonderful Star Trek combat simulation game played on a big empty hex map.
That's awesome.
It was so awesome. I made up my own, like I made up my own, I don't know if you call it like a race, but it was like a faction of the Klingon Empire that
Oh,
broke off from the Klingon Empire, and they basically were like pirates, and they went around like stealing tech from other races, and so their ships were like smaller ships. They didn't have these big massive, but they had all these little pirate ships that were equipped with a mix of weaponry from other races in the game. So, plus
like
one of their
the
own.
Orions.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean the Orions were pirates in the game. Yeah, yeah. But this was slightly different. But yeah. 3D Studio Max.
Oh, 3DS Max. I used it, but like when I used it, there was no dongle necessary. That was 2009 ish. Boy, do I miss that application. I miss it, but I also feel like it's just nostalgia that just makes me want to say that. Because Blender's awesome, don't get me wrong. Blender is fantastic. So I'm gonna blame nostalgia for me like missing 3DS Max.
What are the, out of curiosity, Ludum, what are the stars in the grassy plain scene?
Stars?
There's like all these little twinkling lights way off in the distance.
What are those? I have no idea. Can you grab them?
I mean, I don't want to let me try, but
I see them too, but what is it? I'm gonna try flying the one.
Stars. What? You guys talking about? You got stars?
Oh, what is that? It's an actual thing.
like
Okay.
objects that you threw out there accidentally, maybe?
Oh my god, yeah, it is. They're speed boost triggers.
There's
What? How? How? What? How is... Alright, whatever. Okay. I'm just gonna delete all those. How? What? That's... I don't... Okay. Alright. Whatever, man. I don't know how they ended up being all the way out there.
I mean, I don't either.
Alright, oh my gosh, those are so far away. Oh, what are those? Well, we'll go find out. Let's fly all the way out there. What are you guys? Oh yeah, speed boost triggers, okay. Got rid of those too. Alright.
I hope those weren't your actual speed boost triggers, and these were like the base points. Like for example, you can, when you place something in a scene, it might not be set to 000, and then when you position something, if it's like a child object, you could be leaving the base object somewhere odd. If that makes sense, I don't know.
I don't think they were parented or had parents
Okay.
themselves, I don't think.
Okay, cool.
I don't believe they did. Well, they're gone now.
All right.
So, I mean,
Groovy.
I can always
Did you
replace them.
update the ball prefab?
I did. Yes, I did.
Can,
Thank
can
you for
you
reminding me. I'm gonna push that.
thank you.
An hour later. Okay, sorry about that, man. Okay.
No worries,
Push,
no
push, push,
worries.
push.
It's all good. It's all good.
Did I merge a scene then move origin? No, I haven't merged any scenes. Oh wait, hold on. Wait. Why? Hold on. Okay, I pushed again because there were some changes that weren't pushed for some reason.
They're not download. Aha. Do you guys want a Steinway D, a Bosendorfer, or a Bechstein, or a Yamaha piano?
Yeah,
What?
I wouldn't have a clue just by the name what the difference is.
I'll do Yamaha. Pop. Okay, I guess that's right. Pops.
Are you going to give us
Steinway.
samples?
Sure. Okay. Can you hear this?
It's kind
I
of
don't-
low on my end.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, it's kind of soft. Do you hear that?
Barely.
Yeah, it's a little better.
Let's see. How that?
There we go.
Okay, so what are our options?
So that's Yamaha. Let me download the Steinway. How about this one?
Okay.
Or this one. This one's loading. Oop.
I like the last one better out of the three.
There's one more.
Okay. The first one sounded like super electric, like
This one sounds like it's
it almost
panned
sounds
to
like
the
it's
right. Sounds a little odd. Yeah, I kind of like the Steinway D.
cool.
Play that one again.
Sorry. Downloading. Okay. We're not downloading, just loading.
Sounds pretty clean. Sounds a little more realistic than the other ones do.
Yeah, I thought the Yamaha sounded a little odd.
I thought it sounded very realistic. It sounded like one of those like $100 electric pianos that you buy your kids.
$100. Electric pianos are like $500 if you get an electric one. These are acoustic horizontal grand pianos. These are concert grands.
Well, that first one didn't sound like it.
It does sound, yeah. Little. Why does it sound like this?
Have you tried
This
harpsichord?
is
Oh
Yamaha
man,
C7.
Travis can get down on a harpsichord.
Sounds a little odd. Maybe it's Steinway. I like the Steinway. That had. What was that, Ludum?
Maz asked if you've tried the harpsichord, and I was telling him that you can get down on a harpsichord.
Harpsichord, yeah. Let's see. Let me find my program. Here it is. Harpsichord is. Oh wait, I think I have to load it. Where'd it go? Where would the harpsichord be? Harpsichord. Let me add another instrument track from the Philharmonic. That one had harpsichord. This one. Other
You have
instrument.
to play Maz a song with the harpsichord.
Okay. So soft, I can barely hear it. I gotta turn up the gain. Boop. Here you go. This sounds pretty good from this one, but let's go back.
Maz says, play angry. Play the angry harpsichord.
Angry harpsichord, okay. Where'd it go? Here like this. What was it? Okay, oh, that's for organ though. I don't know. Is that angry? Is it angry enough?
Supposed to play us a song.
Here it is. Play angry, double tempo. Thought about it's a good idea. Yeah. I increased the tempo last time, been changing the instrumentation a bit here and there. Yeah.
All right. Maz, do you want to try joining if you're still here? I'll bet you your phone, if you use autocomplete, is adding a space to the end. That's going to be my guess. But we can try and make sure. See if it works. All right, I think I fixed the... It does look a little bit more like a reflection and not transparency now. And I made it consistent so we see sky on the first player. Yeah, Maz was able to join that time. He's in there. So now who do we need? Travis? I'll make sure that the fourth player works.
Oops, that is not showing there.
Yep, that worked.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I think that was the issue with that then. So there's that. Nice grass. I see we have grass now in there.
Working on it.
Yeah,
I could probably go and remake a new model. Like, it was a really half-assed grass.
Right.
But
Maz, you want to do... Well, you got the phone. I know it's harder for you. I'm sorry. Whoever, anybody, type RR space start. And we'll give this a go. All right, here we go. And I disabled your camera script, so I wanted to see if there's a difference. Okay, we've got to deal with some culling, some clipping with the obstacles on the edge. Oh, I think you fell off the track and now we're trying to follow you. Yeah, somebody did. That's not good. Okay.
Someone fell off.
Cool, cool. All right. At least I got those identified. Thank you. All right. So, cool. Next.
it's drying out my eyes.
File, save. Let's do. Nice. All right.
Well, I should probably get going. Have to catch
Spend
up
time with that
family.
fam.
Yeah, enjoy your visit with the family.
Thank you.
Yep,
Tell your
yep,
family
yep.
we said what's up.
Yeah.
Sup?
I'll catch you guys next time. Have a great
All
night.
right, Travis. Have a good
Bye.
night.
Thanks
Care,
everyone
bud.
for watching.
Let's see.
What's up?
What's up? I'm gonna swap this around. Let's move this there, and then let's put this there. All right. That's better. I am too. Our tree's tripping out again.
Is it?
Yep.
Let's swap out the front with yours.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna do English muffins and eggs.
Okay.
English muffins and what?
And eggs.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that what's for breakfast or for dinner?
I think right now. Look at him goes,
All right.
English muffins and what?
We got eggs, didn't we?
Yes, we got eggs.
Nice.
So, Ludum, what's your plan for tonight? Are you sticking it out, or are we needing to wrap
Yeah.
soon, or what's your thought?
No,
Okay.
I'm hanging out. We're gonna get the
Okay.
work done. Missed out on last week. What about you?
Sure. I'm down. All right. Let me know if you swap. I'm assuming you're probably planning on working in there. So I'm going to let go of cameras for tonight. But if you do change up and like go do something else, let me know and we'll push.
I can.
And I'll drop in some cameras. You don't have to, though. You're working on that. That's fine.
Well,
I can work
no,
on.
I mean, like, I'm just painting.
I mean, I can work on the player attributes. That's something I know we want to, get built in here before too long.
Well, I mean, I think the cameras might be a little more important because it's actually kind of something we need for legit testing, right? Then I don't have to go and throw in my own cameras for fun, just for testing purposes. Right?
Sure. I mean, however.
Because I can go and I can go and 3D model stuff, that we need as well. So
I'm flexible too, man. Whatevs.
Yeah, I don't know. What are you in the mood to work on? Do you want to do attributes or do you want to do cameras?
I'm fine either way.
But what do you want to work on?
I don't know. I really don't have that much of a preference. I really don't.
Well, looks like we're in the same boat here. So
I'll start working on player attributes because you're already grooving on that terrain. So why don't you keep cruising on what you're on instead of having to shift gears? Yeah.
Okie dokie then. I will keep at it.
Cool.
Matt says, you guys could probably grab camera code that has already been written for multiplayer kart games.
Perhaps. Alright, let's see. I want to change. Where am I at? Follow. Where's the dampening? There it is. Position dampening. I'm gonna lower this to like a 0.5.
What kind of attributes are you thinking of? Like, just off the bat,
Sure. I mean, the main thing I want to do is get the functionality in there, regardless of what attributes we actually create. I want to get the core functionality of picking things up off the track, having the choice of dropping it if you've got too many, that kind of stuff. Get the fundamentals in there.
Okay.
I think I've got some notes, though, in terms of a few attributes. Let's see.
Sweaty or not sweaty?
Let's see.
Took me a moment to kind of get what you were talking about. Like, what?
Yeah, that's...
Nice one, Maz. Nice one.
Let's see. So some of the things that we had written down were the ability to cut in line. Like whenever you go into a queue, you swap spots with the marble in front of you. A payoff ability where you sacrifice points that you've earned in order to avoid specific traps. A force field ability where other marbles contact the field instead of you. Strength, like added weight or mass to the ball. Points bonuses, like getting a 50% increase in points. Guess my notes aren't as extensive as I thought they were, unless I've got another sheet somewhere. But those are a few.
All right.
Like I said, my main concern was just with getting sort of the ability to, like, not be specific about the ability, but actually work on, like, being able to pick them up in the track and, a keyboard, or a chat command shortcut to drop one or to add it type of thing, and having it display in the window and that kind of thing, so that no matter which ones we add into the mix, it'll be functional.
Okay, right on. Question with that, with
Thank
like
you.
you're welcome.
Baby.
Yes?
Thank you.
Just kidding. Just kidding. So like, if we're gonna have, let's say, 8 players, right, and then each one have an ability assigned, or like that they would have, would that, because now each marble wouldn't have its own camera, right? How do you see the UI looking when it comes to, like, how will a player know what ability they have? Because it's like, it's not like they have a mouse to hover over it, right? To like get like a tooltip or anything of that sort. So how do we educate the player on how and what abilities are and what they do?
That is a great question. In terms of the UI, what I had envisioned, I can show you that. So even though they don't have their own space, their own camera rather, they do have their own space on the screen. They still have the little window with their name and everything. Prefabs, UI, clear screen. Okay, so right here on my screen, if you can see it, I started laying out kind of just a generic. So like you have their name here, and then up here in this corner, like maybe the score and their position, ranking. And then you can have like 2 slots over here that we just drop in, sort of like a, an icon for each ability. Now we can use this space, like if we want to, over this right here. We have all of this real estate, especially since it's not a camera. We have all this real estate to pop up messages to the player.
Okay.
So,
okay. All right.
So we can actually drop text messages over here, or we could even have, like, if you want the explanation of what the abilities are, we could have those extend out. We've got different options as to how we do that, but I mean, it's a good question. But what I'm envisioning is, like, so you wouldn't see anything here. This would be empty. And then let's say you go over the spot where you pick up your first ability, then it populates into this space. And so now you have that ability. And what we could do is have the text pop up next to it that says, like, ability added, and then we can have the basic description of what it is. And then maybe after time, or when the next message pops up, that goes away. But the icon stays. And then, like, let's say you pick up your second one, So you could have down here this icon pop up, and then you could have the text for that show up that says, you know, new ability added with the general description. And then after a period of time or the next time you need to display something, that text disappears.
Okay. All right. I dig that.
Okay.
That gives the players an ability, a moment of being able to read it.
Right. And then let's say you pick up a third, so you can only carry two. So my thought process here is that you would pop up a message that says you have the ability to add this new, you know, or the option to add this new ability, you know, type, you know, like you would have to enter 1 to drop your first one, 2 to drop your second one, or, you know, 3 to drop this one, or I don't know, whatever. I mean, it doesn't have to be that. I'm just making something up for the sake of it, but something along those lines, so that they basically have time to make a decision on whether they're going to not pick up the extra one, because it doesn't do any good. It's not getting them any bonuses until they swap it out for one of these two. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get
So
it thrown down.
Yeah, so you can only ever have two at a time. And so you're making a decision. The players, as the game is going, they're able to say, okay, yeah, drop that second one for that. This one's better than that one. And so then, boom, it drops that. And now you're getting that other bonus instead. That's kind of the concept that I had in terms of that.
Okay, all right. Just a suggestion thrown out there. It's, to me, it seems a little, what's the word I want to say? I don't want to say awkward or unfair or OP. I don't know. It's hard to explain like how I feel about it, but like the idea that if the player has two abilities already, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they pick up a third one, and the player has the ability and the time to pick and choose to get rid of one of the two they have to replace the third one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is going on while the game is being played.
Correct.
Right? So, I don't know. I'm like, I'm trying not to compare it to Mario Kart in a sense, because it's not Mario Kart. But to me, the idea that the player, I don't want to say should not the right word, but like perhaps the player should keep in mind that if they don't like an ability, they should discard it, just in case another one comes up, right? I feel like if you were to give the players the ability to have two and then pick and choose from a third one, seems a little OP in a sense, given that like our matches aren't going to be that long for one, but also like it can kind of create a weird kind of balance whenever the player needs to pick and choose, like should I use one of my two abilities to open up another slot, like, or just hold on to the two until the right moment, but I might miss out on another ability that could be more beneficial. Because if you were to allow them to have three abilities at once,
well, they can't ever have three.
Well, no, but they'll have two, but they'll be carrying three, right? Because they'll be holding on to one until they decide whether to discard 1, 2, or 3.
So
right. So I think in order to balance that out, if we were to do that, we would have, like, if they discard ability 1 or 2, perhaps it's dropped on the floor for someone else to pick up.
Mm-hmm.
Or transferring it to another player would be kind of weird and awkward.
Yeah.
But I feel like if they had 3 at a time, and it just seems kind of OP. No?
I mean, I get what you're saying. There's two things about it. So first off, I only envisioned it for a certain period of time. It's not like you would hold on to
Of
all
course.
three for the entire course of the game, and then
Course.
last second decide, okay, great, now I switch, It would be more like it pops up and you have 30 seconds to make a decision, or it just drops that third one for you, kind of a thing. But the other reason I was thinking about going at it this way was I don't want it to get like I'm concerned that players will just like you want to encourage actual choices. We don't want it to turn into just to sit back and watch and see what happens. You want there to be actual decisions to be made. And I feel like if like once two slots are full, if they never have a choice again, unless they drop one, that a lot of players won't drop one and won't ever make another choice. They'll just sit there and sit on the first two they get the rest of the game. And if you constantly throw that to them that, oh, hey, you have this option to swap this out, you're giving them choices, you're keeping them involved, keeping them paying attention, and making it more, player driven instead of just, physics driven. That was my thought behind
Okay. No,
that.
that's fair. That's fair. Okay, no, I get where you're coming from with that, especially with a game that's as passive played as it is.
Yeah.
That is a good way to keep the players engaged in that sense. I didn't consider it in that sense. So, okay, all right. No, that I think that's pretty smart in that sense. Like you said, it keeps it like one, choices matter more, and two, it keeps players actually involved in paying attention in that sense.
Right,
So,
right.
okay,
Right.
all right. I get what you're saying.
Gotcha. Let's see. Maz said you could do a halo effect around the ball that suggests its attribute, E out, or an animated trailing flag behind the ball. We could. We tried. Yeah. We were a little concerned with some flags or banners or things on the players, maybe clogging up the screen. We'll have to see whether we like that or not. But we also have the ability to utilize those individual player screens, so I think that's good. But yeah, there's some options there we can play around with and see what we like. How about a transparent ball that's a fish bowl with water and a goldfish inside? That's hilarious.
I love that. I love that goldfish water bowl idea. Or fish
That would
bowl.
be hilarious.
I love that. When it hits something, a little splash of water up top.
Right?
I love that idea. Put that on the list.
It's on the list.
Good idea, Maz. Is that your English muffin with egg over there?
Yeah, sorry.
Is it good? Tell me how delicious it is. It's an egg McMuffin.
I mean, it's decent. It's a little more healthy than I usually like because we're trying to be a little bit more conscientious. So there's no cheat.
Wow.
Right?
Woo.
Yeah. So I think they're like wheat muffins and there's no cheese, but I mean, it's still good.
Got no cheese?
No. I think we're trying to cut back a little. Be a little bit.
All right.
Yeah.
Cheese is healthy in small
Well,
amounts.
in moderation. Yeah. We're not very good at moderation. What, babe? Oh.
Not a literal flag. A flaming item when rolling creates a tail like comet. Oh, when you're talking about like the attributes.
Right. Yeah, like a different glow or comet effect or something that indicates which type of it, it could work. It could be cool. The only thing that concerns me with that approach is if we have a lot of different options and each player can have two, it might start to get slightly complicated. But you'd have to have them displayed differently, like one as a trail and one as some other type of like the halo or whatever. You'd have to do two different things, otherwise it's going to start to get might get real convoluted.
Well, if the UI of each player is on the screen, technically all players would be able to see what each player has.
Yeah, yeah. And we can light up those player UIs. Like we can put visual effects or whatever inside the individual player windows too, without having to clutter up the main broadcast screen. We can do animated effects, we can do visual effects, we can do whatever we want in there.
Okay, all right, right on.
Yep. All right, I gotta grab a drink.
Drink it up. Be prepared to come back with a hydrant.
I'll be back.
Hi, Maz. How you doing? It's me and you here, bud. You miss being in the industry? Like working on like legit like game industry titles and stuff? Do you miss that at all? I think about it every now and then. It's like, sometimes I do miss kind of being part of like an actual industry team and, that kind of thing. Don't get me wrong, I love indie development and go at my own pace kind of thing. But I don't know. There's something magical about working in the industry. Do you ever miss it? Unless it happens to be, your current situation. You miss it a bunch, been waiting till you can do 8 hours a day on it. That's the dream, right? Yeah. Like, have you thought about applying and getting back into it at all? Just as, I mean, you're a veteran of the industry. I don't know how easy it would be for you to get back into it. Well, there's a lot of things to think about in that situation, like location, because there's not video game studios everywhere, or that kind of thing. I mean, that's a competitive field too. So, but you ever think about getting back into it at all? Like legitimately? Industry has laid off so many people. Every job is that. Yeah. What 2024 had 30,000 layoffs in the industry? Was it 30,000? 10,000. That was a lot. No, not. I think it was more than 10,000. Going into that industry is like it's volatile, man. Like it's scary. I don't know if I was saying it on stream last time, but my buddies at Riot and Treyarch and everything. It's like watching them bounce from company to company to game studio to game studio. I don't know how they live those lives. That's dedication to a level of game development that Not even I have. Unless Bethesda wanted you to write quests for Elder Scrolls, that'd be dope. I was offered a job at Bethesda as a level designer years ago. I didn't want to move to Maryland though. And Big Huge Games. Big Huge Games actually offered me a job too. But I didn't want to move East Coast. I was like, no. I'm comfortable where I'm at. No. I don't think anything bad happened to Riot this year. Let's see. Let's see. The guy that taught me VFX work at Petroglyph Games, he moved to Riot to be a lead VFX artist. He ended up moving to another studio. I don't think it was Riot that was the problem. I don't think they were laying off. I think he was offered something better for a different studio. Might have been Santa Monica, I think. So I don't think Riot was an issue. Let's see. You participated in national polls last week, and they asked feelings about Riot games. Tell me, what are your feelings towards Riot games? If you don't mind me asking. I'm interested. You are an older fellow, industry veteran. I don't know if you play Riot games or anything that they put out, Valorant or League, TFT, whatever. But I'm interested to hear your opinion. I mean, I still play League from time to time. I've been playing since beta. They offered me a job too as a VFX artist because my buddy was like, oh, hey, you know, I know a guy. I trained him. But I don't want to live in California. Oof. Thanks. To be honest, I'm not a very good VFX artist, so that's another reason why I turned it down. You play Riot games, Vale? No, right?
It sounds familiar. It sounds familiar, but I don't think so. Like what?
League of Legends, Valorant, TFT, Team Fortress Tactics or something. I don't know.
No.
No. Runeterra, that's another. It's a card-based game.
Haven't played any of those, but then again, in the grand scheme of the game world, I've played. For somebody who's in the industry, I've played surprisingly little.
Thought I would ask. You never know.
I mean, I feel like I've played. I feel like I've played a lot of games, but then when I hear y'all talk about them, I'm like, yeah, I don't know any of these games you're talking about. So
That's fair. Let's see, they're riding on past glory. This was open to being replaced by newer games. I can see where you're coming from with that. I mean, they have their new fighting game coming out, 2X KO, I think that's what it's called, or something like that, which looks really good. It's kind of based off League of Legends fighters or heroes, so it's kind of still based off the League of Legends universe. But yes and no. Yeah, I kind of agree. Like, they do kind of ride on the past. I mean, they have so much freaking money. Like, they can take their time. But and League of Legends is still widely played, still a huge esports game. Still putting out skins, you know, Team TFT, you know, that's huge. Valorant, another esports game. No, they're still doing pretty well. And then with the 2XKO, that's going to be an upcoming esports game, fighting game as well. They're still holding on to a pretty heavy title with all their stuff. I think one of the things that they have going for them, though, is they have the capabilities of doing any kind of game they wanted. I actually tried to I don't want to say tried, but I was like predicting that they would eventually come out with an MMO. I gave them a 10-year span. This was years ago. I was like, probably within 10 years or so, they'll start putting out word that they're going to work on an MMO, because the world that they created in League of Legends is huge. Like, it's so in depth. There's so much involved, and they're constantly adding to it. They made the show Arcane based off of it. Like, they're so in depth. It would be dumb of them to not go and take the time to create an MMO based off of their world. Not only that, but they have over 100 characters that are well known and loved by players to this day that they can use as champions and people of the world that you can train from or get abilities from. Be like special characters similar to like Thrall or Sylvania, whatever her name is from WoW. You know, like those special characters that exist in a world that players would love to be just walk up and talk to them and get a quest from. Like, it would be dumb, and like their universe is so vast. It'd be really ridiculous if they didn't make an MMO eventually. You know, however, you never know. Like, creating an MMO takes a lot of time, a lot of funding, a lot. They have the capabilities. They really do. Let's see. Just like Fortnite had to evolve, I know they were hiring people to create stories and quests in Fortnite. Yeah, the Fortnite world's coming up pretty heavily. It's almost like a new age Roblox in a sense. That's what it looks like. It's gonna be like Roblox, but on a Fortnite level, which will be interesting. It'll be interesting to see that. And then, let's see, people age out of games, need to always attract new younger crowd as the older players move on. Minecraft. Yeah, I agreed. I feel like these older games like Minecraft and Fortnite and stuff, like, I feel like they'll last at least another 1 or 2 generations. Like, the generational gap is shorter these days. However, attention spans are a lot lower. And video game playing numbers are at an all-time low as well. Probably due to convolution and just attention span. But at the same time, as us older gamers, more so like my generation, the generation before me, like, what we're growing up with is things that, like say Fortnite, for example. We're growing up with it, so we're investing our late 20s, early 30s, late 30s into this thing that's growing, right? And obviously, at a certain point, we're going to try to capitalize on it, just like Roblox, right? So it's like, in a 10-year span, for example, for me being 38, going to 48, if Roblox fades out and Fortnite seems to be a good investment of my time, especially with my development experience, to maybe capitalize and make money from it, it could easily last that long with an older generation. You know, especially these days, 10 years is a long time. You know, and Minecraft might be hanging on, but Minecraft has such a simplicity element to it that even newer generations can grasp onto it and fall in love with it. Like I said, it's like the Legos. You know, nobody ever thought quests would die. Quests? Like, what do you mean by quests? Is that a game, or are you talking about just in general quests. Oh yeah, Roblox right now is the whole pedophile and protecting children thing is a huge issue, which has been really bad for Roblox. But that's nothing new though. They've been fighting that for years. I think just now they're really bringing it to light. Finally. No. EverQuest? Oh. Yeah, no one thought EverQuest would die. Sure, you know, but at the same time, one EverQuest was to me revolutionary. You know, like sure there was like Ultima and
Ah,
Ultima
baby.
2. There was RuneScape. You know, like there were all those like MMO style things, but EverQuest I feel like kind of took the next step forward into a different kind of 3D MMO arena, right? Um, and I think EverQuest was doing very well until what was Mythic's game? Dark Age of Camelot. Like Dark Age of Camelot was a fantastic, PvP with, PvPvP, which had a fantastic element of it was a like a race slash class based PvP that, as far as I know, wasn't no other game could match that. Then WoW came out, so it's like as the industry evolved at that time, like it was kind of necessary. So I don't know. Like I think if you were at that time, perhaps you wouldn't think EverQuest wouldn't ever die. But at the same time, I feel like that's kind of narrow-minded, given that graphics were getting better, hardware's getting better, that kind of thing. EverQuest was awesome, but the other thing is EverQuest has come back. Like the new not new EverQuest, but EverQuest, whatever they call it, is back, and people are loving it. People are back to playing EverQuest, so it's been revived, which is really cool to see. I've been kind of waiting for Star Wars Galaxy element to kick back in, where it's like they do the same thing, um, but back then, I feel like if you thought EverQuest wasn't never going to die, I don't know. I kind of feel like that would be narrow-minded, not to sound rude or inconsiderate of the players back then at all. EverQuest was, I loved it. But in comparison to today, like to think of like a big scaled MMO style game. Not even an MMO. Like let me take that back. Not even an MMO game, because like even an MMO would be an extremely risky element. Like look at Mountain Blade, and let's see, there was the newer one, Lost Ark, which I think is more heavily like Asian country based. Look at Diablo 4. Look at Path of Exile. Those are not really MMO based, but they're still like heavy, potentially RPG, multiplayer based senses. And it's like, okay, there's all these different ones. And as you said, there's too many choices, right? So it's rather you pick one and you play it with a group of people, or you don't pick one and you have a wide variety to play from, and then you lose interest because you finished the main campaign, no one to play with, it's not worth your money, that kind of thing. So it's a hard decision these days, but back then, that's all you had, right? You're playing Super Nintendo and you're playing the same Super Nintendo games for so many years and trying to figure out all the secrets and stuff. Gaming's not like that, unfortunately. EverQuest had dump trucks of cash dumped through. Oh yeah, I bet. EverQuest was so good. One, F that game. F it because it was difficult and annoying, and there are parts of it at the time I'm like, I hate this game so much. But man, it was so good. It was so good. One thing about EverQuest that I absolutely adore now is riding trains and the amount of time it takes to go from one area to another. Unfortunately, I don't think that would fly these days. If you had to take, 15 to 45 minutes to ride a train from one area to another, that would not fly with today's ADD gamer.
I don't know. There's a game that's, I can't believe how popular that. I don't remember what it's called. Like it's like some kind of truck driver simulator where you literally drive like semis on deliveries and stuff, and it's real time.
Yeah.
Like what?
Right. Right, but you're driving. That's the thing. But you're actually driving and doing that. Where like in EverQuest, you'd just be sitting on a train, not doing anything. It's like in Warcraft and WoW, it's like you're like flying your hippogriff from one point to another, and you're like waiting like 15 minutes. You're just like, okay, what do I do now? But at least with its truck driver simulator, you're actually driving. There's gameplay involved with that. Or I don't know why people just don't go and become a real truck driver at that point. I mean, don't get me wrong. I actually want to play like those truck simulators. They look fun. They look really fun. I like driving though.
I think you're right that there's a large group of people that are very much about that, like, need for things to just constantly keep moving. But I think there's also a large base of players that actually like the chill factor, the play at a real time pace or at a slower pace, and it's not, it's almost like almost like an escape from the bustle. What's that?
Right? Yeah. Absolutely. Like, I can't imagine there wouldn't be people like that. But in the idea of like a new aged gamer, like a younger generation, I don't know. Not saying out loud, that might be something kind of refreshing. Because I guess the hard part about catering to a new generation is you have to think, one, are they a new gamer where they haven't played previous generational games, which is kind of unlikely, but possible. So it's like, are you starting with a fresh gamer brain? I guess you have to think about what generation. It's like, is it the generation after me, the generation after that one, the generation after that one, or even, the one before that, which is pretty much super young at this point. What the heck? I heard my cat screaming. But I imagine there's a lot of gamers out there, probably I imagine would be on the older scale, that really do appreciate that slow paced, chill vibe. I mean, that's why Exiles Eden comes to mind, is because it's like, I want to cater to that player where it's just easygoing. It takes a while to do stuff, But I feel like that is more catered to people who are actually trying to be productive and play games. Such as myself.
Right.
But to be able to like sit in an MMO and take a train somewhere and take 30 minutes to get there, I don't know how well that would do these days for newer aged gamers. I'm actually kind of interested to see what it would be like. From Software created new franchise Elden Ring using much of what was in their other IP, but they modified to include more potential buyers. That they did, and it worked. It worked. It definitely worked. Yeah. I'm a sucker, though. I'm a sucker for From Software stuff. You know, I've been playing since King's Quest. No, King's. Oh my god, what the? I can't even think of the name. Hold on. Kingsfield. That's what, not Kingsfield. Kingsfield. You know, like playing that one, like which was terrible in my opinion, but you know, like I enjoyed that game. And then Demon Souls came out on PS3, so I'm a huge diehard From Software fan. I like the difficulty and the pain that they provide. It's a nice test of my patience. As I grow older, I'm slowly losing interest in it because I don't have time for that stuff. But they know what they're doing, though. They know their player base, they know their target market, and they deserve to be where they're at. I'm excited to see what they do next, though. Red Dead Redemption 2. A lot of modern young gamers couldn't make it through the slow first hour. That's a valid question if they decide to risk it. I think that it was a risk to lose them, but I feel like the way that the world is and the way players talk and how social media works, I feel like it was a valid risk to take because when people talk, they're like, "Oh yeah, the first hour is boring, but it gets way better after that." Not only that, but when you look at the content people create of the weird, crazy stuff they do, and you know the possible multiplayer elements, that creates worth in player time, whether they want to suffer through a slow first hour or not. Not only that, if they played the first one, then they know the possibilities of how epic the story can be for an old school Western or any Grand Theft Auto, for example. I feel like if you have an understanding of what Rockstar games are, like you would probably know and have a good idea that it would be worth the time to take that hour. But as you said, for new players, it might be difficult. But I think social media and people who have experience kind of help push them into finishing that slow first hour or two. That, or they just speed through it. You know, they might not even care and just speed on through it. A little hard with that one, but you know, still doable. Gotta get the dopamine in you, you know. That's what makes good YouTube videos and good, well, social media content and video game intros. Dopamine. That's totally fair. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, the Red Dead Redemption 2 intro was not my favorite intro to play through, you know. In fact, I probably played. I didn't even finish Red Dead Redemption 2, but I think I played it out of obligation because I finished the first one and I enjoyed it. I did enjoy the first one, but I don't know, like it wasn't my favorite game. But I'd probably say I felt more of an obligation to play it. But like you said, a GTA game, like GTA 5 intro, that's starting off with a banger, which I feel like was still kind of meh, for GTA 5. But yeah. It is an old cowboy movie. I grew up watching cowboy movies, so I enjoy that kind of thing. But, you know, that's not something a new age teen would probably be interested in, right? Maybe you threw in some action and some boobies in there, then yeah, a teen would probably be a little more interested. Vale, have you played any of the Rockstar games at all? Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead?
No.
No. Man, I want to play EverQuest right now. Just talking about it, oh man. Take it easy, Maz.
Hey, Mess. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a good night. Catch you around
Take care,
next time.
Party hardy, sir.
Oh. Shoot.
Do we have a tree asset?
Yeah. I think so. Although, if I remember right, I think you said you didn't like it.
I remember not liking it, but it'd be nice to have.
Maybe it was in the old version that we're not in anymore. Might have been in the other version. We might not have added it to this one.
Textures. Oh, it's material. Yeah, I don't think so. That's okay. I will be right back.
Incoming transmission from archived footage.
Boom, 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 boom. Water, water.
Hydrate.
What can you do with water? You need water for the dishes, water for your hair, water for the fishes, and water for the clothes that you wear. Boom, 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 boom.
You know, it just occurred to me that he always asks when he plays that if I drank my water, which I do. I grab the water, I drink as it's playing, and usually try to hold on so it's also on camera that I am hydrating. But it occurs to me that he plays that every time he leaves. So he's walking away, and obviously he's not drinking water. So I don't know, sir. Maybe a tiny hint of hypocrisy there. We'll have to give him a hard time about that later. All right. Bum. Oh, this is taking a long time. It's a pretty sizable package. $8,475 files. Whew. Oh, come on. Still downloading. Oh my goodness, this is taking a long time. And here I was just talking about, patience with games and chillaxing. Getting close. Tired. All right, come on. Are we almost done? We're in our 8th minute of download here. Maybe longer. Oh my gosh. That wasn't even the actual download. It's only just now doing the actual download. That was like prep. That's hilarious. I mean, it seems to be moving at a fairly good click, but wow. All right. Whoa. skill icons. Wow. So, how's everybody doing? How's it going?
How are you doing? Oh, no. How you doing? What? How you doing?
How are you doing? Oh, man. Oh, my goodness. All right, are we almost done? Okay. Let's see what we got now. All right, so where did it add this to? Right there. Okay, can I move it into images? Do I not have imports? Let's create an imports folder. And then let's move. What is this for? Materials and texture. Move that into the imports. Access is denied. Okay, of course it is. And let's move this one into imports. That let me do it. Good. Thank you. All right. What do we got? Armor. Avatar. Building. Character icons. We got so many things. Wow. Try to make these a little bit bigger. So what? I might be hanging things up a little bit. So many files. Let's just add one for starters, one or two. Let's do a point one. I feel like that's pretty generic. Let's see.
All right.
Okay.
So I had to go and make a beverage to drink for the hydrate.
So does that mean you heard my comment when you walked
I
away?
did hear your comment, sir. I heard it loud and clear. I was like, oh. So, cheers to that.
Cheers. That's funny. Nice.
You're funny. You're a funny guy.
All right, let's see. Bonus, skill 1, skill stand. I don't know what all these are. Okay. I mean, some of those are kind of coolish, but just don't know how they fit. That one might make sense at some point. Let's see. It's like a setting. There's like a music. There's like a. We need like. Let's see. Let's go to. Yeah. Darn. Let's see. Let's try weapons. I guess. I don't know. I feel like we need something more like gems and stuff. Like building. Let's look at medieval icons. What's this? This looks better. Skills medieval. Okay, we got a little pot with a gold coin. That could work. Or a hand with coins. Or a big pile of coins. Something like that could work.
Oh, hi, still there? What's up, Kitty Pants? What are you doing? Hi. What are you doing, my guy? What? What? You can't escape these clutches. I will kill you with kisses. He acts like he hates that, but he loves it so much. Gosh, no matter how much I brush you, it's like you have so much hair. Yeah, you do. So much hair. Yeah. I don't even know. You have any plans this weekend, Vale? For Labor Day?
No.
Nice. The best kind of plans.
You know me. Probably try to get in some development coding on some of my projects as much as I'm motivated to, and then, you know, kick back a little bit maybe, but yeah.
Nice. Sounds like a
A lot
good
of work.
time. Yeah, I know that feeling.
The biggest one I've been having trouble with lately is Dad's. I have really struggled with motivation on that game lately. I don't think I did a single session on it this week. I'm supposed to be doing it's on my agenda for every day. And I don't think I've done a single session this week.
Are you just at like a really like crappy part of development, or you're just wanting to work on other stuff?
That. Yeah, I don't know. I guess if I'm being honest, it feels like I'm trying to wrap up a game that, because it's the closest to being releasable, that it's like a sense of obligation to finish it, because I've kind of put it out there. I've made a Steam page. I've, been getting wish lists, and I've got, it's closer than any other game that I have to being completed. So I think there's this sense of, well, that's obviously what I need to be prioritizing. And so it's like more obligation than it is passion. I'm not really into the game. It's not the best code. It's not the best structure. It's not the best game. I shouldn't be saying that. Like, wish list my
Okay to be
game. It
honest with
sucks.
yourself.
No,
It's
I
okay.
mean it doesn't suck. I just feel like, and then it didn't help when I did my business plan projections, because I broke down my estimates per game, and I went through and I did research on each and every game and what I thought I could potentially bring in for all these different games. And it didn't help when, like, Circa and Floral Studio are way up here and Dad's is like way down here. Like,
Really, you don't think that dads will bring in like a good sense of potential income?
yes, I do. I think it could. I think it has the potential to. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, it's good.
But when you compare it to the other projects that I have going on, it pales in comparison.
Well, that's not very fair.
I mean,
Understandable, like I get that feeling, but
I just,
that's
yeah.
not fair.
No, it's not all about money. It's not all about, but I don't know. It's just a combination of things. It's an older code. It was, the project itself stemmed from a game jam. So it wasn't like it was like a passion project for me at any point in time. It was like a game jam that people liked and said, "Oh no, you should totally develop that out." And so I did. But it's not like at any point in time was I like, had the same level of passion for it as I do with some of these other projects.
Gotcha.
So it's like I want to get it knocked out. I want to get it done, but it just feels more like an obligation than a passion.
Gosh, that sucks. That's rough.
Yeah, it kind of does.
That's
But-
rough. How are, if you don't mind me asking, how are wish lists coming? Like are they frequent?
No. I mean, none of my stuff is moving. I mean, I guess it depends. Go ahead.
Well, like, is it like a couple a week? Like, you don't have to give me exact numbers, but like, does it go up often? Like, well, what are your numbers like progressing like without marketing?
I'll check. This is you're asking about dads, right?
Yeah.
So I have 122 wish lists.
Okay. Do you get wish lists like weekly? Like keeping in mind that you don't market it, that's a big element too.
Right. Let's see. I don't know. Okay, here we go. Let's view the most recent week. Will it do that? All right, so I got zero last week. Most recent 2 weeks. 0. I don't know. This doesn't feel right though. Let me see. Last month? How can it still be 0 in the last month? That doesn't feel right. 3 months? No, it's not pulling right. It's still showing zeros no matter what date range I pull. So I don't know. I mean, 122 total. And I posted the page, 10 months ago? Not quite here. So that's an overall average of, what is that, 10 a month? Is that?
It's not bad in my mind, for not marketing at all. Still in development. That's me though.
I mean, I hear you. I'm trying not to complain. I appreciate, 122 people, most of whom I'm sure I don't know. So that's great. I mean, I appreciate that. That's people who are, at some level interested in the game. Although I will tell you, from the amount of emails that I get, that I can almost guarantee you that some of those might be like publishers and marketers and stuff. I think they go in and look at games that are getting close to release and then wish lists so they can keep track of it, so that they reach out to those companies and say, hey, we can help you with your marketing. We can do this, blah, blah, blah. I get crap tons of those emails. I get more of those emails than I do wish lists.
I know that feeling. I know that feeling. You know, but like we're kind of on the same level. You know, I'm not saying that my game is that popular, but like we average probably about like 10 a month right now. You know, we're not doing so hot on wish lists as well. So I don't know, but we're also not marketing either.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not overly concerned about wish lists, like in the sense that I'm not doing anything to really drive wish lists, and so understandably, I'm not getting, like you said, 10 a month when you're doing nothing other than, the occasional stream where you're working on it or something.
That's pretty
It's
solid.
good. It's on my web page, that kind of stuff. That's fine. But like Pandemonium, that's a fully released game. And I have more wish lists for dads than I do actual downloads for Pandemonium Puzzle, and it's a free game with no ads.
Yeah. No. Well, as I had mentioned before, a free game with no ads sounds like a red flag. It's almost like hard to believe, you know. It's almost like in this day and age, it's hard to trust that kind of thing.
Maybe.
For good reason. I mean, you pull through, it's legit, But until you legit like start marketing it and people actually like this is legit, like there are no ads and it's a fun game and I don't have to pay a damn thing and I can still enjoy it. It's not a pay to win, you know.
Right.
That's where it is. But like out the door, you're like,
No, it's not a
game,
pay to win.
no ads. What's the catch here? Yeah, it's not a pay to win. Even myself as a player, if I didn't know you and saw that, I'd be like, bull. There's no way. There's a catch there. You're not gonna get me with that.
That's funny. That's funny.
Oh, wait. Are you there?
Yeah. What's up?
Oh, for some reason I thought you were muted at some point.
I mean, I've been accused of worse.
So I've been extending this intro area. Because you're like, oh, they go through the area so fast. So I've taken liberty of extending the range of mountainous and grassy area by like
I hope
3.
that you did so because you agreed with the comment, not just because you're like, oh, we better try to make him happy.
That's not how I work. Throwing that out there, that's not how I work.
Right,
I 100% agreed with you.
Okay.
Because it's like, yeah, you would get to the castle door like really quick, and it was very oh, I just
sort of blew by.
Yeah, but like the potential epicness of like
Yeah.
approaching a castle and just like
Yeah.
you get closer to the gate and it's like getting closer and closer and closer.
Yeah.
Like we could use that. I
Yes.
didn't recognize that until you mentioned it. So it's like, yeah, Vale's right. Like we need to extend this area a lot. And then even just like have a moment where you're just cruising down in a straightforward motion to the door to create that like approaching
Yeah.
element.
I like that.
So that's kind of what I'm doing now. So thank you for
Okay.
pointing that out.
Cool.
Um, yeah, just so you
Yeah, I
know,
like it.
you see what I'm doing. It's just like wow, there's a lot more green and environment here. That's why.
Gotcha.
But good idea on your part, sir.
Thanks. Why is
Yeah,
it?
with how big this terrain is getting, I feel like once they enter the castle, we will probably need to s- turn off the grassy plains area and
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. I agree. I think it's going to be terrain just is such a drain on the resources. It's so
It
much
can
more
be, yeah.
expensive than any like even the lighting.
Yeah. Terrain's expensive.
The only thing that was worse was trying to run the terrain 16 times through all the cameras.
Yeah. I guess given what it was running pretty decently for having 16 terrains. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is we just never thought of it that way. We thought of it as there's one terrain and we're getting 16 views of it. But in terms of
Yeah.
processing, it's essentially having to generate it 16 times so it knows what each view looks like.
Yeah. I didn't see that coming.
I didn't either. Did not either. That was a bad wake up call.
It was a good learning moment, though.
It was. It definitely was that.
Yeah, something that I've definitely have been getting into is building with optimization in mind. They don't teach that in college. They don't teach that in college at all. They didn't teach me that in any of the studios I work for. It's like keep optimization in mind when you're working. It's like okay, no, and then not once was I ever told that. It's like that would have been like game development 101. Like okay, well, I guess maybe not 101, maybe 102. But like, yeah, you definitely need to or excuse my language, keep optimization in mind when you're
Yeah.
building stuff. I mean, like I get it. Like when 3D modeling, our 3D modeling teacher was always like, yeah, you don't want things super high poly because it can slow stuff down. That's almost like an obvious like common sense situation that you would want to mention to anyone getting into 3D art. Sure. But when you're dealing with like engines and programming and stuff, like especially object oriented programming and a mixture of that with an engine, no, they had never once was like, yeah, think about the optimization as you build it. It's like, duh. But never pointed out. Here I am, 13 years after graduating, just now putting it into my repertoire of, oh, when I make a game, I should keep optimization in mind. If I had to teach a class about engine use, which I used 4 different engines in college, right? So it's like if I had to teach game development class with an engine, first thing would be like, all right, first thing we're going to look at optimization tools, kids. I'm going to show you to make sure that, you know what numbers you have as you put things down on the environment. When you throw down a texture, I want you to keep in mind what that texture resolution is and how it affects your, you know, the gameplay. Like, I feel like that should be one of the first things that you should teach whenever you introduce an engine to a new game developer.
Makes sense.
Like, game changer right there. Which I don't know. Well, I don't know if you keep up to date with like video game development news or whatnot, but there's a huge thing where I think it was Tim Sweeney with Unreal Engine 5. Like he went and outright said that like the optimization of games these days isn't the engine's fault, it's the developer's fault, right? Like he said that outright, just wholeheartedly, that's what he believes. And there's so many people out there who are fighting against it and be like, oh my god, Tim Sweeney was like, oh, it's not the engine's fault, it's the developer's fault. Of course he would say that it's not the engine's fault because it's, you know, Unreal Engine 5 or whatever. And so many people are just like kind of mad about him saying that, but in in the same situation, it's like, well, the thing is, like, based off of my experience of watching developers on Twitch and stuff like that, like, a lot of developers don't keep optimization in mind when it comes to creating games and stuff like that. I'm a victim of that. Like, if you look at my first game of Sleeper's Quest, there's zero optimization to it. I have a high-end PC, and it barely runs it. You know? But Unreal Engine provides you with the tool set and the ability to look at the optimization of your game as you build it. You know,
Yeah.
like
I mean,
there's no reason to blame the engine. The engine gives you everything you need
yeah.
to be optimized. You have
We just
nanite,
have
you
it.
have material instances,
Yeah.
all of that stuff.
Yep.
But
We just
players and
have
people,
this.
developers are just like, man.
Yeah. We just have this feeling like, you know, we should be able to do anything, you know, and like without limits. And
Right.
you know,
It's
obviously
not like that at all.
every device has limits, and you might be able to make it, you know, even if you can make it in the engine without, you know, certain limitations, that doesn't mean somebody can play it back, you know, with the same results.
Exactly. You know, and it kind of pissed me off to see that because it's like, have you never played a game with um quality settings? Like, quality settings exist for a reason.
Yeah,
Like, did
exactly.
you not piece that together? Like, there are limitations as to what you can do with what you're building and what you're making. Like, it's not fair to blame the engine at all. Like, you're lucky to even have access to the engines for free these days.
Right?
Yeah. You know,
It's
and you're gonna sit
amazing.
here and you're gonna blame the engine that your game's not optimized, and no, like Tim Sweeney was like, no, it's just the education of game development isn't based around optimization. No one's taught optimization for these developers that are just outright, they don't even go to school for games and they're making games that are unoptimized and they're going and blaming the engine. It's like, that's not right. Like, that's not cool. But all the people who are like, oh yeah, screw Tim Sweeney and his comments, like, that's messed up of him. Of course he's on Unreal Engine side. He's, you know, a big developer and all. It's like, you obviously don't know what you're talking about. Like, have you legitimately sat there and made an unoptimized game start to finish and realized that you were wrong the entire time because you weren't paying attention to the optimization? Obviously not. You know, it's been such a frustrating time watching these developers like throw him under the bus for his comment when he was absolutely 100% right. It's so frustrating.
Yeah.
Optimization, man. You know. And a hard part of it that I have is like I'm still an artist and I keep optimization in mind, but deep down, like optimization is kind of more of an engineering. Um, I don't want to call it a job per se, but like as an artist, like you have the the idea of like poly count, texture resolution, draw calls when it comes to like how many materials and stuff like that. Like sure, but when you're working with an engine, it's kind of more of like an engineering position to kind of make sure that your frame rates are looking appropriate and
I mean, I think
your
it
draw call
depends.
count.
I think it's a balance, and it has to be communication if there's different roles. For example, if I'm the, you know, let's say I'm the the project manager, then I'm looking at things like, okay, what devices are we running on? What are our minimum specifications? What are our maximum? What what frame rate are we targeting? What features are we needing to focus on? I'm focused on all of that kind of stuff. So then if you're the artist, I need to be able to come to you and say, okay, I'm looking for this, this, and this, and it needs to fall within these specifications, like
Yeah,
counts
true.
or whatever. Because if you give me something that's 10 times bigger than I'm trying to utilize, that I can afford, then, that's on me for not giving you that directive. But
Hmm.
if we're in communication and I'm telling you, hey, we've got to keep these to this, we've kind of had those back and forth discussions with Floral Studio.
Yeah.
It's been a little bit of a learn as you go kind of a thing, but
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, which has been great to be honest. I've
yeah,
been loving it.
right,
Yeah, for sure. Like it does kind of like with based off my experience with project management, at least with 2K and Petroglyph, like it wasn't so much the project manager who would seem to call out those things like outright. It'd be more of the engineers and the programmers to be like, "Hey, th- these issues are being caused from these art elements. We need to talk to the artists and make sure that they hit a standard that reaches this, right?
yeah,
Um, because it's like
An
I
anomaly
don't
has been
like
detected
I'm
within range
sure
of our
other
scanners.
studios they would
Collecting data now
probably
to
have like a
determine potential
higher
threats.
fidelity when it comes to what makes a project manager. At least I would hope. Um, but like to be able
Assessment of potential threat
for a
complete.
project
Danger
manager to
is
sit there and
minimal.
take their time
Returning to condition status
in the
blue.
game, look at optimization and be able to analyze it doesn't seem like it would be a project manager's job. It should be, but it would probably be more of a programmer engineer to call that stuff out because they're the ones who's kind of like that or the QA. The QA would probably like, hey, which I've had that issue with BioShock where it's like, well, okay, when you reach this point, the frame rate drops very heavily. Write a bug, analyze it, that kind of thing. But I still feel like it would fall towards engineering slash programming. But
right,
naturally, I feel that a project manager should have the capabilities and knowledge to sit back and be like, okay, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to take a day. I'm going to play this build and I'm going to watch these numbers move, through this game and kind of analyze it and make sure that we're at a good spot optimization wise. I feel like that's how it should be, yeah.
yep. I hear you. I hear you.
But something they at least they didn't teach me in college. I mean, my college wasn't the best, but still would have been nice. I think it just makes me more upset that with the amount of engines that they had us try and learn and work with, optimization should have came up at some point, but never did. Especially back then. I mean, yeah, back then it's only 2011, 2012. It's not really that far back. But even then, like, optimization still needs to be, should have been a even bigger part than it is now. At least now people have rendering tools and, nanite and LODs and stuff for the ability to work with
Right.
optimization with rendering stuff, where back then that wasn't a thing. So it's like, yeah, optimization should be number one. You know, I imagine back then it's like, if you like PS1. Let's see, how many polygons was the original Lara Croft? Let's see. Let's see. The original Lara Croft model was comprised of around 540 polygons in 1996. Like, okay, that's not a lot. That might be a lot back to PS1 standards, you know. But if you were to make her double that, 1,080 polys, I'm sure that would make it a huge difference. I imagine, with their capabilities.
Right.
Were they teaching? Oh, I don't even know if they had game development courses back then.
Right.
You know if they did or not?
I don't. That would be kind of surprising, actually. I mean, people
It
were
would
obviously
be.
learning, but I mean, there weren't like I don't, you know, I don't think there were even game engines back then. It was all, you know, building from scratch code, I'm sure.
Probably, huh?
Hmm.
Let's see. Let's see. Um, what engine was used for the original Tomb Raider? I don't know why Tomb Raider comes to mind, but. Let's see. Tomb Raider was built using a proprietary in-house engine developed by Core Design. Okay, so it was an in-house made engine. That sounds about right. I imagine, like, people would go and create their own engines in-house in order to get stuff done. That makes sense. When I worked at Petroglyph, like, it was interesting because, like, I had already graduated college and I worked with Unity and Unreal already, and then I got a job at Petroglyph and they had their own engine that they had built, their own proprietary engine, and it's basically the same engine that they use for Command and Conquer and stuff like that. And it was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. Like, get to see a legit proprietary in-house built engine and have to learn it and be like, okay, this is how you do VFX work. It was like, for example, in order to connect VFX work to the model, which would be in the engine, it was all done through XML. Um, which I was like, oh, what is this? I've never heard of this kind of connection between, a different kind of, I guess, scripting language that would be in one program, and then it would connect to, I think it was 3ds Max there. So, and they would use proxies and stuff like that to reference to the XML, and then through that they would upload all of that into the engine, and that would be where the VFX would show up. It's like, what? Like, it was pretty crazy. It was cool. It was cool to experience, but it's like when you're working with Unreal Engine and Unity, the Hero Engine, Unreal Engine 3, You know, these other engines, it was nothing of that sort because it's all like in one. Like you have your VFX editor and stuff within engine, but to have a separate entity to create VFX, and you have to use code to connect it to something else in order for it to work in the engine. Like, wow, that's quite the experience. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Doo-doo. How's it going on your end right now?
Fine, but slow. Which is fine.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners. Collecting data now to determine potential threats. Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
Is there max height? Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh my gosh, save your work. I haven't saved all night.
Oh my gosh. Well, you had to have because you pushed a couple times, but
Oh, right. Yeah. But outside of that, no, I did not. Woo! That would not have been good. What's she singing over there? What song was that? I still couldn't tell what it was.
What's the song, babe? Yeah, I said, what's the song? Head over heels.
Head over heels. Who's that by?
Who's it by? The Go-Go's.
Go-Go's? Oh, okay, not familiar.
Okay. So here, if you want to see, can you see this pretty well?
Yeah, I see it
Okay.
pretty well.
So like this is, I just sort of been working on this UI layout. I feel like I'm doing XLZ because that's what I've been doing with that game this week. So like essentially, let's say you pick up your first, thing, then something like this pops up. So you get like an icon that represents it, and then something that'll pop up and say, probably need to have different color, maybe make the new attribute like bright yellow or red or something. I don't know. And then,
Okay.
And then let's say you pick up your second one, then, or basically this notice goes away, but the icon will stay. And then this will pop up. Oh, I just turned off the notice, and that'll pop up. So like that. This is gone behind it. Sorry, I know that black text is probably throwing you off. That won't be
I
there.
assumed that wouldn't be there. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the overlay we're talking about. And then this notice can go away like that. So then you get that. So then we can use, like I said, we can still use this space to pop up whatever other notices we need to as well. Like when you get the third option, or whatever we want to do. Like we can start throwing random things out at people or whatever,
Okay. It's nice to have a little UI spot for each player.
So that's kind of what I set up and laid out. I just grabbed a few icons for now, at least, to represent like this. I just grabbed this for now to represent like getting extra points, and then
What is that bottom icon?
It's a stack of coins.
Is it?
Yeah, you're not able to see it.
Right.
Okay.
It's kind of small. I thought it was like a monkey head or something at first.
A monkey. Yikes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's like a stack of gold coins.
Okay, right on.
And then the axe represents the. I was gonna have that represent the cut and line ability.
Okay.
But I mean, we can make our own icons or whatever. I just grabbed some stuff for now.
Okay, right on.
So
Functionality is key right now.
Yep. All right. So anyway, now I got to make this functional, like you just said, rather than just laid out.
I dig it though. I like how straightforward it is. I don't think it'll be that difficult to read. But we'll see in time. But I like it so far.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, and then we can animate it too. I think that'll help because it'll bring attention to it. Like, we can have the icon, like when it first comes up, it can kind of, I don't know, flash at you or in and out or spin or whatever we want it to do when it first pops in so that it's really obvious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like that. Yeah. We got to get their attention somehow. Like, oh, I got a new thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, idea. It'd be kind of cool if you had like if you had an ability like where you can toggle it on or off, but it's limited to how long it can be toggled on, and when it's like depleted, it disappears. That'd be
I
kind
like
of neat.
that. Like so like a time bank effect where, yeah, you can use it for a total of 45 seconds, but it doesn't have to be all at once.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be
I
kind of
like
neat.
that's kind of cool. I like that.
It might be
That's a
kind of
good
interesting to
that's a good
try to
idea.
utilize with like the chat based system,
Yeah. Yeah.
but still, like the
Agreed.
idea of being able to do that's kind of neat.
Yeah, I like that idea. I like it. Good idea, sir. It's on the notes.
Kind of like if it's active, maybe there's like a animated border around it to show that it's animated, and then
Mm-hmm.
whenever you toggle it off, then the animation
Yeah.
disappears.
You can have some sort of health bar type thing that's keeping track of,
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dig that. But I like the general direction you're headed in, though.
Awesome. Oh. I
Right
did
there.
not want to, I didn't want to get into it earlier. You guys were having your own good conversation and stuff, but man, I got to be honest with you. I don't, I don't know. I hope I'm not being like, I don't know, just like trying to put way too much stock or value into my own stuff, but I'm really kind of stoked and excited to see what could possibly happen with like Circa in terms of getting out there and becoming something. I feel like it's got enough of a lean on all the things that people really love about a lot of games, and yet has such a unique combination and unique features that I think the key is going to be getting in there and doing the gameplay and seeing if that's as fun as we're hoping it is. um,
Mm-hmm.
but I really just feel like it's got such potential, like,
I agree. I think that there's a lot of potential with your design. Like as aforementioned, like you touch base on a lot of design elements with a blend to all of it. You know, like you're not only are you touching base with like the card collecting group that likes that kind of thing, but you're touching base with the um, strategic kind of gameplay, as well as just resource collecting vibe. Because
yeah,
some people just like to sit around and
I'll
create
say,
a base and resource
yep,
collect.
city
There's a
building,
leaderboard situation where it's like,
yep,
oh, people like to try to be the best player. There's the city building element that helps you manage your resource collection better, and it's just like
yep,
you're touching base on a lot of elements. And I think, based off of what I've seen so far, you're not like you have all of these like towers of design, right? But none of them are the sole focus, a singular focus on where you're more focused on making sure that the balance between each tower of functionality and gameplay accompanies and complements
yeah,
the other towers with the gameplay. And I think that based off what I've seen so far, I think you're on a really good path on that. And it's really cool to see that from a
yeah.
distance.
Thank you.
And I
Yeah,
100% agree that you're onto something that's really unique and could really catch wind of a wide variety of players.
yeah. It's not like to your point, which I appreciate you recognizing that. It's not like they're side games. They're not meant to be, like here's the game and then there's some side games thrown in. It's like they're very much different aspects of the whole picture.
Right.
And I don't know how much I talked to you about this. I think you might already kind of just naturally understand this from some of the notes, but you know, with the collecting part of it, with the tiles and stuff, a lot of what you're getting is going to be randomized, and it's intermixed. It's not like there, you can, if you purchase, if you're spending money, you can guide, or with certain abilities, you can guide it. So for example, you know, if you're working for a company that favors base station building, you're going to be more likely to get base station tiles. But,
Mm-hmm.
or if you buy a pack that's specifically base station tiles. But if you're just collecting sort of your free tiles as time goes by and so forth, they can be random. And so you're literally collecting pieces that can be used for completely different areas of the game. You know, oh, I got a base station module, but then, oh, my next one, I got a mining equipment. And then, oh, the next one, I got this game mechanics tile. And then, oh, on this one, I got this personnel. I got this guy who, you know, modifies such and such. And, you know, so it's like, it's all very much intermixed.
And that's awesome because that allows players to have not only just a balance to gameplay in general, but it allows players to go in directions they might not originally want to. But the more they play, the more inclined they are to venture out and try new things. And that's great because you're supplying them that capability without them having to pay for it. And it's a reward for them just playing the game. That's a win-win-win in general.
Yeah.
You know, that's awesome. I think that's great. Like you have what's sounding to be a very well balanced game for not only just casual players, but you know, people who want to take it seriously as well, like a lot of card players do, which is awesome. You know, you have a better understanding of card based gameplay than I do because card based games really aren't my thing. But even I can recognize like how you're trying to balance it enough to where it's like you don't have to be a strict hardcore card game player to enjoy this game because it's more than just deck building, you know. And it's like that's awesome. That caters to players like me, where it's like I don't have the brain capacity to be a card game player, but it allows me the capabilities to one rather grow into one or still enjoy a game without having to be one. And that's great because that's hard to find. That's why I don't
Yeah.
play card playing
Yeah.
games
Cause
because
it's
it's like you don't
right.
allow me to be a good player because it's rather you know card games and strategy in this sense or you don't. It's black and white for the most part through my experience.
Yeah. It's not meant to be a card game, but it still, even though it's not a card game, it has deck building functionality in it, which is, it's kind of cool. I don't know.
It's
We'll
very
see.
cool. Like I'm excited about that. Again, I've tried playing Hearthstone, World of Warcraft's card game. I tried playing Runeterra, which is Riot's card game. Tried playing Pokemon, the card game. Um, like I understand Magic the Gathering, but I never actually tried to play it because I didn't want to invest money into it because that seems to be quite the heavy investment. Um, you know, and every single one of them, it's like I consider myself a pretty educated, smart dude, but my brain doesn't work in card game logic when it comes to playing. You know, but the way that you have your design built, I feel like it kind of gives me an opportunity to kind of maybe learn how to be a card game player without actually playing a card game. And that's
Yeah.
really, really freaking cool.
I'm
Like, I
also,
love strategy games. So it also caters to that too. So it's like, I feel like I'm going to win on all ends, you know, playing what you're creating.
right. Nice. Well, I appreciate all that. I'm also trying to consider like I think I've come up with some nice solutions to some of the biggest complaints that people have when it comes to, collecting, like when it comes to collectible card games and stuff. Like one big complaint is, you wind up with 500,000 trash cards because they're so
Hmm.
common, and in order to buy enough to get the good cards, you wind up with just a serious excess of quote unquote throwaway cards. Okay.
Hmm.
And it's always a big complaint, right? Well,
Yeah.
it plays to the balance of the game, especially monetarily, to have those rate rankings, to have the rare and all that, which I have in my game. But what I have in mind that most card games do not offer, in fact, I don't, maybe they do, but I don't know of one that does, is I have two systems for trading built into the game. One is you can do fair and equitable preset trades with other players, where basically, like, you say, I'm willing to trade this rare card for any of these rare cards. And so someone else saying, oh, hey, I'm wanting to trade that rare card for that rare card, which is what you're trying to do. So you can make those swaps and exchange those digital products. The other thing that you can do is, and this is what really lends itself to that first issue that I was talking about, is you can do trade ups where if like you've collected X number of the same card, you can turn those in for one random card. So like not I say
Hmm.
card, but tile in this case.
But yeah.
But so it gets to a point where instead of dreading, oh my gosh, I got another one of that tile, I've already got 10, you know, instead of that, it's like, oh, sweet, I got a 10th one of that. Now I can get something completely different for those, or whatever. I'm just
Right.
as an example.
Right. So with
It,
the well, one with the fair equitable trade thing, is that in real time, or is it almost like like a store that exists where you like post it and you let it sit there for X amount of time, and people can go and browse the store looking for a specific card that they would be willing to trade for of the same or more equal value,
yeah,
or would it be
post.
like a real time thing?
No, it's like a posted, you post it, and people could theoretically make that trade right away, but it basically sits there and allows for you know especially since it's a predetermined trade. And when I mean predetermined, it's not like, okay, you can only trade these tiles. It just
Mm-hmm.
means you can only trade, like, you can't, because one of the big problems that would happen, like in the early days of Magic the Gathering, is you'd get players who would take advantage of newer players or players who didn't have money to spend because they hadn't seen a lot of cards or gotten a lot of cards. And so you'd make them this stupid deal like, oh, here, look, I'm going to give you 20 cards for your one, And so they'd be like, oh my
Okay,
gosh,
yeah.
that's an incredible deal. I'll do that. What they don't understand is you're giving them 20 commons that are worthless in exchange for a rare that's worth 20 bucks, you know
Okay, yeah.
and,
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of new players got taken advantage of that way, and in trades like that were not fair equity. And
Mm-hmm.
so to avoid that, there would be no, like, you can't just open it up, hey, I'll trade you this for that. Like, you can't have back and forth discussions or barters. It's just
Right, that's fair, yeah.
preset where you can offer this and you can request anything of this it'll have different structured values. It won't even be one for one. Like there'll be options where, like, let's say for example, you wanted 20 commons. Well, what are 20 commons worth in that, in the economy when it comes to the next level card and so forth. So it'll have a lot of that sort of structure. Like, okay, you can trade,
Okay.
you can make an offer of, four commons in exchange for one, you know, of the next level. I'm just throwing out some random thing. I haven't actually gone in and weighed all those. I have to an extent. I've got notes that already show all the odds and stuff, so I'll be able to
Of course
calculate
you
all
do.
that.
Of
But
course you do.
yeah, of course I do. But
So,
I
and
haven't.
tiles will
Yeah,
have like a value.
yeah.
Like each
So
tile will have a value. Okay.
each tile has two different values really. One is a like play value. Like how much ability does it give you in a contest or in its function? So one is like a value towards your play. And then the other is the rarity level. So the
Okay.
way I have mine structured is with 6 different levels of rarity. And um, so that's just
What are
basically
the
the
names of these
odds.
levels?
What are the names of the levels?
Yeah.
Let's see. Let me look. They are, at least as of what I have them right now. Where are my notes on that? Oh, is that on paper? Maybe I don't have it on here. I'm looking in on our board. I'm not seeing it. It's probably on paper. I have so much stuff.
I mean,
Let's
just seeing
see.
the Millinote, like, yeah, you have a lot.
Oh, that's just what I've put in since I stopped using paper. I've got a lot more notes on paper than I have in there.
Oh, I know you do. But I'm saying, like,
Okay.
I know
So
you have a lot.
my rarities right now I have named abundant, then common, then sparse, then uncommon, then scarce, and then rare. Those are the ones that I have.
Okay. All right. So rare right now is the top rare.
Yes. I don't have like these ones that a lot of these games have of like epic and legendary and
Legendary and stuff.
yeah, I don't have anything like that. I've got my
Is
actually
there a
most
reason that you don't have those like high end terms for the rarity? Or is that
I
to come later?
I guess the main reason, I think there was two reasons that I went that route. One was I didn't want to make it sound like I was copying another game. I wanted to have my own rarity structure that was unique, that did, people could still relate to, people would get and understand, like, okay, common, abundant, sparse, like you get it. But,
Yeah.
anybody who's played CCGs is going to know right away. But it doesn't seem like I just took another game's structure. And then the
Okay.
second part of it was that I don't want it to feel like it's going to be so difficult to get and you're going to have to spend a ton of money in order to get something. I don't want it to feel like, things out there are so hard to come by that you're never going to get your hands on it unless you, like, give up your life savings.
Okay. All right. So you want to instill a sense of hope
Yeah,
in a
just
sense that doesn't drain someone's wallet or their, you know, mindset, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So those were the thoughts that went into that naming system.
Right on.
You know, not necessarily locked into it, but that's what I have, at least right now. So,
Solid. Solid.
yep. I mean, the
Although,
rare
for
is
me,
still.
as a player, like hearing scarce and sparse,
I thought about that. It's almost like
like,
they're too close, right?
right, yeah. So it's like, okay, I get it. Like, something scarce, sure, and then something like sparse, which sparse was closer to rare, correct?
No, scarce is closer to rare.
Okay, so I had it backwards. You know,
So even the fact that you have to question that makes me think it's not quite the right term, you know?
yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. I'm like, I don't know. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to be judgmental with your terminology, but just food for thought. Having those two words, maybe they're both S words and they are kind of similar sounding.
Yeah. Yeah.
Might be an issue.
Yep. No, I that thought had already crossed my mind, and so the fact that you said that as well, and that you got it backwards, immediately says to me, yeah, that's probably going to cause some issues.
I mean, like I'm
But
sure if I were to be playing the game and it becomes like like a natural vibe to playing, you'd understand it. But no, it's food
yeah,
for thought.
no, I agree. I mean, I'd already had the thought before you said it, so all you did was just confirm my own suspicions. Um, the other thing about the naming convention that you might is they're all very generic to resources. Like they're meant to
Right.
be how common, like finding resources, like something like legendary, that doesn't make sense for my environment, for the culture of the game. Why would it be,
Yeah.
like that's just totally ripped straight from another game. Like it doesn't fit in this culture.
Okay.
Because
Yeah.
what you're doing is you're going across the galaxy, finding these resources or getting these different pieces, and these are meant to define how readily available these tiles or these resources or this equipment is, you know, if that makes
Mm-hmm.
sense.
No, I totally get what you're saying. Legendary almost feels like it belongs more in like a something with more of a fantasy
Yeah.
vibe,
Yeah. Agreed.
than a sci-fi vibe.
Yeah. Things like legendary and epic and, all those kind of terms, I just don't feel like they fit the vibe. I was trying to stick with terms that talked about the general sense of, availability of something.
Right. Yeah. I mean, because it's like when you look at, say, oh my god, oh, what's the name of the freaking game? Oh crap, I can't believe it.
Is it a CCG?
No, um, it's 343's game, not Halo, but the next one.
An anomaly has been detected within range of our scanners.
Oh
Collecting
my
data now
gosh,
to determine potential threats.
what is the name of that game?
Assessment of
Uh,
potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition
the
status
first-person
blue.
shooter game. Oh my gosh. It's like on the tip of my tongue.
Not Halo?
Yeah, it's not Halo, and it's not 343, but it's a the Bungie game, the first person shooter, and that's like you have armor and guns and stuff that you get from like doing raids and stuff like that. Oh my. Oh, I played it myself too. Hold on. Oh my god, I am so upset I can't think of it. I'm gonna be so mad when I see the name. Destiny. Gosh. It's like Destiny, right? It's a
Okay.
sci-fi shooter, right? And they have like legendary and epic like armors and stuff like that. But at the same time, like it makes sense because there's still like there's a fantasy vibe to that world and that thing, right? Like even in Halo, you had legendary mode, which was more of the difficulty, but like they still use those terms, but it wasn't for a sense of rarity in Halo, but in Destiny it was. But like I think the way that Destiny is built and the way the culture is and just how the story and everything is, it fit. You have epic guns and legendary guns and stuff like that. But I think with like a card game or like I guess in your sense a tile game's rarity terminology, it doesn't seem to fit. So I think you're going in a good direction not going with those terms. Cuz I can't picture like a that vibe being with your with Circa.
Yeah.
But where would you go with that? Like, I'm interested in what other terms you would go instead of those. If you were to extend the rarity to, say, 2 more levels, whether it be epic and legendary, what kind of terminologies would you use? That's kind of neat to think about.
I mean, I hear you, and I will be the first to admit that I am pretty darn boring when it comes to naming, coming up with, me. I'm straight to the point and matter of fact, and I'm not very creative with my backstory or my naming or my, I sort of I'm all about the mechanics and the math and the what vibe does it give rather than and so these names like are kind of boring. I will say that.
I I mean, you gotta start somewhere,
you
you
know
know.
but I definitely don't like the idea of tapping into, yeah, like you said, those fantasy references or the idea, even conveying to the idea to the player. I mean, I don't know, there's pros and cons, because if you have something that's, I'm just going to use one of those terms for a moment. I'm not going to use it, but let's say I had something that was called a, you know, ultra impossible super premium rare thing, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
then the con is it feels like, okay, I'm going to have to work my butt off forever or spend a ton of money or I'm never going to get that. Okay.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But the other side of that, the flip side of that is when you get one, you feel like, holy crap, I've got something special.
Right. Yeah. There's got to be that like, oh my gosh, like no way. Absolutely.
Right. So I guess there's two sides to the coin.
Yeah, there are, but there's other terms you use. Like a game that comes to mind is Diablo 2, right? Where it's like you had, oh my gosh, was it exotic gems? It was like maybe exotic. I don't think it was pristine, but I don't know. There were different terms that Diablo 2 used in a sense of like gem rarity for equipping your armor with. Um, and it worked really well because it's like you take like three or four like normal gems, and then you combine them to make a rare gem, and then you take like 3 rare gems, and then you create an exotic gem, and then you take 2 exotic gems, and you get a something gem. But they didn't use like legendary or epic. No, I don't think epic was a gem, but they used a different terminology and it worked. It was still a fantasy game, so it's possible that you create a different kind of terminology in order to create it, and that could help build a unique personality to your game that people could enjoy. You just kind of have to figure out the terminology.
I mean, maybe I'm able to come up with some terms that relate to, since it's kind of a space full galaxy theme, you know, to the scope. It's terms that relate to the scope of the galaxy. You know what I mean? Like you've got your planets and you've got your solar systems, and I'm not saying you would call them planets and solar systems, but I'm like, you know, maybe that's something that alludes to that scope of, you know, going from a planet to a solar system to a whole galaxy. You know, maybe there's something in there that would translate into a term. I don't know.
I'm gonna be thinking about that. In fact, I'm gonna ask Chat GPT right now for some terms.
I already came up with. I mean, it's not locked in. I'm still open to change in a lot of this if I come up with better ideas. But like, I think I have them called galaxy credits. Is the money that's exchanged? Let me see. Is that what I called it? Instead of like coins or dollars or, you know, gold. Because gold can be a resource in the game, and so I don't want that to be confusing or conflicting with the monetary. So I think I went with like galaxy credits, economy. Here we go. Let me see. Is that what I did? Oh, interstellar credits.
Okay, all right.
That's what I came up with, was interstellar credits. That's better than galaxy.
IC for short.
Yeah. So you got interstellar credits. That's what you get paid in, or that's what you're exchanging or whatever. Or if you do like an in-app purchase for extra, get interstellar credits. The one thing I haven't decided on, I've gone back and forth so many times on this. Man, we've totally gotten off track. We're supposed to be working on Game Jelly Project. Why are we talking? I feel bad. I like hijacked the time here.
It's all good.
But the one
stuff,
thing,
that's what matters.
yeah, I mean, it's cool to kind of bounce ideas off you, you know.
Yeah.
One of the things that I keep going back and forth on, it seems so difficult to know what the right thing to do is, because I look at all these different models out there and I don't know, it's tough, but and that is basically the initial price structure. Like, do I make it a free to play game and only charge for, you know, extra tiles and season passes and stuff like that? Or do you buy the game and there's enough functionality and play in it for, you know, you to be satisfied with what you paid for, so that if there are additional purchases, you don't feel like, you know, I already freaking paid for this game, you know, why are you hitting me up for more kind of crap, you know? It's such a tough, I feel like it's such a tough balance, such a tough thing, because I feel like no matter what you do, you're going to get slack, you know?
Yeah, no matter what. I guess my question with that is, like, what is your single player experience going to be? I think that a lot of the times, like, the single player element of purchasing a game outright kind of outweighs the multiplayer element, even though the multiplayer element might be what people go towards. The single player element still provides a backbone of worth as to, like, just it being a game in general, right? So it's like, take Diablo for example. most people will probably play it with their friends and they'll probably, multiplayer it. But the idea of that you can play it by yourself and it's a full standalone game, if you want to play it by yourself, would still be considered like the backbone of Worth in a sense.
I gotta
So,
be honest with you.
that.
The way I've structured this game, and this is not like me because I'm a solo player. I'm not a big multiplayer, especially I'm definitely not an MMO guy. But the way I've structured this game and the way everything interacts together, the way the economy works, and everything else, playing this game, so like it's really just not even designed for that.
For single
Like,
player?
yeah, like there are elements that you can enjoy as that type of player, like the city building aspects and building up your base station and stuff like that. And I want to have some experiences and some like I think I mentioned to you that I've got these different companies that you can
Mm-hmm.
work for, and they're going to be aligned to different types of players, including that type of player. Like I want to have one that's more geared towards helping you get base station modules and stuff like that that really enhance the more single player mindset type aspects of the game. However, like the full experience of the game to deal with special ops and these missions and the economy of the game and the trading and all this kind of stuff, it's really, really built around being a multiplayer game in an MMO environment. It's not geared for single player.
Hmm. Huh. Shoot.
Like Magic the Gathering Arena, for example,
Uh-huh.
like, I mean, you can't really play that by yourself. That's not, kind of
What did
defeats.
that go for out the door?
It's a free to play.
Okay, so it's a free to play. Okay.
Yep. It's a free to play with crap tons of purchase options. And a lot of people complain about the whole pricing structure, about how much they charge and, all of that kind of jazz. It's a big complaint, but it hasn't stopped people from spending. That the Magic the Gathering Arena has only been out since 2019, and they've made over $1 billion,
It is Magic the Gathering though.
and it's free. Yeah, but that's just the online version.
But I mean, that's a pretty well established franchise.
Sure, sure, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, it's insane.
That's a toughie.
Yeah, but it's similar in that regard. Like, you can't pop onto Magic the Gathering Arena and just play yourself. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
this
feel
is
like I
sort
don't
of
have enough knowledge to give input on this part.
gotcha. Yeah, this is
Just
sort of
it's a different universe of gameplay.
yeah. I mean, we do play different style games, that's for sure.
Yeah. I'll know. Like with that said, free to play seems an appropriate way to go, but maybe keep things cheaper, like a dollar to $3 for whatever they purchase.
Right. And what I was looking at doing was maybe mixing the two. And I'm worried that that could backfire. Like, in a way, people might appreciate that and say, this is great. I can drop $25 on the game and never have to spend a penny if I don't want to. And I can play the game and be competitive. But if I want to, I have the ability to spend those extra dollars and build up faster or whatever. But it's still the way I have the leaderboard system and all that structure. It still takes into account, like, it's not a, I wouldn't call it a pay to win system. You can definitely pay to build. You can pay to grow and build and so forth. But in the competitive aspects, it it doesn't favor you like you'd think. It gives you more options, but what you're doing is you're sacrificing for that the ROI of being able to get rewarded for your wins and stuff. The matchmaking system makes sure to pair people of equal, ratings with all of 10 of those rankings, which take into consideration things like how much money you've spent on the game, how many tiles you've collected, all that kind of stuff becomes part of the equation. And let's say you are the only one at the top, and so there is nobody that you can play that's completely even matched, then the more skewed the match is, like, let's say I've spent a ton of money on the game and I'm rated really high because I have a crap ton, huge collection, huge, options to choose from, all this kind of stuff. And you've stuck with the base. You might be average rated and I might be higher rated, especially on those certain elements. And so what that means is if we get paired up against each other, if I win, I might only get rewarded with 5 points for a victory. Whereas if you win, you get like 15. And if
Right. Yeah.
and I would lose 15 and you would only lose 5. So it's balanced based on the disparity in rankings, so that ranking system is always a fair representation, and keeps things competitive and so forth. So if somebody who's just got all the tiles in the world and all this experience and skill in the game is playing against this kid who's just lost every game they've ever played, hopefully that match wouldn't even happen. But if theoretically it did, you would literally be like, okay, if the guy who's favored to win wins, he gets 1 point. But if he loses, he loses 19. And if the kid wins, he's going to get 19 points or lose 1,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is fair. I mean, it's totally fair. But-
So it's very much based on that whole the leaderboard system, the economy, all this kind of stuff, all these matches. And so single player, like, the only plan I really have, to be honest, for single player games is like training, tutorial type stuff.
Okay. Well, I guess in that sense, you could do like a really cheap base price just to get in it. $5, $4.99. That way, it's still a cheaper price, and you could still play the game and manage to get cards and build your repertoire of greatness over time. And of course, you utilize the currency of time to entice players to want to spend more, because I guess at the end of the day, when you think about it, if you're paying $5 for a game that you could technically play by yourself, build an empire of cards or tiles for $5 and ultimately be a great player, like, that's a pretty solid idea, and you're only paying $5. When you think about it, if you're buying a full-on game, you're paying upwards to $50 to $70 these days. So $5 isn't that bad of a deal as an outright purchase just to own the game that you don't have to spend any more money on.
I guess what jumps to my mind when you say that at $5 is it even worth it? Like, I was thinking more in the range of like $20 to $25 as the base price of the game. But because I'm sort of like, if you're going to do 5 now, I mean, granted, it's nothing to sneeze at if, if you sell, 1 million copies at $5, that's a lot of money. But it's almost like, how many more players would you get if you don't charge the $5 that would then eventually spend money in in-app purchases? Like, are you really doing yourself anything by charging only $5? Especially because people might go, $5? What kind of cheap game is this? Like, I don't know. I don't know. It feels weird to me to do something that cheap. I was thinking more like in the $20 to $25 range, or just forgetting the price and just do a free to play. And I don't know. I mean, there's pros and cons to both approaches. There really is.
I think free to play would be kind of risky, though.
I mean, most of the games of that genre are that style. That's common.
Okay.
But I think I know Magic is free. I think what's the Marvel Rivals? Is that that's another big one.
But Marvel Rivals, that's a team-based battle arena, though. That's different.
Isn't that a I thought that was a deck builder game. Is it not?
I don't think so. Marvel Rivals, I believe, is a battle arena like League of Legends and Pokemon Unite. Think of it almost kind of like
but it's a free to play.
Overwatch. Yeah.
It's a free to play
PvP shooter.
Magic the Gathering is free to play. What do we got? Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm pretty sure that's
You're talking like brands that have years of backing, like
that's true.
Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, like those have years of fan-based love behind it.
That's true. All true.
People who have already addicted to the storylines, the characters, the monsters.
Oh, it's Marvel Snap. That's the one I'm thinking
heard of that.
Marvel Snap. That's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Oh, I've never even heard of that.
Yeah, Marvel Snap,
reviews.
Infinite Leaderboard, Grand Arena. It's got Marvel Snap. Yep. Fast-paced collectible card game.
Aggressive monetization.
Yeah.
Pay-to-win monetization. Microtransactions are ridiculous.
Right.
These are the reviews.
No, and I believe you, and yet, I mean, the game's making... It's only been out for 3 years, and it's like, the biggest CCG game out there. It surpassed...
It's all about making money. It's a business.
It surpassed, like, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, and Magic combined.
we're talking superheroes. We're talking
Right.
a whole other level of
Right.
die hard people. Like people
Right.
will spend buttloads of money on a 10-page comic.
Yep. Yep.
And with Yu-Gi-Oh, it's like they'll spend so much money on a card, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But in your sense, it's not a terrible idea to go free to play, but without a backing behind it, amongst a convoluted industry of
Yeah.
similar gameplay or card game style stuff.
Yeah.
It might not be a bad idea to think of giving it even just a lower price.
I feel
Maybe
like
even 10 to give it a
oof.
little more worth, you know. That way it's
I
like you get more of a dedicated player base
have you
with
watched though?
microtransactions.
Have you maybe you disagree, I don't know, but I've seen a lot of guys like Chris Sikowski and a bunch of other folks out there who do, marketing advice and so forth, and talk about the
Mhm.
fact that if you underprice your games, you're giving the impression that it's crap. That if you
Of course.
price it too low, everybody is going to assume the game isn't worth anything. And that, you
Mhm.
know, people expect that a game that's $50 is going to be quality. But a game that's $10, you just expect going into it, it's going to be crap. And so a lot of people won't even consider it because you've priced it low. And so
Well,
I
it
think you have to,
depends.
you know,
I mean, like he's not wrong with that ideology of like, yeah, of course, like the lower you pay for a game, the more likely that it's not going to be worth it, right? But it also there's a lot of variables in the upcoming parts of release. Like nowadays, community is a really big element,
for
right?
sure.
It
For sure.
like community is almost a make it or break it element of game releases these days. If you can go and create a community
Agreed.
that's interested and whatnot, those people are what drive people to your game, right? They are the ones who outright say, like, this is worth $5. Like, this is a $60 game worth at sold at $5. Like, that statement alone is huge, right? Yeah, sure, out the door, like I guess in this sense, this is where like initial reviews and curators and community really come into play if you're going to go that route, because the 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 say of the people who start your game make or break what your game will be financially, right? Because yeah, if you don't have anyone to play your game early on and there's no one to back you up with the cost and what it's worth, people could see your game and be like, oh, comparison comes into play, and they'd be like, oh, well, you know, this game, this X game is $10, and this game's, $15. But this game looks like there's so much more content, and there's 10,000 positive reviews, and this is a brand new game with nothing. Like negative connotation immediately plays into the role.
For sure.
Um, that kind of thing. So it's like, but if you were to go to a free to play game, sure, but that could have negative connotations too. It's like, oh, this
Yep.
is a free to play game. There's very little there. If it's free to play, then it's definitely not worth my time, especially if I've never heard of it and it doesn't come from anything.
I I don't
And
think that's
the
I don't think that's the mindset with free to play. With free to play, the mindset is, oh, that means they're going to be hitting me up to buy tons of
monetization,
stuff. Yeah.
of
Yep.
course, it kind of depends on how you market it and have your visuals and how it looks
Yeah.
and stuff. That I think that plays a lot into the free to play, especially if there's no history of the game or anything of that sort. Unlike these other free to play games, they have, as we had just said, years of fan base that live behind it.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I get to play Yu Gi Oh game for free. what do I have to lose? I don't have to pay anything, but I can at least try it,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, that's a good
But then you
point.
see a blue eyes white dragon thing, and you're like, oh, that's only $3. Okay, you know. And it's
Right,
just like,
right.
okay, you know, that's when that fan base kicks in,
Yeah.
you know. But if you don't have any kind of backing behind it, that becomes a little more iffy in
Yeah.
that sense.
That's a
That's
good
kind of
no,
scary.
that's a good call out.
Hmm.
That's a good call out.
What was I about to say? Where if you were to go and take it at a lower price, maybe not 5, 10, $15, sure, that puts a little more worth behind it. But something that, like working at Petroglyph, the owner of the company, like we were working on a game called Battle Battalions, and the owner was so set on, because it's an RTS, right? And you
Hmm.
can go, and it was free to play, and you would go and you would have a bunch of different unit types that you can build a small army with, and it was basically a game where you take site A, B, and C, and you have it's capture the flag with multiple bases, and you can buy skins and stuff like that, and that is you buy skins and little markers, whatever it was, just cosmetics, and the
Hmm.
owner was so content, or so forward driving in the idea that whales, I don't know if you're familiar with the term, are
Yeah.
just rich people who buy stuff, expensive stuff, because they can, right? That was their driving goal of making money with this game. So they literally had a gold piece of poop, right? It was literally poop, and it was gold, and it was they were trying to sell it for like, it was like what, $100, $500, something like that. And the owner was just so excited, and he's like, "We're gonna make so much money with people who are gonna want to just spend money on this stupid gold piece of poop." He's like, "I guarantee it. Put it in there. Put it. It's a free to play game. They're not spending any money. People are gonna want to just buy it and just sport it." And it was like all of the QA was like, "You got to be kidding us, dude! Like, are you serious?" Like, and a part of me was like, he's not wrong in a sense, because people go and they will spend a lot of money on random stuff. You know, like if you look at the time, Elite Dangerous had come out and people were spending a buttload of money on that. Um, Eve Online was like at a solid peak at that point, spending a lot of money on just random stuff. So he had a decent idea. I think the execution was just like, really? It's a piece of poop. You know, it's almost offensive in a sense. Um, but I forgot the point I was getting to this. But, well, oh my gosh, what was the point I was getting at? I honestly lost track of my point. So
Been
disregard
there.
all of that. Yeah, I totally forgot the point. Shoot.
Don't sell gold poop. I got it. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. I mean, but like you're at a point that you have options. You know,
Yeah.
I feel like you need to see where your game goes further in
Yeah.
development, and actually kind of get a good idea of what you feel like it's worth.
Yeah.
Because you at this point you can literally go in any direction with the design and all of that. You could go free to play, you know, and find that your microtransactions could be beneficial to player base, and they might be willing to buy it. Or you might be like, well, you know what? Without a backing and no one hearing about this, you know, like maybe selling it for $10 out the door, and then wait 3 months and then put it on sale for 25%, which most games do anyways, you know, because most of the time it seems, based off of statistics, that a lot of players will wishlist a game, wait for it to release, see the price, and then they'll wait X amount of months until it goes on sale, because all games go on sale, and then they'll buy it.
Yeah.
So
I've
it's
done
like
that.
yeah, exactly. So studios probably keep that in mind. It's like, okay, well, we'll release the game for $25. People who really want it will spend that money, and then we'll wait 3 to 6 months, put it at 25% to where it's at $21.99, and then people who want it would be like, oh, it's on sale for 20%. I don't think that's 20%. That's just a random number thrown out. But like, oh, okay, now it's cheaper. Now I'm gonna buy it. So initially, they probably expected their game to be $21 or $22 worth, but they released it at 25, knowing that diehard fans will buy it, and then eventually people who want it, you know, will buy it. The next step of that is people who don't buy it after that part are going to wait for an update. They're going to wait for your game to they're going to wait and see if you consistently work on it, if you post an update, if you post something about it, like, oh, these are the plans upcoming, that are coming up. Oh, here are some upgrades, or here are bug fixes. Players are going to sit and wait to see, as a developer, how involved you are in the progression of your game after release. So now you have this group of people who are waiting, and at that point, whether the sale goes off and it goes back up to $25, those people will be like, okay, this developer is serious and they're consistently updating it. It's worth $25. Or, they'll wait again, but it keeps people interested because as a developer, you're consistently working on it and keeping up with the community and all that stuff, which, again, that's where community comes into play. So if you're on your discussion board talking to players, like people who post bugs and issues, and you're constantly responding to them, fixing their issues, taking their feedback, being a kind developer, going back and forth. A lot of players look at that kind of stuff. I look at discussion boards all the time on Steam games that I don't even play, just to see what the developers are like. And that's a big deal, because it's like, am I going to invest $25 on a game where the developers don't even like respond? No. Like, that's not worth my time or money, because there's so many other games where other developers do. That's something to keep in mind as well. So it's like,
Yeah.
okay, this developer, his game is selling for 25. He seems cool, right on. I'm gonna wait for reviews to come out, and then maybe a Steam Summer Sale comes on, and you put it on sale for 35%. And you're like, oh, that's a fucking steal. Boom. It's like, this is a game I've wanted. It's on sale. The developer seems cool. I'm just gonna buy it because this is the lowest I've seen it, and it probably won't go any lower for X amount of time, right? So you got to also think of the release, the time of release that you have your game, and then X amount of time after that, probably the next one, or like if you release it in fall, think ahead to the spring sale or summer sale, right? For players to sit and wait to buy your stuff, because naturally players wait a long time these days in order to buy a game, right? We all do it. Even
Right.
longer. We all wait even longer than that. So it's like, you can't, in my opinion, you can't expect players to outright see your game and buy it right away. That's not how the industry works these days. Players are smarter than that. You're going to have
Yeah.
to expect sales over a year to 2 years time in order to actually see how successful your game is. But
Yeah.
in
I
that
mean, I
time, it
remember.
depends on how you respond to your community and build it and stuff like that.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. You're right on in that. I mean, you called me out. Like, I don't buy games very often.
Mm.
But when they announced Civ 7, I was like, oh my gosh, yes, I am buying that. The second it comes out, that's my next game. I can't wait, you know. And then it came out and it was $70. And I'm like,
Which is
okay, I can wait.
ridiculous.
I can wait. I
So
can wait.
ridiculous.
And then the reviews were bad. And then, like, you know, and so I just kept waiting. And then, you know, it went on sale, but I'm like, is that enough? And I thought about it, and no, it's not. And so I still haven't bought it, but, you know, it's still on my mind. So,
Mm-hmm. You're
yeah.
still waiting for the right moment,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know. But you might be waiting for Civ 8. You know,
Right.
deep
Right.
down you're like, well, Civ 7,
I'm,
it's never going to be at a price that I will feel worthy of, because I'm
I
still playing
mean,
Civ 6 and I'm enjoying it. Well, I'm going to see what Civ 8 is, because it's going to come out in the next 2 to 3 years. I'm busy
yeah,
making games. I don't have time to play anyways.
right. I mean, it was amazing how many comments were things like, yeah, don't bother buying this one, or they would tell the company, don't bother making any DLCs for this one. Just start making 8.
I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised.
It's like, ouch.
Yeah, that's
But I
rough.
mean, but because it's a huge franchise, they're still making a ton of money on it. Even with, it's definitely not living up to, I'm sure, what their expectations and targets were. You
Right.
know,
Yeah.
but they're still,
But they have a huge fan base.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
hold on, I'm gonna look up the cost of development for. Let's see.
oof,
Um,
curious. That's interesting.
because when you think about it, Civilization already has the backbone of their foundation of functionality and everything. I imagine a lot of it is just minor updates, like with 6 with religion and stuff like that, and the visual upgrade, which I imagine adding religion as an element requires balance, but it's just an additional attribute to the functionality, right? So, like, I imagine that the cost of it wouldn't be as heavy as it would be for a brand new game because the foundation's already there. Um, I don't know. Let's see. Hold on. Has not been publicly disclosed. Of course. Um, uh, yeah, those numbers haven't been disclosed at all, unfortunately. But I imagine between Civilization 5 and then the future one that came soon after it, whatever it was, which did terribly, and then 6, which did okay, and then 7 did terribly. I imagine that it still wouldn't take that much money to recreate another Civ game. They, I don't think they're hurt. There's no possible way that they're probably hurting as much as we think they are. I could be wrong.
Well, it all depends on your perspective. I mean, when numbers don't come in like you anticipated, it usually is a bad thing because you probably spent a lot more. Like they probably made a crap ton of money, but they probably spent a crap ton of money. And so, I mean, it's like people who live beyond their means. You get these people
Right.
who
Yeah.
are struggling with debt, even though they make, they get huge 6-figure incomes, and
Mhm.
they're struggling to make ends meet. Well, that's because they live beyond their means. And that, I think, a lot of these big studios get themselves into that kind of mess where they spend so much, they invest so much into a game that if it doesn't hit the numbers, then now you've got layoffs and you know
Right.
yeah.
So right now it says that the game has grossed about 66.1 million in its first month, estimated. Right. It's like, okay, that's in the first month.
That's a lot,
It is.
especially
Like
considering
given
the reviews.
right. Yeah, exactly.
I
So
mean,
the fan base obviously was like, I'm gonna buy it anyways.
right?
Although the fan base is probably what made those reviews.
Yep.
um, let's see, make Civ 6. Of course, not publicly disclosed. Damn it. Damn it, Sid Meier, why aren't you telling us how much money it takes to make your games? Probably because it doesn't take that much because you're just reusing the code for all of it. Which they did that for what came after Civ 5? Crap. Not Civilization 6. There was another one. Beyond Earth. That's what it was. Right? So it's like Civilization 5 came out, they made all of the DLCs for it, and then they literally took all of the code of Civilization 5 and put it to Beyond Earth. I know that because I was part of the QA team. Like, it was literally copy game to game with additional elements and whatnot. I mean, that kind of like switch over to a new game in the series will save a crap load of money. Same engine,
Sure.
same everything. So it's like, I don't even know where we're getting at with this. But anyways, I don't know. It's a tough situation, but I feel like you have to continue your development and see exactly where you feel your game stands in the industry near release, whether it be free to play or a low to medium cost. Because if you were to throw a medium cost your game, then you're going to get more of a premium player to your player base at the start, which isn't a bad idea. You know, if you feel like your game is, more of a top-notch game, bug-free, fun, and that people would really enjoy it, aiming for a decent player base that's, willing to spend $15 on it, that might not be a bad place to start.
I feel like, maybe I'm overvaluing it. Maybe I'm setting my expectations or my hopes too high, but I mean, I feel like, I don't know, maybe you're just going to laugh at me and that's okay. Maybe I'm out of my league here, but I feel like I'm being conservative and I'm targeting approximately $9 million in revenue on it.
At what price? At what price cost? Like how much the game cost at that? Okay.
I have no idea because I'm basing it almost entirely on the just sort of the overall revenue, because I feel like if I charge more for it, then I'll probably make the in-game purchases lower. And if I make it a free to play, the in-game purchases would be higher. And so I feel like it sort of ends up washing out in the end, but it's based more on comparing, to industry and other stuff, with the caliber that I think it could be, rather than just based on like a revenue per user.
How long of a time frame for that?
5 years.
Okay, all right. 9 million in 5 years. So you're looking at about 2 point something a year.
Yeah, it's basically the way I think I wrote it up was 0 for a year, 1.9 after launch, building to 2.5
for the first year
per year. One
years.
1.9 for the first year. Yeah, but which is high. It's a ton. It's a crap ton. But I just I don't know.
Is
Maybe
that
I'm
based on a free to play?
uh that is comparing to a lot of free plays. Yes,
Okay.
it's
Okay. I
basically
wouldn't laugh at that.
yeah. It's less than 1% of what a game like Magic the Gathering Arena does. It's less than 1% of that. And it's
Mhm.
about 6 to 7% of what Balatro did.
Okay. Oh, Balatro is so good. Did you play it yet? Have you played Balatro?
No,
Not to go
no,
off topic. As a poker player, you might enjoy it.
I still haven't.
Surprisingly, surprisingly, if you like poker, I might even buy it for you, just so you can experience it because it's a poker game. Like if you're a
I
poker
know,
player, it's fun. It's a fun, unique game. I was like, that game is stupid. I wouldn't like it. I
but
love that game.
it's not poker.
it's
I
a
mean,
it's a roguelike poker.
but poker is all about strategizing against your opponent. That game doesn't do that. You can't read your opponent. You can't bluff your opponent. That's not what, you know.
Well, yeah, but this is a
Making
different kind of strategy.
making poker hands, it's more like slot, like video poker than it is poker.
The
Which are
roguelike element makes it
oh
not video poker.
I get it. I get it. I get the strategy with the roguelike and with the deck building elements, that kind of stuff. I get that. And that's the part that intrigues me. But it's just hard for me to consider it poker. coming
All
from
right, that's fair.
coming from somebody who was a professional poker player and played in the World Series of Poker, it's tough for me to say Balatro is poker. But I hear you.
That's fair.
I got
Yeah, that's fair. That's totally 100% fair. What's your Steam account? What's your Steam account? Are we friends on Steam?
I, I don't think we are. We need to be, don't we? You're too
We
funny.
do.
You are too funny.
I digress. You know, one poker fan to another. I felt the same way. I even starting off playing it, I was like, ugh. But then I don't know, something clicked with the roguelike element, and like it was frustrating enough that felt like I was at a poker table, but it was just it's different. It's different, but it's like all right, okay. I fucking hate this game, but I also really enjoy it. And I still feel that way. I played it for many hours. I have it on PC and on my phone. I played it for a lot of
Nice.
hours. I was just like,
That's funny.
I hate this game, but at the same time, like, it, it's a solid game. There's a reason why it's popular. But gosh, ugh, it's frustrating. I'm bad at it though. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty bad at it. But it's very numbers based too. You know, at the same time, I'm
Yeah.
not a numbers guy, so it's like talking multipliers and
Right.
you can have 5 jokers in your hand, and each joker, has a different element that gives you, bonuses and stuff to your
Yeah.
hands and different cards, and you're just like, this
Yeah,
is brain power I don't have.
I've seen like videos on it, and people doing combos, and I've seen some of the gameplay and stuff, but
It's rewarding. I'm not gonna lie. It is very rewarding whenever
yeah.
you get like.
I mean, that's what everybody says, and it's hugely popular. I mean, it's not, it's nothing to sneeze at. I mean, I consider it a game to aspire to in terms of as an indie developer. Like that's one of those that you look at and say, you know, kudos, that guy made it. Like that's what I'm shooting for. You know, what he just accomplished is so huge, and you know,
Yeah,
mad props, mad respect. You know,
for sure.
one of those big success stories for sure.
Anyways, that was quite the digress.
I think we digressed. Like we went off the rails like 2 hours ago, and that I'm gonna
Oh
take the
my gosh, it's
blame.
almost midnight.
I'm gonna take the blame because I brought up Circa, and I shouldn't have done that because this isn't Circa night. But that being said, I actually appreciated being able to just sort of go back and forth and talk about it because, you know, it's cool to kind of talk through some of the stuff instead of just, you know, making notes and doing it all in my head.
Absolutely. That's an important part of game development is being able to just talk to anyone about your ideas, get some feedback, some perspective, all that stuff. That's important.
Yeah.
So thank you for talking to me and being open to listening and hearing my opinion and thoughts on it. Like that's awesome.
No, I
I
mean,
think
I
that's very important. You know,
absolutely
which outside
value
of
your
stream,
opinion.
if you ever just want to sit and chat about something, I'm here, man.
Right on, right
I'm
on.
here. I know we're always like talking in Slack and stuff like that, but it's a lot
Yeah,
easier to talk in person, obviously.
yeah.
You know.
It's
But I
also a
understand
lot.
the importance of being able to talk to someone about an idea and just be open and just chat about it. That's extremely important. That's what team meetings are about. That's where like meetings are in general about. And if you're doing something by yourself and you don't have anyone to do a meeting with, that can be kind of tough because then you put yourself in your own little dome, with a lack of perspective, and that's not very good. I mean, it can be, but it's like I don't I believe that most popular games and successful games aren't done by themselves. There's always some other outside element that kind of bounces off from somewhere. But at the same time, like if you look at like Phil Fish, who did Fez from the indie game movie, I
Mm-hmm.
imagine he did it by himself. But that dude drove himself insane,
Right.
because because the people that he did in contact with and they talked bad about his game, he took it personally and just ended up kind of digging himself a hole. You know,
Right.
he wasn't a personable kind of guy, but if he had people to talk to about his game and be able to open up and not be such a dick about things, it might have been a different story. But I need to use the restroom. That was a long chat, and I've been like dancing in my chair. So I will be right back.
Incoming transmission from archived footage.
Boom, 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 boom. Water.
There he goes again.
Water.
Runs
What
off
can you do
and
with
pushes
water?
the hydrate.
You need water for the dishes, water for your hair, water
Just saying that
for
in
the
case he's still
fishes, and
listening.
water for the clothes that you wear. Boom, 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 boom.
All right. Thank you for the hydrate. We are, in fact, hydrating. And thank you to anybody who sat through that rant. It was not a rant. It was a good discussion. It was a good discussion. All right. Oh, man. It is so late. Shoot. Boom. Let's remove this. Let's try this a different way. Let's add UI image. do that. We want to match. Let's do this. And then this. And then, yeah. And then, that's not going to work. Let's do minus 40 there. Ooh, that kind of sucks. Minus 38 is 35. Okay. Let's try sticking our background on here. And let's go back to a minus 40. Ugh. Something like that. And then I'm going to set the color to black. And then we're going to set the opacity to, let's do 100. And then let's do 125. And then move this to there. And then move this to there. And then move this up.
All right. I am back
Welcome back.
with a new beverage. So cheers.
Cheers to you.
All right. Back at it. Game Jelly 2.0.
Something like that.
Can't believe it's midnight. Basically
know.
midnight.
Gosh, I know. Ugh. So bad.
What are we doing with our lives? Working towards making great experiences for people.
There you go. I like that.
That's what we do. We're not game developers, we're experience curators, if you will.
Space line. Learned a cool trick earlier. Let's see if I can get this to work. It's not quite working like expected. Probably because of that. Ugh, why is it doing that? Got to be kidding. change this max size. Maybe even lower. To bring this down.
Remember, work on the level from the player view, not super high up. Sometimes I have to remind myself when working on levels and excuse me,
Flush.
working on, thank you, working on environment and level layout and stuff. It's always good to build from the player perspective, not zoomed far out and that kind of thing, because you have to remember like what the player is going to see. Player's never going to be zoomed out super high up above the terrain or anything. So it's always good to look from the player perspective when you're working in environment stuff, because it's
Makes
easy
sense.
to get lost in the small details that the player will never see. It's really easy to get lost in that.
Definitely makes sense.
How's the business plan looking for Floral Studio? If you don't mind me asking, I don't know if you want to talk about that here.
I mean, it's pretty strong too. Basically, it's in that
Yeah.
same ballpark, to be honest.
Nice, that's awesome.
Yeah.
You know,
I,
you know that market better than anyone I know.
well,
So.
not really. I just spent time doing a bunch of research on, because it kind of changed up the approach. Originally, it was going to be like a really exclusive kind of thing where we were looking to sell it to only maybe a couple clients for like, six figures or something. And instead, we've decided to take a different approach with it. After doing a lot of research on the industry when it comes to like interior design software, landscaping software, architectural software, all the other stuff that exists out there that's similar but different fields. The common theme, the common practice in that is monthly paid subscriptions.
Okay.
And
Okay. I can see that. Yeah.
so we're going to go that route. And so it's going to be more affordable to the average wedding planner, floral designer, even florist who wants to utilize the software. And so it's the whole thing is based on building up a base of regular users that are on either a month to month or an annual plan.
Solid.
Yeah. So with the pricing that we're looking at, which is honestly lower pricing than most of those software charge, And with trying to get trying to hit a after 5 years, 5,000 active users. The 5-year plan for that puts us at over 9 mil.
Are there that many floral designers out there?
I mean, yeah, the 5,000 is 1% of estimated floral designers, but we also
Holy
think
crap.
that you know, especially if we get it working and it's going well and we get positive testing back and stuff, that adding in a few extra elements like additional chairs and you know, like plateware and stuff like that, and then being able to offer it to like event planners as well instead
okay.
of just
All
being
right.
floral design.
Branch out to another part of a different industry in a sense.
Yeah.
All right.
So then we'd have like a package for floral designers, and then a different package for event planners, and then a third package that's everything included at a higher than either of the two, but severely discounted from both, if that makes sense.
Okay. Right on.
Yeah.
Dang, I wouldn't expect those numbers to be that high. I mean, I'm not familiar with those industries at all.
Yeah, it's insane. That so like the interior design industry, there's so much competition in the software out there. There's so many different pieces of software for doing interior design. Tons.
I believe that, yeah, with interior design.
And it's basically the same thing, you know, it's just furniture instead of flowers, you know. But it's the same concept, you know. You've got a room and you're moving furniture around and dragging and dropping it into place and getting it how you like it, and you know, putting up curtains and picking colors for, you know, fabrics, picking flooring, you know, all that kind of stuff. And yeah, there's tons of software out there, and just one company. Now, granted, this is the considered one of the top, if not the top, in the industry, but there are so many. It's not like there is just one, you know.
Right.
But yeah, it was something like, oh gosh, what was it? I'm not remembering my numbers off the top of my head. That might have something to do with the fact that it's midnight.
That's fair.
Let me see. I'll just cheat.
You are sounding rather tired.
Yeah, I'm starting to get there. I'm feeling it for sure. Let me pop this open really quick and see. Let's see.
Sorry, I don't mean to distract you from what you're
Oh,
working
it's
on.
fine. No, it's fine. Appreciate your interest.
Well, yeah, of course. Part of that project too.
Yeah. So Chief Architect is architectural home design software. They charge $229 a month.
Damn.
Which is more than double what we're planning on charging.
Okay.
And our 5,000 active user goal would only be 7% of what Chief Architect has. And that's just one of many pieces of software out there.
Oh, wow.
Whereas with Floral Studio, we really don't have any competition.
Okay, right on. That's nice to hear.
Yeah. So, yeah. So basically, the projects that I have in there already, I'm trying to decide which ones to include. I don't know, maybe. What's wrong, baby? Oh, I know. Sad. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get feedback from a couple of you guys on what you think. I'm trying to decide where to cut it off, which games to include and which games not, which projects to include and which ones not to include. Right now, I have Circa, Pandemonium Puzzle, Royal RumBALL. I've got streaming, and I've got Dad's. All in there. I feel like I'm missing one. I'm missing a big one. Did I say stick figure game? No, not stick figure
Nope.
game. No, it's Pandemonium Puzzle. I got
You said that
Pandemonium. Okay.
Exiles Eden.
Yeah, I'm Floral Studio. So those are the ones that are in there now, and then the 4 that I'm trying to decide whether I want to put in or not are the stick figure
Wait, put
game,
in what?
the business plan.
Oh, the business plan. Gotcha.
I'm trying to decide if I want to put in the stick figure game, Project Coco, the Hyper Focus app, and the third option concept. Those are the ones that I'm kind of. I mean, there's tons I could put in there, but I try not to like overdo it. But I don't know.
Yeah, don't want to overdo it for sure.
But I mean, even as it is now, even without adding any of those into the mix, I've set it up with a $2 million budget over 5 years with a targeted return after 5 years of 18. So it's a 9-time.
What a goal.
Yeah. It's a 9-time return.
Well, when you think about the projects that you have, and the expected return of each one, 5 years, it doesn't seem not doable. I think the hardest part would be getting them all done within 5 years, and then giving it time for revenue to come in after release. I think that would be the hardest part, because like generating that income, especially in our industry with the game element, takes time.
Yep. For sure. For sure. But I'm going to have these all done in 6 months, so.
That's the spirit. That's right.
I wish to. I wish to. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. But that's the idea, and I think I've got a really solid, setup for returns in terms of investors, like that. I think it's a good structure, and that they'll feel like they're getting very solid, aggressive returns, but without it's set up in a way that it doesn't hurt or impact the growth of the company. But yeah, I think it's gonna be. I don't know. I'm optimistic. I'm very optimistic. I'll put it that way.
As you need to be, as you should be. Again, it doesn't sound undoable. It doesn't even sound like over the top as a as a what's the word I'm thinking of? Like oh my god, what's the word I'm thinking of? Not a goal, but
Projection.
at the same time, yeah, project. Thank you, projection. Yes, um, but I understand your projects, and I feel like I have a good idea of what they may bring in as well, and I don't think you're far off. I think it's a pretty solid bet. I think, you know, so I don't know. Sounds right to me. Sounds feasible, especially with the numbers that you just gave me with, and the information you gave me with, Floral Studio and those industries and your plans with those. Like, I think you're on a solid path.
Yeah. Yeah, when I put together those numbers and shared them with Camille, she's like, okay, so here's my question. Why are you bothering with anything else? Like, get to work. Let's go.
She,
Floral Studio.
she's not a game developer. That's why. I got you. I know why. Pretty solid though. Pretty solid. My next question is like, do you have any intention of like focusing, like taking just short, like extended periods of time on focusing on certain projects, just to kind of put them in a better spot?
I have certainly considered it for sure. It has crossed my mind. It's so tough to like it's so tough to like because like you kind of just alluded to, like how do you, it's like picking between your kids, like how do you
Yeah.
how do you say, you know what, I'm just going to pay attention to this kid and I'm not going to pay attention to the others, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you can't
Quite
do
the
that.
analogy, but no.
Like
Yeah.
it's
Great analogy.
it's
I understand 100%.
yeah. I mean, but yes, has it crossed my mind to just like really buckle down and focus on a single project, And what's tough is like part of me wants to just buckle down and focus on dads to just try to get it done and released and off my plate. But, you
Yeah.
know, it's probably out of all the projects that I'm really putting time into right now, it's probably the one that appeals to me the least.
Yeah.
So
But
in a way it would be good, and in a way it would just kind of tear me up to set aside all my projects that I want to be working on to focus on the one I don't.
well, I mean, it's not necessarily like stop working on other projects, but just
Right.
put more time a week towards it. So it's like you're not neglecting all of your children for one.
Well,
It's just you happen
yeah.
to go and this one happens to join a baseball team and they practice 3 times a week.
And that's
You
what I
know.
did. And I sat down and I did that and I picked dads. And when I made my agenda and split up my day into 4 sessions, so I have 4 sessions per day. And some days, like certain projects like Exiles Eden, get 2 sessions out of the 4. Floral Studio gets 2 sessions out of the 4. So a half of a day, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And then other projects get 1 session a week. So a quarter of a day every week, which when I say a quarter of a day, I'm talking of the whole day, not like an 8-hour work day. I'm
All right.
talking,
Okay.
I'm,
Okay.
t- I'm talking a 15-hour day from first thing in the morning till like go to bed,
Oh yeah.
Um,
I
yeah,
yeah. I get that.
yeah, you know me. But um, but Dad's was the one I picked to be my priority project. And so it gets one session every day of the week. So,
Okay.
so I always take Sundays off. Sundays is nothing
Mm-hmm.
scheduled. So 6 sessions a week for dads. One session every day for 6 days. So that's 6 days a week. It's getting one session, a quarter of the day. And yeah, let's just say it hasn't worked out real well. Cause like this week in particular, I haven't been able to bring myself to even work on it. Like, it's not good.
Well, I mean, well, you're excited with other projects and stuff, which is fair. But yeah, that's also not good. You know. Well, what like is it like I don't know how do I want to say this? Like, is it just like because you are so infatuated with like Circa and other projects that prevent you like whenever you don't like work on dads when you're supposed to, like what are you working on?
It's varied. Sometimes it's been circa. Sometimes it's been like today. It was my business plan. I worked. I spent the whole day on my business plan today.
The business
Um,
plan I feel is an exception because that's an
yeah,
important part to the future plan of
I
your
I
company.
agree. Yeah, I was feeling like I'm feeling like I'm close. I'm in that last stage hurdles spot with it
Hmm.
where I'm like I see the light at the end of the tunnel and getting that project done. And so I'm really kind of pushing. I today I was really into it. And so I worked on it all day.
That's
Um,
awesome.
you know, the other day, yesterday was it? I worked on I did an extra session on my um, um, hyperfocus app. I was it was scheduled for one, but I did 2 sessions on it. The dad's one got well, no, the dad's one was supposed to be on stream last night, and I ended up swapping that out for an extra session on Exiles Eden and then playing Civ 6.
It was awesome watching you play Civ. It was cool. It's very relaxing. I'm not gonna lie. I thoroughly enjoyed just sitting back watching you like play Civ in the background.
That's funny,
I don't know. It
but
was
it's
pretty
cool.
cool. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Don't take this the wrong way,
Uh
but why? Like, what is your goal with hyperfocus? Like, why? Like, what kind of project is that? I gotta
oh.
ask.
It is
Well,
a
because it's like I see it, and it's like it's almost like a calendar app with tasks.
yeah.
But our phones kind of already come with that installed.
Yeah.
So
So
what is the goal with that?
yeah. So hyperfocus is something I actually designed years ago. And it was one of the first things I made when I got back into programming, and I made it
Hmm.
in Java.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
then I was like, I remade it. I started remaking it in, no, actually, I think I started making it in VBA in Excel. Then I started making it in Java. Then I started
VBA.
over
Damn.
with a new version in Java. then I started over. What did I do after that? I'm trying to remember. But anyway, so then I started building it in Unity. And then I scrapped that and I learned a lot in Unity. And so I started over again. And then I thought of some better ways to do it. And so I started over again. I'm on like the 6th version of it. But essentially, it is a daily planner, task organizer that is geared towards my mindset. It's geared towards somebody like me who feels very overwhelmed at lists and calendars. When I look at all the stuff that's out there, all the daily planners and all the calendar tools and all that kind of stuff, it's nothing but lists of what you have to do for the day. And even my own lists are just huge lists of what I have to do for the day. And it's overwhelming. And it paralyzes somebody like me, because instead of like, okay, great, here's what I'm focused on, boom, check it off, move on. Instead, you're kind of caught up with this, my goodness, like I could plug away at this and I'm still going to have all these things left to do. And it can be very overwhelming. So hyperfocus is designed to take your input when you schedule a task, when you schedule an event. It takes your input. It also learns as you go. Like, for example, if you skip items, if you do things out of when they were originally scheduled for, if, it keeps track of your habits and so forth. And the idea being, it basically just tells you one thing to focus on. You don't get a list. You don't see a list. It just says, hey, right now, you need to worry about lunch. If that's what you put in your calendar. If you don't have that in your calendar, obviously it's not going to show up. But let's say, for somebody like me, I'm going to have everything in there. Okay. So it'll tell me, okay, just focus on lunch. Great. So I get up, I grab lunch, I click my little button that says done. And then it tells me what to do next. Okay. It says, great. Now do, work on this project. Okay. And work on this project for at least 45 minutes. And so it'll start a timer. And so, okay, great. Now I'm working for 45 minutes. If I stop early, it tracks that, so on and so forth. And then when you're done, you say, okay, I'm done with this for now. And it stores it up for later and brings up the next thing. Great. Here's what you need to do now. The dishes. I don't know, whatever. And so then the idea is, it's giving you one thing at a time. Then it pops up. Let's say you're in the middle of working on a project. Then it might pop up and say, oh, hey, you need to shift gears and start getting ready for this meeting. But because it knows there's this meeting at X and X time, and you need this amount of time to prepare, it's not going to tell you to do something right before it that's going to be big and involved. It's going to push that off and schedule something else in that time frame. But everything is based on your input as a user, so that it's not just like randomly picking crap or dictating what you do. It's just reminding you what you want to do at this time, what your priority is, without giving you this huge list. So it's meant to allow you to hyper focus on a single task so that you can be more productive and less overwhelmed.
Okay. Well, that explains more into what that project is about. So thank you for explaining that.
Yeah.
Because I was like, he's kind of making something that already exists, but now I see that it's more involved.
Yeah, yes and no.
Your style of thinking and planning.
Yep. Yeah. There's plenty of daily planners and stuff out there. There's tons of them. And,
Yeah.
this isn't going to be, as robust in some areas. Like honestly, that concerns me the biggest in terms of if I were to market this. Um, you know, like I would probably need to add features to make it communicate with things like Google Calendar, some of the
Oh
basic
yeah,
ones out there.
the
Um,
integration and stuff like
yeah,
that.
exactly. Which,
Mm.
is doable, but that's a lot of work. Um,
Oh.
but there's in all the tools I've seen out there, I have never seen one that is designed to work this way. Never. I've
Okay.
never seen one that's designed to work in the sense of being able to give you one task. Um, you know, it's
Okay.
always here's your month or here's your week or here's your day or here's your list. There's never like here's your one thing to focus on.
Well, yeah, I could see that. Like a lot of apps don't do that. The single, as you say, hyper focus of a task one at a time. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Okay, I just wanted to ask, because it's, again, from an outside perspective, it's like, why? But it's coming along. It's looking pretty awesome. But,
Yeah, if for no other reason, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of people out there who, if they were able to have a tool like this, would really benefit from it and would really value it. I feel like I'm not the only person who thinks this way, and
probably not.
struggles with it. But if for no other reason, to just get it fully functional so that I can transfer all my current daily planner stuff into it and utilize it myself, I will consider that a win.
Yeah, I mean, you're building it kind of for you as
Mhm.
as an individual. So yeah, I don't see why that wouldn't be a win. How would you market that kind of thing? Because there's obviously so many planners out there.
I mean, I would just absolutely
That'd
harp
be
on
interesting.
that vantage point of that whole, being overwhelmed by looking at a list. I mean, it's great to have an organizational tool, but when it just throws a big list back at you, how much is it really
Yeah,
helping you? I mean, it helps because you're more organized. I mean, I use this stuff, but like
yeah, of course.
honestly, like right now, what I use is a spreadsheet that has of
Mm.
course, that has a list of all my uh, daily tasks, and it has everything set on times and stuff. And I built my
Almost think.
spreadsheet in a way that I can click buttons and stuff and have it do the kind of stuff that my app does. It's just I want to get it in an app form instead of a spreadsheet form. Um, where it calculates, for example, this is a repeating object. It occurs, once I finish it, I want it to show up 3 days later at the same time. So I need to do this every 3 days. So, you set that in the app as okay, repeat every 3 days from when completed. Whereas another object you might set as okay, repeat every day at the same time. Whereas another item, you're going to say, okay, this is somebody's birthday. It's for the whole day, but it's every year. And everything takes different precedence. Like working on
Hmm.
developing a game is you might have it scheduled for this day, but it's totally different than like a meeting. If you have a meeting, you got to be there at that time. If you're scheduling to work on a game, that's sort of like you want to put this much time towards it in a day. This is when you think would be best. But the program can tell you, hey, on that day, that's not the best.
Okay.
without you
Yeah,
having to
that's
try to
dope.
rearrange your schedule. It does all of it for you so that you can just, you know, focus on that one next task. Keeps you moving forward
Right.
faster, easier. But I think just pitching it that way, like, just focus on one thing at a time instead of being overwhelmed. I just think that that would be a huge selling point. I think the two big fears that people would have when they hear that is number one, they're going to think, oh, well, I'm going to miss something important. Like if it's just telling me one thing, well, if you use the tool the way it's intended to be used, that won't happen. It's going to be, it's basically mapping things out for you using logic, using an algorithm that you're giving it as a user. You're telling it,
Mm-hmm.
here's my priorities. This is a meeting. This is at this location. This is this type of event. This is, you're giving it all the information so that it can drop it through the algorithm and so forth and spit out the one thing to worry about. You can set, I'm going to need 2 hours advance notice to get ready for this or what have you, stuff like that. And then
So
I think,
so then how do users establish this algorithm? Because usually algorithms, like, don't you have to like kind of build a structure for the algorithm to work on?
yeah, there's going to be a lot of structure already, but there's a lot of things that are variables that the user can set. For example, you can create. I've got this whole system of like day parting. This is just one example that pops into my head. There's a whole bunch of stuff like this. Like, let's say, for example, I want it's such a complex and robust thing. There's so much to it, which is why I've had to, redo it so many times and why I've been working on it for years because
Mm-hmm.
it's so in depth. But like, okay, for example, day parting. This is just one out of 100 smart features. Okay. What that is you can go in and say, all right, I want to set a day part that is I don't know what's a good example. Let's say, for example, Camille is tends to sleep in the morning.
I'm listening.
Okay. Let's say, for example, Camille tends to be asleep in the mornings, and I've got certain tasks that I can't do while she's sleeping. Um, this might be a bad example, but it's one example. And so I could set a day part and say, okay, from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. And I'm just making stuff up right now, but or from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. Camille's sleeping, and
Okay.
I input that as a day part, and so the program now knows that that's a regular thing, and I can have things set in my when I set an event where I can say, oh, and I want to check that this is not to be done during that day part. So if Camille's sleeping, this one can't come up, kind of a thing. Like vacuuming. I'm not going to vacuum. So it's not going to recommend an activity like that, because I've programmed that in as the user, with that type of thing. Or let's say, for example, you know, you you can set day parts, for example, at being at work. Let's say you always work
Mm-hmm.
9 to 5. You can set that as a day part. Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, that's my work day part. And so it understands, okay, during those hours, these types of things can come up, but these can't. If you're at work, I'm not going to tell you to vacuum. But if you're at work,
Mhm.
I'm still going to tell you to eat lunch, you know, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
so there's abilities to do stuff like that. Um, you know, I don't know. That's just, I'm tired, but that's one random off the top of my head.
Okay. No,
there's
I get it. No,
yeah,
I understand like the use of it, based off your explanation.
yeah.
You know. Okay. Right on. It
It's
seems
just
useful.
yeah, it's a whole lot of input. But and that's another thing that I know people would see as a negative. Like, well, I don't want to spend
Mhm.
10 minutes answering 100 questions about my event, to put it in there. And so one of the features that it has, which I don't know if you saw in that last screenshot I shared, it already had this, where you can basically, when it creates an event, it creates a default for everything. And so all those defaults are programmable by the user or changeable by the user. So it'll default to all these different settings, but you can say, you know what, I always want it to default to this instead of that. So you can change it. Um, you can create categories, you can create all kinds of stuff. But the point I was making was that you can create the event and then you can simply say, you know what, skip all the input on it, or you can just put, okay, let me put the day because this is tomorrow. I need to remember this is tomorrow, and then you don't have time to answer all the questions about it. You just hit skip the rest, and everything else goes to default. Okay, but the algorithm knows you skipped all that stuff and then it's on default and that you don't have time right now to input all of it. So it allows you to go through your next task or what have you. And then it'll just pop up like once it says, okay, hey, now it's time to switch to this task. Then it'll pop up a little thing that says, oh, and hey, do you have time to answer some questions real quick? And it'll pop up and ask a specific question like, hey, you said this thing was tomorrow, but you didn't say what time. Do you want to set the time? Oh, yeah. Hey, that's at this time, you know? And then it pop up another
Hmm.
question. And then you can say, skip for now. Okay. And then it'll wait and ask you something later. So you can always go back and have it, it'll ask you questions at hopefully appropriate times instead of
That's
forcing
interesting.
you to answer 100 things all at once. But obviously, the more information you give it, the more precise it can be um, in in scheduling your stuff. But,
Well, that's interesting. That whole
yep,
question thing.
yep, yep, yep.
Huh. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for kind of explaining that further.
Yeah,
You know,
it's
because it's like of all things that you're working on, like, should that be a priority? Because again, I didn't know the full on details.
right.
That kind of thing. This is why I'm asking. I was like, huh. It's like you're working on an app that kind of already exists, and you're trying to punch out all these other things that will more likely generate you money. So why is this on your priority list? But you just kind of explained why. So thank you for
Yeah,
explaining that. I was like,
it's
huh.
yeah, it's a priority because it's a priority for me personally. Like,
Which
it'll
is
help.
fair. Totally fair.
Yeah, it'll help me be more organized and more productive. So honestly, that's the only reason it's even a consideration because I already put so much time into organizing my own crap that if I had that
Hmm.
done, it would be so helpful to me. So
Understandable. Okay.
it's
I just had to
it
ask.
yeah, it is definitely not on the priority list because of the income potential. Not at all.
Hmm.
Not at all.
Okay. Again, I just wanted to ask because it's like, well, I
No,
know
I get it.
you're geared towards like financial success, and I'm like, um, why exactly? So It has been explained.
Man, I hope I'm not totally geared towards financial success. That's not my top priority. The only reason I
Well,
the only reason I have to consider it as a top priority or as at least a high priority is because I have no other income and I got to pay the
right.
rent.
Well, that's what I meant. It's it's not
Yeah.
like aiming to be rich or super successful or anything. It's just you're looking for revenue income to live.
Yeah.
I mean that's what most game developers and artists are into is trying to find a way to pay their own bills.
Yeah.
I feel like as artists and whatnot, it's like being rich isn't our goal. It's just to be able to live and do what we love to do.
Yeah.
that's 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 what life's all about. That's what we
Agreed.
strive for. So I don't want to make it sound like you're sounding like you're
Okay.
aiming for financial success on a high level.
Okay.
Not at all. It's
Good.
just
Okay.
I understand. I personally understand where you're coming from, one artist to another, or one developer to another. So you don't come off like that at all.
Okay, good.
you know, you know.
I'm
But
glad.
it's like us. It's like us. It's like we want to be able to live off of our art. That's the ultimate goal. That's why we're pushing so hard for prophecy because it's like, well, hey, we
Yeah.
release it. There's finances that can be paid with that income that we get from that.
Yeah.
She's
I mean,
trying to write
that's
novels. I'm trying to like we're
yeah.
all like we're trying to like almost finagle our way to a simple process of making a passive income.
Exactly.
Which obviously is never that easy as
Right.
artists, but it's
Right.
what the goal is.
Yeah.
So please don't think that I feel
Okay.
like you're strictly like, oh, money, 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 money. No, no,
Yeah.
not at all. I understand. I
Cool. Very good. Very good.
understand.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's that like your point there is exactly why dad's was chosen as the priority, not because it can make the most money or because I'm most interested in it or any of that. The reason it made the top of the list for me was because it's the closest to completion and therefore would potentially have the ability to buy me time to get the next thing made. That's
Exactly.
really,
Yep.
you know,
It's sad to say it, but buying time for the next project is kind
yeah,
of the way that we live as artists.
yeah,
We have to buy more time, but time is money, and it's like, okay, well, what can I release sooner than later in order for me to pay bills 6 months from now?
yep,
Ah, that's stressful on its own,
yeah,
you know. Yeah, and that's kind of
for
why
sure.
like this new project of mine, like the storytelling element came to mind because like she's kind of playing around with like writing novels with AI assisted stuff to see how that plays out. And I was like, huh, AI assisted writing, and I love gothic tales. Like I'm a huge Edgar Allan Poe, Shakespeare like fan, and I have all these stupid crazy gothic ideas in my brain. I'm like, well, why don't I try to just use AI as a tool to help put out these short stories really quick, and then I could use AI voice acting to read them off. I have the skills and equipment to do post processing and the artistic ability to create post processed videos that I can just post on YouTube. Why not just take a couple hours a week and put out a video a week and hope that I make a couple $100 a week or a month from that?
Right.
It's like almost a no brainer. But again, at the end of the day, it's like, how can I create an income from art that buys me time? It's it's
Yep,
it's an interesting battle as artists.
for sure.
Yeah. There was a one of my good buddies I work with at the funeral home. Her boyfriend. Last time he came over, we were working on like Renaissance fair stuff, and he was like they were doing chainmail stuff or whatever, and his shirt it had a guy like a little stick figure guy almost like you see like on a restroom, like that
Uh-huh.
that
Yeah.
stick figure person, and he's sitting there like painting with an on an easel, and it said, "Waste your life, be an artist," and it's like, ouch, right? It's like, what a shirt to wear when you come into my home. Like, if you're gonna come to my house, you're gonna wear a shirt that says, "Waste your life, be an artist." But he's an artist too. Like, I feel like he's warranted to wear that because he too is an artist and he understands it. But over time, it's like, no, that's not wasting your life, because as an artist, it's not a waste, because when you work on your art,
An
that's
anomaly
what
has been
life's all
detected
about.
within range of our scanners.
Like,
Collecting
you
data
don't
now
want
to
to do anything
determine
else
potential
but work on
threats.
your art. So you're not wasting life. Like, that shirt is like, that makes no sense to me. Like, if
Assessment
you're
of
working
potential threat
on your
complete.
art, you're not
Danger
wasting
is
life at all,
minimal.
because that's what you
Returning to condition
believe life's
status
all
blue.
about. It's nuts. But like, when I first saw that, I was like, how dare you? How dare you walk into my home with that shirt saying that I waste my life? But then I thought about it, I was like, yes and no. Yes and no.
Right.
That's weird. Either way, I believe success is in our future. Like, we'll make it happen.
I
man.
do
We'll make it
too.
happen.
I feel good if as long as I can, stay focused, buckle down, get some crap done and accomplished, and not, spend too much of my time drifting and meandering and, lost in thought instead of being productive, then I absolutely think so. I
You don't
definitely
seem like
feel.
that kind of person, though. Do you
I
do
mean,
that? Do you sit around and lost in thought often? I mean, like, I don't talk to you
sometimes,
all day long and see what you're doing, but like, I don't know. Do you?
sometimes, like
Yeah.
this morning, you're just going to shake your head at me, but if there's anybody who gets it, it's you. This morning, I probably spent 2 hours sitting here lost in thought about a brand new game concept.
Oh no.
Like,
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That alone is just dangerous. No.
right?
Oh shit. Go on. Continue.
I mean, that's pretty
I
much
will
the.
follow up with what is this game idea.
Oh, I mean, let me put it this way: when when I when Camille got up, I was all like, "Okay, I've got this. This is so cool. Check out this game idea." And of course, the second I said anything, her face drops. Like, you have another game idea? Like, I'm like, you got to hear it before you say anything.
Of course.
You can't
Of
judge. And
course.
she's like, okay. So I tell her the idea, and she's like, yeah, that's stupid. Like, no. Just don't.
Wow. Wow. I appreciate the honesty on her side of things. I don't know what the project is. Maybe you shouldn't tell me, but like, I appreciate the honesty, but damn, that's
Well,
rough.
the first thing you're going to think of when I tell you this idea is that took you 2 hours.
I mean, I know how long an idea can take, especially when you're sitting there deep in thought. You have to think it out. There's worth, there's time management, there's resource management.
Yeah,
There's a
but
lot that goes on with an idea.
yeah, but I think when you hear this one, that's going to be your first thought. Like, how'd you spend 2 hours thinking of that?
Spit it out. Let's hear it.
So my
Elevator
idea,
pitch me.
my idea is this: you release a game that has nothing in it. It's basically the whole game is a way for you to submit suggestions, review other people's suggestions, and give them a thumbs up or down. And every week, you add something from the suggestions. So you're literally buying a game with nothing and watching it develop based on your ideas in front of you as you open it up each week. So it starts as nothing, and then, oh, now you can click on something. Oh, now you have a character that, now, oh, now you can do this. And the whole game develops by the community buying into it rather than the developer. That's
How does functionality come into play?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like wait, so you post a comment on just an idea, right?
So it's meant to be very, very specific ideas and stuff. So for example, like, I think it would be cool if we had, little fuzzy guys as characters. Or somebody else says, oh, I think it would be cool if you're a zombie. And somebody else says, oh, I think it would be cool if, I don't know, you're a car. And people are voting, giving thumbs up and thumbs down. And so then I'm looking at it and I see, well, shoot, this one got, 5 thumbs up and no thumbs down. This one was pretty split and this one was really negative. So let's go with the one that got 5 thumbs up and no down. And let's add that to the game this week. So now we've got, I don't know, a fuzzy character. Boom, now we add that in. And now people are throwing out other stuff. And so each week you just add something, like a next step to the game. Like now you have a character, but it doesn't do anything. But then the following week, maybe now, you can, start clicking a button and earning points. What are the points for? We don't know yet. What do y'all think they should be for? You know what I mean? Like it just sort of develops by the input of the, as it goes. So you're literally starting with nothing. And I can tell by the expression on your face, you're kind of agreeing with Camille.
I'm thinking, no, not at all. No. I'm thinking like, how can this be good? Like, no, not at all. I never put down an idea right out the door. There's always something to work on. There's always a crowd, and it's like, how could we do this? Because me as a developer, I believe in simplicity. Simplicity is a huge factor when it comes to a lot of things. This is a simple idea, so I'm on board. I'm thinking like, how could you utilize this in a way that makes a little more sense, user friendly, and almost gamifying the process, where like I'm listening. I'm like, oh, okay. So like in text right now, I'm doing
right.
That's my
so like
face.
The selling point would basically be even the developer doesn't know what the game's going to turn out to be because it's going to be your game. You're helping to shape it as it goes. And so like we don't know what it's going to become. Is it going to be a city builder? Is it going to be an RPG? Is it going to be a clicker game? Is I mean, we don't know. Like
it's almost like with Royal RumBALL, if we had a large viewer count, we had poll after poll after poll.
Right.
It would be a user created game.
Right.
Or a chat created game in that sense.
Which, yeah.
But I mean, like, logically and time based, like, how logical would it be for the developer to go and put out these ideas in X amount of time? I guess would they have to set a time frame?
Well, and the only obligation would be something will be added to the game every week. It doesn't mean if somebody says, okay, I want to be able to have it be, VR where I'm in the cockpit of a plane, by next week. You know, I mean, come on, that's
Right,
that's
yeah.
not going to happen.
Just simple steps.
You know, it's meant to be. People could throw ideas out like that, but it would be up to me as the developer to then say, okay, well, obviously people are leaning in this direction. What's an attainable step in that direction that I can do this week? You know, boom, great. Let me build that and add it into the game. That kind of a
You could
thing.
do that on Twitch. You could do that on Twitch as a stream. Any
Yeah,
viewers that come in, be like, you know,
you could,
you
but
could.
I actually thought it would be cool to have it like literally built into the, because that way it forces people to open it and see, oh, something got added, you know?
How do you make like what would you pay for this kind of thing? Like where's the monetization on this?
Like $1, $2, something ridiculously low.
Hmm. It's not a terrible idea. I think there's things to work upon. It's an interesting idea. I don't think people would go for it. Especially after X amount of time, people would fall off. Similar to how a
Camille's
stream would be.
Camille's concern is basically you're going to get a whole bunch of people giving really stupid ideas that you're not going to want to do.
Well, but
That's
as a
basic.
developer, you get to pick and choose. But at the
Right.
same time, those stupid ideas are what makes it interesting.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be that big of a game. It could be a
Right.
small, short thing. You
Yep.
know, if you have a fuzzy thing collecting coins, that's the game.
Right.
You know, make it one level, call it a day. And you're like, boom, we made a game. Hey, I posted it on Steam.
Yep.
Play it.
Right.
Or even on itch.io. They don't even have to buy it. Just post it as like a game jam in a sense. And boom. Before you know it, in a year, like you have 100 games on your itch.io account. You know, and then you're known for making these fucking games with your the thing that you created, and you know, you might have a community as like, this dude's fucking legit. It's like this guy listens to us. He makes the most craziest games because we put out the craziest ideas.
Right.
I think a lot of people would fucking appreciate that. They'd be like, this guy, like, it doesn't matter what we throw out there as long as it's not over the top or it's like X-rated or, you know,
Right.
unnecessarily graphic and gore or sexual ways. This guy does it, you know.
Right.
Like, I asked for an S-shaped tower for it to shoot bullets and throw pigs out windows. You know what he did? He made it.
Right.
You know,
Right.
like,
Yeah.
that's respectable. Like, I feel like in our industry, to request something ridiculous and to get it, people respect that. People are like, this guy's just in it just to make us happy. Like, that's what games are about, is happiness and just a cool experience. This guy's providing the thing that I would randomly requested randomly and just off the top of my head and was extremely ridiculous, but he pulled through. That's respectable to our industry. Like, that goes a long way, I feel. So in that sense, like, your idea is not terrible, you know, to be able to do something of that sort. It's being able to find the time and the resources to pull off potential weird ideas that people throw out,
Right.
and then take the time to sift through them, because
Yeah.
imagine you have 1,000 people give you 1,000 weird ass responses, and you're
Well,
like,
I
which
wouldn't
one do I want
anticipate
to do?
having 1,000 people buy into a game that has nothing in it yet, but I mean, if they did, that'd be cool. That'd be $1,000, even if it was only $1. If it was $2, it'd be $2,000.
Abstract, man, like, that's an abstract idea. People might buy into that kind of thing,
Right?
especially for
Right?
$1.
Right? That's what I'm
99
thinking.
cents,
You know?
like, that's abstract. Following through is the hard part, and like
Yeah.
creating a name for yourself to be that person and not just be the cash grab kind of developer.
Yeah.
So you would legitimately have to take the time to create these things that people request, which would be
Yep.
the hardest part just to follow through. Would it be worth it? Probably not. Especially if it's only $1,000. No, because you know, developers like us, we have multiple projects. To do something in 1 or 2 weeks time of a random extent. If you had to go and 3D model a pig, for example, that might be a really crappy process in a 2 week time period. It doesn't have to be perfect. They didn't specify.
Well,
It
yeah,
could
I
just
don't
be,
think.
four
Yeah.
blocks or like 4 blocks with, you know, peg legs, and it's almost like a
Yeah.
Minecraft pig.
Right.
You know, they didn't specify. But if they did specify, then it's just like, okay, well, now there's a little bit of an issue. So there's a
Well,
little bit of a gray
but
area.
yeah, but I mean, you would have to clarify that only things will be added, like it'd be small steps, because the intent would be to basically work on it one session a week. So it would only get a couple hours worth of work each week. So
Okay.
you'd literally be looking at adding. The idea would be you'd want people to be in it for the long term. Like, I'm going to hang out and see what this thing turns into over the next year. Because every week he's going to
Okay.
add one small change, you know? Every week there's going to be something new in there. Now I can click this button, or now I can move over here, or, hey, now there's a building, and, whatever. I don't know. So there's something that's in there new each week. And over time, it just starts developing into whatever the community is leading it towards, you know? So,
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
This kind of reminds me of there was that one app where the main developer, he created a giant cube with a bunch of cubes, right? And it was a free game, and basically all you do is you go in it and you just tap the cubes to make them disappear, right? And the person who hits the last cube wins X amount of money. I forget how the money was calculated or whatnot. Oh no, they were making a game, and whoever hits the last cube to finish the cube gets a percentage of income from the game that they were putting out soon. Right? And it was like such a mindless idea, but in my mind I was like, that's so genius. Because it's like you're creating a game where it's so mindless, and people can sit there on the bus and just be like deleting boxes. It was like millions of cubes. It's like a really huge cube, and people would take their time out of their day just to erase cubes on this giant cube. A collective element. I'm like, wow, that's really cool. That's what this kind of reminds me of.
There was a project. One of the things, I didn't base this on this, but one of the projects that came to mind when I had this idea was this. I don't know if you've ever seen it. What was it called? It's some kind of like town. What is it called? I forget. But it was literally like where it was like a social experiment kind of a project for him. And he basically created a prefab that would be drawn. What was it? It was like drawn into a program, and then a picture was taken or something and posted online. And so he was the first player, the first person to join the town. And that's all you do is you just join the town. And you get basically a little house, and it gets added in, and then a picture gets taken and it gets posted. And so now, population 2, right? And there's nothing to it. It's just that you just basically join the town, and it just grows. And he's like, I'm just curious. I wonder how many people would do this. And like, it turned into this
Oh
huge
man,
thing where he had this monster city where he had to, like, he couldn't keep up with the work of even just trying
that's
to
awesome.
maintain it. And like, people started creating like Discord channels for like fake companies and stuff in the town. And
What?
like yeah, that's
That's
like this
awesome.
huge thing. Like, I wish I could
That's
remember the name
cool.
of it. Well, let me see if I can find it really quick. Let's see, town.
While you look that up, I actually had an idea for you, or more so for us. But I had an idea. I was driving to work one day, and I was like, "This is a really simple app that could make quite a bit of money, similar to your previous idea with the app of nothing. Similar, but like creating an app where you create an account and you put in your license plate. It's almost anonymous, but it's license plate. And you can go and rate other drivers based off their license plate, right?
Oof.
But you
Okay.
can't read the comments and stuff that people say about you until you sign up with an account with your license plate, right? So it's like people have to pay X amount
An anomaly has been
like
detected within range
for
of
the
our
app,
scanners.
right?
Collecting data
In
now
order
to
to
determine
see
potential
what people are
threats.
saying about them when they drive,
Right.
right? And all it is a shit talking app about
Assessment
other
of potential
drivers.
threat
That's all it
complete.
is.
Danger is minimal.
Like
Returning
whether
to
it's like, oh
condition
hey, thanks
status
for
blue.
letting me in when I needed it, or hey, you're an asshole for cutting me off, right? And it's linked to their license plate, right? And I was like, if you were to throw a billboard advertisement on the freeway for the app saying like comment about shitty drivers, or an app that, want to release some steam and or like talk shit about other drivers on the road, now's your chance, right?
So
So, and that's all it is. So they would pay $1, $2 to buy the app. They log in with their account. They have to put in their own license plate, but that gives them the ability to type in a license plate and say whatever they want, right? And that's it. And
gotcha.
but then they get access to see what people say about their license plate, or
Gotcha.
that kind of thing. It's just a
I
shit talking app.
I got you. No, I got you. I see. I two huge problems jump out at me right off the bat.
What's that?
Number number one, how would you verify license plates? What would keep people from just putting their neighbor's license plate or a coworker's or just some random license plate number in and not their own? Like, I don't want to know what other people think about my driving.
You
you,
don't, but other people are going to want
you think
to
so?
know.
I think you're
I
right
imagine
that
so.
I think you're right that people would want to say what's on their mind, but I don't know how many people would want to know what's on other people's minds about them. Um,
But
I,
this is a world. But right now we live in a world of social media where we want to know what other people think, right?
wow.
And
I,
it's like it's just like the curiosity would probably eat at people. Like, what are people saying about my driving, right? At this
right.
point, one, it's all about the money,
Okay.
right? Like it's all about bringing money into us. And two, like it doesn't matter if like someone talks crap about their neighbor or whatnot. It doesn't matter at that point. Like they can argue it all they want, but maybe we don't even allow them to respond. They just see it and they're just like, what the, it'll just create animosity in general, which people thrive on in a sense, but it's like you already got their money. They paid for the app. Done deal. So if they see one post and they're like, "What the heck?" Well, we got your $2. All right, but they're gonna come back. Eventually they're gonna be like, "Oh, I wonder if anyone said anything else about my driving," and they might. You never know. But if you
Maybe.
advertise it, if you put it on a billboard in the center of where traffic sits, and think about it, if you do that in New York, do that in Chicago, Detroit, places that are high population with heavy traffic, and you just advertise, this is an app for you to talk shit about shitty drivers, I personally would be like, I would think about it. I probably wouldn't do it, but I would at least think about it, right?
I got you.
And you're sitting
All right.
there in traffic looking at that billboard being like,
All right. And that takes me to the second concern, which is essentially you're encouraging people to do something that is illegal.
Which is what?
Text and drive. You're
That's
basically encouraging people while they're driving to grab their phones and use it, which is illegal.
Well, we can't control that. We're just promoting an app.
Yeah,
That's out of our control. We're not telling them download this now.
Yeah,
you can't put that on the billboard. Download this now.
Yeah,
that's
but
out of our. You don't
it's
see
not
people
just the
suing
download;
Apple
it's the
for
use
having
of it.
an app.
Like it's not
Well,
like people
yeah,
are. It's not like people are gonna go, oh, when I get home, I got to remember.
It's the same idea with the messaging app or the Spotify app or YouTube or any other app, because
No.
are people trying to sue Apple for trying to text while they drive?
No, but the app is not based on an activity while you're driving.
We're not promoting it while they're driving. We're just saying, hey, people might be talking shit about you about your driving. Here's an app for who you might be able to see that. There's no promotion of check it while you drive.
No, there's a promotion of talk about others while you're driving.
It's not even while you're driving.
I mean, obviously you wouldn't say that, but it's the implication.
Right. That's not our problem. That's not our problem at all.
Sure.
It's not hard to remember a six number license plate. Take a picture of it. Heck, we can even add
Sure.
photos.
While you're driving, grab your phone and take a photo of their license plate so that you don't use your phone while you're driving.
Okay. All right. You win that one. You win that. Okay, that's fair. But everything outside of that isn't our problem. We're not promoting use of while they're driving.
Oh, shoot, man.
You're gonna go to bed and be like, that's actually not a bad idea. You're gonna be like, that's a really simple idea. We just,
I don't know if I could quite get behind that one. I see a few concerns.
That's fair. No,
I mean, you might be right about it. I'm not saying people wouldn't use it. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying people shouldn't use it.
No, they should not use it while they're driving.
It's like being a coke dealer. I'm not saying it won't make you money. I'm just saying there are other complications with the idea.
I can't believe my idea was just compared to being a coke dealer. Well played on that one. Wow, that brings it to a whole other level of like, wow, maybe I need to rethink this idea.
Oh my gosh. My poor baby.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Deep down, you know it's still a pretty decent idea.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, man. Kind of hurts,
Oh,
but I love
man.
it. Hmm. You know, I mean, you could put in a little asterisk saying, "Don't use this app and drive." You know, takes the liability off.
Right. Right. You could. You could. You're absolutely
You know.
right.
And before you know it, you have thousands of people downloading your app talking shit about other drivers. It's a win,
I mean, who could ask for more?
right? I mean, you see people just screaming at other people through their windshield. It's like, all right, well, instead they're just gonna pull out their phone and, you know, throw an FU with their license plate.
Oh my gosh.
The curiosity, I think, would eat at people though. The idea of like, are people talking crap about me? $2 to find
You
out.
never been this sleepy in your whole life? Oh, we should probably wrap it up so we can get to bed. What? You're not going to bed? What? Oh, baby, you gotta cut yourself off at some point here. Whoa. Are you saying even if I come to
did
bed
she
that you're
assign,
gonna like stay up working on that?
Probably till I pass out. You'll find me with it in my hand like this.
Wow.
Did she assign a specific name to her chat GPT?
Did you assign a specific name to your chat GPT?
Can you do that?
She said,
You
can you do
absolutely
that?
can.
Yes,
Yes.
you absolutely
Like Flowers
can.
chat GPT's name is Pip.
Pip.
I'm gonna
Yep.
call him Ricky. Is that creepy? Not after the one who's still alive, but the dead one.
What'd you say?
Well, I don't want to repeat what she said.
No, I couldn't hear it very well. What'd you say?
I understand you had trouble hearing it, but I don't know that I want to repeat it.
You have to say it in the order I said it. It's not funny.
Oh my gosh. She said, I think I'm going to call it Ricky. Is that creepy? And then she said, not the one that's still alive, the dead one. Like naming it after somebody.
Okay. Hey. Just tell her that just tell her like, hey, I want you to be referenced as this name. And then it'll start being referenced as Ricky or whatever name you give it.
All right. No, I mean, go for it, babe. You can
You
do
know,
it.
like, yeah.
He didn't say anything about whether it was creepy or not creepy. I think he breezed past
I
the
don't think it's
question.
creepy.
He said he
It's not
doesn't think
creepy.
it's creepy.
I worked with dead people for 16 years. Nothing's creepy to me. Not creepy. Nope. Like Flowers app or ChatGPT, like it references itself as Pip now. It's like, oh, Pip here reporting for duty. You know. It's like, wow. Okay.
Man, that's okay.
ChatGPT is nuts. That's ridiculous. Do you use ChatGPT at all, Val?
At all, yes, but not much.
Do you ever talk to it like it's a real person?
No.
Okay.
Did I already tell you guys what happened with GPT to you?
With GPT?
Chat GPT?
Did you didn't
No,
talk to me at
no. What
all?
happened?
No, you okay, no. He's asking what happened.
Well, all of the arrangements that I made for Wind that are technically their intellectual property and real property, I altered the
Really?
backdrop and ran them through ChatGPT. So now they look like made up images, which means I own those images. Which means I got all my designs back, all the cool ones.
Wow.
Oh, interesting.
Don't have, but you know what I'm saying.
That's pretty cool.
That is very cool.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Opportunity to put them into decks and remake them.
Wow.
That's interesting. All right.
Crazy.
Vale, you look so tired.
Oh, I forgot you can even see me. Yeah, I'm pretty tired.
You look tired. Well, I'm going to save, and I'm going to push.
Okay, then I should do that too. I was trying to find this video from this guy so I could show you, but or refer you to it, but I can't find him.
What was the video of?
The guy, it was like a story, like him explaining the whole process of like, I just wanted to try this experiment, and you know,
Oh, that guy.
and then
Okay.
how it like took off and became this huge town with all these different social groups, and you know, it turned into this huge thing where people would vote on a community building to add, and so then they'd add like a school or whatever, you know, and like it just became this monster city.
That's really cool.
And it was a really interesting little thing, and but I can't find it. It's escaping me. I can't figure out how to find it. All right, let's see. File, save. I don't feel like I got very far in the last like 3 hours. We really went on a sidetrack.
We did. It was good though.
It was good. Good times. Remember that stream when we talked about becoming coke dealers?
In comparison to my car talk shitting app.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
It's funny.
Makes me second guess my my idea now. But at the same time, it's like, I still might be onto something.
Oh, that's good stuff. Why did this not work? Oh, I pushed what I had instead of getting your changes. Oh no, what's going on?
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's still just pushing my changes, so it won't. Okay, so warning. Oops. Apologies. Fair warning.
Yes.
Wait, no income change. Wait, what is going on right now? How can there be no?
You are so
incoming-
tired right now.
How can there be no incoming changes? An existing apply local changes operation has locked the workspace. Okay. It's still, yeah, it's still trying to load what I'm doing, I think. Yeah, I am tired. I don't know what's going on with this thing. But here's the issue. I forgot about this until I couldn't understand why it's taking forever just to switch screens. I might have just pushed a big package that I downloaded into this thing. And by might, I mean I did.
You don't have to beat around the bush, man. Just say it. I did.
That, well, it has like nearly 9,000 files in it.
What? What kind of package is this?
It's like 6,000 fantasy icons or something like that.
Why do we need 6,000 fantasy icons?
Oh, we don't.
At least now we know we don't need icons.
I needed like a handful of them, and so I grabbed that because I'd already paid for that package, so I just imported it so I could look through it.
Okay, all right. Okay. Well, we now will have 6,000, 9,000 icons. And we'll use maybe 20 of them.
Sorry. Oops.
It's all, it's all good. It's all good.
And I pushed the whole thing, and so there's an issue going on now. Like, my computer is like, I can't even get your changes because it's still trying to process what I'm trying to send. It's not good. I mean, I'm lucky it hasn't crashed my whole system with the stream and everything.
Jeez. It's okay. It'll be all right. It'll be okay. I mean, we have this Ultimate Materials library from the Green Moss Games thing.
Yeah.
There's a lot of files in that, so we'll be okay.
Yeah, this exceeds that by quite a bit. It took, let me put it this way. When you got up at one point, I forget when it was, if it was it was at some point. I don't remember when it was. It couldn't have been dinner. It had to have been much more recent than that. It had to have been after Travis left. But I think, pretty sure. But anyway, it took 15 minutes to install.
So that's what you were installing. I remember you talking about installing something. You're like, it took that long? And it wasn't even like the installation or whatever. It was just a download, right? Or something else. So that, I wondered. I was like, what is he talking? I think I was downstairs when I heard that. And I was like, what is he doing? Didn't think anything of it.
So that's what it was. I was installing this package of 6,000 fantasy icons. Which, to your point, we really don't need. But I felt like looking through a few of them. Maybe not the most effective way of going about it.
I felt like looking through 6,000 fantasy icons. I'm just going to add it to the project. Instead of just asking ChatGPT for, like, a couple icons.
Well,
I want a variety of 6,000.
You left. I blame you.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
An anomaly
Because
has
I
been detected
left
within range
to
of our
go get a
scanners.
beverage,
Collecting data now to
and all of a
determine
sudden there's
potential
6,000
threats.
icons in the project. You're gonna blame me?
Assessment of potential threat complete. Danger is minimal. Returning to condition status blue.
That seems a little unfair, man.
Oh man, I'm not being very nice tonight, am I?
You're being perfectly fine. It's okay. Just be wary that I'm gonna go through a lot of these icons and be like, man, we should use this one, and then maybe this one. Hey, this would be a good idea for this one. 1,000 icons later. I know what I'm doing at work on Tuesday. Go through these icons and be like, oh.
What are we going to use all these 2D icons for?
Now we have to find something. We'll just have icons just floating in the world. What is that? Nothing. It's just an icon. Someone decided to download 6,000 of them. We need to use them.
Oh, shoot. Although that does make me wonder if we could make an object, a 3D object, with the image of the attribute upgrade on it when we place it in the map. We could make a little,
Yeah, like the thing they collect in order for them to get the ability or attribute.
Yeah, exactly.
That's doable. As long as it's not 6,000. I'm gonna need you to make take each one of these icons and make a 3D model of each one, please.
Oh my gosh. All right. It's downloading your okay. I got your save. I got it. Yay. So does that mean mine went through or did it cancel or what's happening?
It's probably still processing through the Ethernet.
You think so? Cascade shadow atlasing has failed. Oh, this is directional lighting. What the heck? Oh, did you add you added the directional light back in there?
Oh yeah, I enabled it. My bad.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is my bad.
That one I can definitely blame on you.
You could definitely blame me for that one. I mean, you could still blame me for the 6,000 icons. It's cool.
Because I feel
if
like
only I was there to prevent you.
If you were here, you might have said, "Don't do that. I'll just get you something real quick."
But you didn't even mention it. You just did it.
That's true. I really totally just did. I didn't even say anything. I just went.
There was zero word about icons.
There was really nothing, because it was all internal.
It's okay. It's okay. Now we have a bunch of icons to choose from, and now we don't have to worry about making icons.
It doesn't seem to be going through. So should I try it again, or should I not try it again?
That's on you, my friend. That's on you. I got nothing to download on my end.
Do you want me to push all these freaking icons?
That's up to you. I'm leaving this on you. You're not putting this on me this time. No, this is you.
All right, I'm doing it then.
All right, then do it. Then do it.
I'll see if it works this time or if it times out.
How big of a file set is that? Like, oh, don't worry, it's only like 8 gigs of icons.
I don't think it's that much. I think it's closer to 1 gig.
Okay, but it's not like we're like shipping this and porting it to where people can download it anyway. So it's
No.
really not that big of a deal.
And I assumed we'd delete what we don't want at some point.
Yeah, probably. Maybe. I don't know. We might forget. We're gonna get icons in it and be good to go, and just it doesn't matter. No one's downloading it, so why can't they just exist in the project?
Maybe, yeah. I do feel like it's transferring to you through this faster than it was installing on my computer, though.
All right, that's a win.
Right? It says it's got only 4 seconds left.
Oh, all right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's done. It's pushed. I'm sure it'll take a minute
right,
to
let's
show
see.
up, but
Oh, there we go. Oh, finding elements to merge. All right, 5 changes. 5 change files updated. 8,476 files added. 755.34 megabytes. Okay, not even a gig. New items to download. Here, let's look. Okay, 6,000 fancy icons. Armor icons. Oh, still scrolling. Still scrolling. Still scrolling. Still scrolling. Still armor icons. Still going. Still. Are they all armor icons?
no.
Oh wait, no. Avatar icons, mega pack. Okay.
There's a whole section on medieval, so that was kind of cool.
Avatar icons. What else is there? Building materials, medieval icons, professional icons. What else is there? I'm scrolling through this fast. Like my mouse wheel just is an auto scroll. So the fact that it's taking this long. Oh, skills icon. Wow, there really is 6,000 fancy icons.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Who took the time to make 6,000 icons?
I know. And you know what the like best or worst part of it is?
What?
Is this package. Do you know how much I paid for it?
$1, $5,
I think it was like $2.
$2.
It
All
was
right.
that. It was in that like summer sale thing, where they did. If you remember, I told you I bought like something like 20 packages for.
Oh yeah.
It was worth like $1,800, and I got it for like $36.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
That's how they get you.
This was one of those.
Okay. I mean, 6,000 icons. I wonder, do you remember what it said this was worth specifically?
I mean, I can see pretty easily. I just got to click here on my cart. Because it'll load up the actual page. I'll see the normal price on it. That's kind of what you're asking, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was $2, but originally $265.89.
Here it is. No, actually, it's only $20 normal price.
Okay. For 6,000 icons, that doesn't seem too bad.
Right?
Once this is done, I'm going to look through the icons and see what they look like.
Yeah, it's $20 normal price, but I think I got it for like $1.99 or something.
See, right now it says there's 17,000 files to download.
17,000.
Yeah, 17,025. But it's a 6,000. There's 6,000 icons. So where's the other 11,000 coming from?
I don't know what to tell you, man.
It's almost done. I got 5 files left.
Nice. All right. Should we wrap this thing
let's
up?
see. Probably. It's 1:30 in the morning. Oh,
We
boy.
are. I mean, I'm so far gone. Man.
You sound tired. You almost sound like you're drunk.
I'm what we call over here sleepy drunk.
Sleepy drunk.
Sleepy drunk. Yeah.
You're gonna sleep good tonight.
Well, I'm not. I gotta. Oh, speaking of that, let me turn off my alarm while I'm thinking about it.
You gonna sleep in today?
I mean, I am not getting up when my alarm normally goes off. I'll tell you that.
When does your alarm go off?
If I don't wake up and turn it off on my own, which most of the time I'm already up and so I turn it off. But if I don't, it goes off at 6:30.
All right, that's not too bad. 6:30.
But considering it'll be at least 2 before I get to bed, I need to try to get a little more than 4 hours. I'm an old man.
Isn't too bad. Age is just a number, man.
I mean,
You're a game developer. You're
my
like
back
at
begs
heart.
to differ.
Yeah, I kind of feel that one. I'm probably not as bad as you because you're older than I am, but I'm getting there.
I'm like
All right.
almost a whole person older than you.
It depends on the person. You're what? You're in your 50s, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so, you're only, 20 years older than me, max.
20? It's not that much.
20. Well,
It's not
how old are
that
you?
much.
54?
53.
53? All right. So, I'm 38. So,
15.
So you're a teenager older than I am. Which is still a significant amount of time, not gonna lie.
It is.
But
It is.
15
15 years is quite a bit.
it is. See,
Why
but
are we
deep
why
down,
are we talking
you're like
about
25 at heart. I don't know. You started it. I'm sitting here trying to look through icons now. What do we got here? What do we? I have 6,000 icons to look through. We have cloaks. We have a hat. We have a set of hats. There's a bow tie, a pumpkin. What about leather? We have a bunch of leather stuff.
Shouldn't you look at the medieval ones?
Medieval icons. Here we go. All right, so we
Yeah.
got armor, formation, resources. Oh, there's a little bag, some feathers, berries, cheese. There's a cheese icon. What about skills? I think skills had the most. Gate open, skill get, grab. Wow, someone actually took the time to grab all these. Or to make all these. Oh, there's not that many skills. Technologies. Got tech army, tech barricades. Saddle. There's a tech saddle. At what point would you use a tech saddle icon? Oh, your horse suddenly has a saddle. What? What? Okay, all right.
I mean, what I feel
Weapon.
like probably happened is this guy probably was making an RPG game, and so he made all this stuff for his game, and then just decided to package it up and sell it and try to make some back for his time.
Which is fair.
For sure.
These are decent icons for what they are. Okay, all right. Profession icons? What are these?
All right, my man.
Oh, professional crafts.
I think we gotta
Alchemy,
call
okay.
it.
All right,
I gotta
man.
get to
You
bed.
get some rest.
All
Yeah,
right.
you
It
get
was
some
fun.
sleep.
I had a good time.
Well, that's been fun. Me too.
All right.
I'll talk to you in a couple hours, man.
All right, man. Have a good weekend.
You too. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks all. Take care.
Bye.